FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day.
Oh, yeah.
Up the middle, walk off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
He is Mr. Walkoff. He is Victor Caratini. They win in extra innings when he comes up. That's what happens.
That's what he does.
That's what he does. That's just what he does.
They knew when they signed him that was what Caratini was a maestro of. The walk-off, extra innings.
Ghost runner.
And or hit.
Driving in ghost runners. That's what he does, man. Good night last night for the Astros. For the most part, we'll get into the Ronel Blanco ejection. If you're just waking up and you didn't get to catch all of the game, the Astros win last night. 2-1 in extra innings, so 2 straight extra inning wins down for the Astros. That's good. But Ronel Blanco ejected after 3 innings for foreign substance inside of his glove. So we'll get to that. We'll hear from Joe Espada on all that. The Astros win 2-1. They've won 5 out of 6. It seems to be things are starting to move in the direction we all hoped they would start moving here. They've got 2 more against the A's. Fromber tonight, he was really good last time, so things are looking up for the Stros. We've got the schedule release coming tonight for the Houston Texans. That should be a whole lot of fun. And a whole lot more to get to on the show today. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How we feeling this morning, my friend?
I feel good. It just stinks that victory was marred by this ejection of Blanco, who the way it sounds is that even if it was just rosin, the fact that he had it on his non-pitching hand and in his glove is going to be an issue. So they send that off to the commissioner's office, as he know that he wasn't allowed to put the rosin on his left forearm. You could tell. I mean, Blanco's a sweaty dude, but he was especially sweaty last night.
Dude, I noticed
he was like, we were talking about it in the first couple innings. My guy, and Sears, it must have been humid as hell in there because Sears was sweaty himself. Like those guys they probably lost a combined 25 pounds in perspiration.
They flashed a close up of Blanco. I'm sure you and Brandy saw the same thing that Amy and I did. They flashed a close up of Blanco when Kyle Tucker kind of casually just let that ball drop inside the foul line in the first inning.
Tucker sometimes can't be bothered to make an effort at things. Like it's what you accept with Tucker.
Right. But they that happened. So it was a base hit. It would have gotten him out of the inning. Blanco. He ends up loading the bases, and at some point, either right after that base hit or during the loading of the bases, they flashed in on a close up of him. I'm like, that dude is drenched. Holy smokes!
Frankly, he looked guilty. He looked like he was nervous.
You might crack under pressure, Ronel.
He looked like he was being interrogated.
Yeah. Like I felt like I was going to look up and there's going to be this bright light like hanging over him. But yeah, I had no idea it would be a big reason why he would get ejected from the game when I saw that. I thought it was just a kind of a funny thing that he was so soaking wet, but didn't help.
The ump went out and examined him at the mound. They usually, before they go out, sometimes one of the spots they check them is before they go out at the beginning of an inning. A lot of people didn't realize that they also, it's not just at the end of an inning. They'll go out before, but he actually went out to the mound, and he said it was the stickiest stuff I've felt on a glove since we've been doing this for a few years now. So I brought the crew in, the crew conferred, and then we went from there. The spotter said afterwards that they asked if they could just swap out the glove, and they said no. They'll send the glove off to the commissioner's office. It's probably, based on Scherzer claims that it was nothing but rosin when he got suspended. And especially now, I guess because it was on the left glove, the glove, not on his pitching hand, that they're probably going to suspend him for 10 games.
Yeah, 10 games, and obviously for a starting pitcher, that's 2 starts, so it's the equivalent of a 2-game suspension for Blanco.
Whether it was rosin or not, I guess is the point there.
Yeah. So this is a big deal because we've been talking about the Astros getting all their guys back. Urquidy's coming back pretty soon. Fromber and Verlander and Javier have all spent time on the injured list. Ronel Blanco has been the only rock in this rotation so far, and now it's almost like the baseball gods are finding ways to nope, you're not quite back to full strength yet, Astros. We're going to get your guy who's been your best guy so far suspended. So let's do this.
You used Josh Hader in 2 innings last night.
Yeah.
It was a closer's duel.
Yeah.
Because they brought Mason Miller in, who, my God.
He's a beast. Yeah. I'd read a lot about him. I'd not seen much of him.
That third strike was not a strike, and it was almost like he didn't complain one bit.
Yeah, I just got to get out of here.
Get me the hell out of here.
I just got to go home.
Yeah, we just got to get.
Sometimes the drinks are still cheap, but you're like, no, I'm good.
Can you take an intentional strikeout?
Right. Yes, I'm out of here.
He just faced 203 mile per hour fastballs. He's like, he didn't know which way was up.
Yeah, it was wild. So yeah, you got a 2-inning outing out of Hader last night. It was one of those wins. Like, I feel like this is one of those games that in April they would have found a way to lose. Instead, in May, they're finding a way to win that game. If it were April, Hader would have given up a run. He wouldn't have gotten out of that jam in the top of the 10th that he got out of. Caratini would not have come up big. They wouldn't have found a way to get that runner home in April. In May, they're doing these things now.
Well, and Jake Myers before him too. So Jake Myers is somebody that can frustrate you at times. He's made some great plays defensively, as he always had. But he's made some great plays defensively in the last few games, and it just had a great at-bat before Caratini where he tried to bunt, it seemed like 28 times. and then ended up having a sac fly to advance the run at a third. It was nice.
It was nice. But the big story of this one's going to be Blanco, and will he be suspended for 10 games for the foreign substance in his glove? Let's do this. If you're just waking up, Joe Espada was asked there were 10 questions in the post-game press conference. 7 of them were about Blanco getting ejected from this game. So here's a brief Q&A, and Joe Espada, Astros manager, on the Ronel Blanco situation.
What did they say about Blanco? What they found on the glove? So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove, there was some the rosin. You're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand, and that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat, but that's what it looked to me.
Have you spoken to Ronel?
I did.
What was his message to you?
Yeah, the same explanation is that you could just kind of see it inside his glove, the kind of the white powder, So, it sucks because he was throwing the ball well, and but I believe I saw kind of the substance in there and the stickiness to it, so that was it.
Was that sort of the discussion you were having with umpiring?
Yeah, I asked, can we just get him a new glove? Did you guys check him in the first inning? Yes. Was it sticky then? No. Now, same damn glove. Like, he hasn't done anything different. So, But that's the explanation I got.
Just to be clear, you said it's illegal to use rosin
on your non-pitching hand. Correct. It's like like if you use it in your hand and you throw it down. But if you put it in your hand or in your glove, it's against the rules.
Did he know that?
I think if he would have known that, I think he would have not done it.
He now could face a 10. Just how crippling would that be to you guys, just given where you're at in your schedule and with the pitching injury?
We'll cross that line when we get there.
All right, so that's the situation.
Yep. Okay, so the basics of it, for one, you're not allowed to use the rosin on your non-throwing hand or on your glove. Urquidy says he did not know that. I guess
Blanco.
Excuse me, Blanco. Yeah. Well, maybe Urquidy didn't know it either.
He may not have. That's
Blanco may not have known it. Maybe nobody knew it. Yeah. So Blanco said that he did not know that. Diaz, the crew chief, said... He said it was, well, Backus, the other umpire, said it was the stickiest stuff he felt on a glove for a while. Diaz, the crew chief, said it was just rosin, and we told him this is not rosin. I do think that it's strange that there doesn't seem to be any differentiation between whether it was rosin or not and, like, spider tack.
Right.
But they sent it off to the commissioners. Maybe there is, and they just don't publicize it. They should have a mass spectrometer in the clubhouse these days, I feel. Just, okay, make a decision on the damn stuff. But Urquidy claims he didn't know it. His spin rate was not any different last night compared to what it usually is. Yeah. So, the big thing with the sticky stuff was that guys' spin rates were getting absurdly high.
Yeah.
And, they wanted to crack down on it. So, for whatever reason, he might be using some foreign substance. It certainly wasn't helping with his spin. Now, maybe his spin rate would have dropped because he was so sweaty if he was using it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, Sean? I think this is blood in the water. I think everybody knew that they couldn't get their comeuppance against the Astros for the last couple years because they were too good anyway. Now, all of a sudden, the Astros are beleaguered and weakened. It's like a wounded animal.
Yeah.
Now all the hyenas are coming out. Your Diaz's, your what was the other guy's name? The other umpire's name? That bum. Backus.
It begins with an
Backus
L.
and Diaz.
Yeah.
Hyenas, that's all they are.
He's getting suspended. Not to be woe is me Houston guy. He's an Astro. He's getting suspended for 10 games.
If Scherzer got suspended, then for sure Blanco's going to get suspended.
This is my two biggest concerns with this. The suspension is obviously a concern just functionally because you're in the – it's not just that you're losing your best pitcher. You're in a part of the schedule where you're already having to go to a six-man rotation because you're playing 29 games in 30 days. So, just logistically, to lose anybody for any reason is a bad thing, let alone your best pitcher so far. I think, personally for Ronel Blanco, my concern is he's got a chance to make the All-Star team this year. Does this affect his All-Star candidacy? He's been one of the best pitchers in the American League 2 months into the season. Does this affect his All-Star candidacy? And I think more importantly, does this affect his psyche at all? We've got no evidence as to how Ronel Blanco reacts to things like this. If this were Fromber, I would say, okay, I'm really nervous about what Fromber we're going to get when he comes back from a 10-game suspension because Fromber's all over the place mentally. If it were Verlander, I have no history with Ronel Blanco that tells us what he's going to be or how this is going to affect him. He's not going to stop sweating and using rosin. This we know.
He will use rosin. He's got to be strictly in your right hand.
Yeah.
Boy, once you start thinking about this is like when you start trying not to touch your face for health reasons because you're more likely to get germs and get sick.
Yeah.
You can't help but touch your face. You become acutely aware of it.
Yep.
It's like trying not to think of something. I said, Sean, don't think of a naked nun riding a unicycle. My God, you're going to be thinking of that now.
That's weird.
Again.
That's all I thought about yesterday, and now you're bringing it back.
Astros play 21 games in the next 22 days.
Yeah.
They had planned on using a six-man rotation. I suppose that this will put Urquidy's rehab start, this next rehab start he has under hyper-focus now.
Yeah, crucial.
Did
Absolutely.
I say the right word? Urquidy? Yes.
Urquidy, yep. Urquidy's the one with the rehab.
names right today, Sean. I'm on a new blood pressure medication. I think it's making me even worse with the names than I typically am.
Okay, I got you.
Which is raising my blood pressure.
I got you. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
All right. So schedule release is today. There may already be scheduled news. I'm going to check during the break and see if there indeed is some scheduled news, because the international schedule is supposed to come out this morning. So could we see a Texans game this morning? We'll see. We will get the full Texans schedule tonight. We'll keep you tuned. If we get any valid leaks, we will have them on the show for you today. Tom Brady said some really nice things about CJ Stroud. If you're a Texan fan, you're going to want to states, Dr. Salento, I'm about to say some nice things about him, as I always do, because he fixed that snoring noise. He fixed it. He got rid of it, and now I sleep great at night. I sleep phenomenally, and it's all because of Dr. Ben Salento. I had bad sleep apnea, bad snoring. It was bad for Amy, too, having to listen to me snore. If you're someone who suffers from any sort of sleep disorder, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring, has a comprehensive array of solutions where he can fix that for you. Sleep is the foundation for any other thing you want to do to improve the quality of your life. It begins with sleep. You got to fix the sleep first. And Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring, can do that. Sinus issues, allergy issues, he's done it all. He fixed my deviated septum last August. I breathe the other 16 hours of the day when I'm not sleeping. I breathe a whole lot better. He can do it all. DrBenSalento.com, 346-413-9313. That's 346-413-9313, or online at drbensalento.com.
If the new Texans rookies are looking for a role model in the locker room,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Up the middle, walk-off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
Sorry about that, Ben. I meant to put that as a bump into headlines. I put it in the wrong. Can you put it as a bump into headlines, Ben? I'm happy I'm happy to relive it. Victor Caratini with the walk-off last night. Yeah.
Caratini, when he was speaking to Julia, who was back in her normal spot down on the next to the dugout, she interviewed Caratini, and he was very polite, and yet it was very clear he wanted to get in and celebrate.
He did.
Yeah, he was working through the interpreter and just kind of giving very succinct answers. And as soon as she was done, he was boom into the dugout into the clubhouse.
That was the first time I've ever seen a post-game interview involving an interpreter. You may have noticed this, where Julia he understood the questions from Julia.
Yeah.
But he went to the interpreter, he spoke in Spanish to the interpreter, who then gave the answer. It was like a triangle, like Julia to Victor, Victor to interpreter, interpreter back to Julia, as opposed to the interpreter being the go-between on both ends. That was...
that must be the first time you've ever noticed it, because there are a lot of English well enough, it's just, but they don't want to get it... They don't want to screw up the answer, so they can understand, and like they probably, in a more laid-back environment, they can give it. But he's just like, I don't want to accidentally say kill the queen or something.
No, I know why they did it. I knew he wasn't doing it to be difficult. Like, you know what? I'm just going to get the interpreter involved here.
Yeah.
I just had never, noticed it before. Maybe I've seen it. I just never noticed it before.
He spoke to the interpreter, and then the interpreter said, "Yes, I have access to all of Victor Caratini's bank accounts, and if you would like me to place a wager, he would love to do that. I would gladly place a wager." Is that what you're asking, Julia?
Victor,
I'll place a wager.
What was he happiest about? That this closed out a 14 parlay for him tonight. That is what he was happiest about. All right.
I gotta go back. I'm not going to do it, but I hope somebody goes back through and tries to find like any telltale signs of Ohtani's interpreter botching it.
Someone will.
Yeah.
So someone's got to do research for this TV show that they're about to put together on it.
Well, I'm sure. Sorry, I'd have to go off on a huge tangent here, but I'm sure, obviously the people who speak the native tongue are the ones that notice this. People that are already bilingual. No. But this used to happen back when the government was trying to really put over the. I can't remember. It was the Iranian, the Ayatollah. Like, they wanted him in power at first. And they basically were giving fake interpretations of what he was saying. So people who spoke that dialect and, also English were like, what? What? No, that's not what he's saying. But there was no internet back then. So it was kind of like a bunch of people shouting at home, like, no, that's not what he's saying at all. He's saying some freak.
I feel this is a big opportunity right now for interpreters who are morally not morally bankrupt. You know what I mean? Interpreters with integrity. This is a big moment for them right now. They've got the leverage.
Before.
They've got the leverage.
That's probably always been one of the biggest factors in being an interpreter. Was having some level of credibility.
I understand, and yet Ipe Mizuhara has possibly created an opportunity to get a modest raise for all these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ain't never been caught in a lie.
All right, let's get to Tom Brady was on the Pivot podcast, dropped yesterday, and was asked, you're going to love this, Texan fans. He was asked, what young QBs out there do you really, really like? Take a guess as to which one Tom Brady loves.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from and all the expectations that he had and then what he's gone and put together last year with a lot of humility. And I could see, like, when I watch quarterbacks, the first thing I watch is, does he endear himself to his teammates? What are the things that he's saying? What are the things that he's doing to endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, it's not going to go. You're not going to play 20 years. Just not. Because the only way you're going to play is your teammates. Because there's only so much you could do. You can't, there's so many things I sucked at. But the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate. So you had to talk the right way, hang the right way, lose the right way, you know? And I think that's what the bonding, that's the gift in sports. Like, there's nothing better than being a great teammate. And if someone said, man, you were an unbelievable teammate, you'd be like, thank you, because they know you so intimately. You can't fool people in a locker room. You can't bullshit your way through a football season, but people really are going to know who you are if you show up early. You put the time in. They see you how you are when you win, right after the game when you lose, how you are the next day, how you approach the week after. Everyone in the media is firing at you. Brady, you suck. You did this. You did this. They're going to know who I am by the way that I approached the next week.
You know, it's interesting in sports.
Stuff, man. That is
in
really
sports,
good.
It's really a lot of being a leader in sports. I think it's almost like a matter of advanced maturation where, you know, most of us, we go through this cycle where in the 20s, you're very self-absorbed and driven, what have you. And then as you get a little bit older, you start to focus outward and you try to help other people and you just kind of learn that way. To be a quarterback in the NFL, ideally, you've got that outward focus in everything that Tom Brady was just talking about. When you're 22 years old, it's just hard to do. And you can read all the books on leadership you want, but it's different than, it's knowing like the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law. Like the spirit of leadership is really all about pouring into others. And you hear CJ talk a lot about humility, but the biggest thing that was kind of unique with CJ early on was when he was talking about how he looks at it as his responsibility to feed Tank Dell's family. You know, like that I need to do everything I can to help this guy out. Mm-hmm. And I think he's been over when he started at Ohio State, and Ryan Day really worked at him, and he really absorbed all those lessons. It's one of the more impressive things that he's done, I think, that doesn't show up on the stat sheet.
Yeah. He checks, as Brady's going through that, you know, and obviously CJ, talking about CJ was the impetus for listing all those qualities in a quarterback. As he's going through all those things, it all starts to rush back to you this season of all the examples of CJ in leadership, you know, whether it's at press conferences. I loved what Brady said about how you act in a loss. You know, anybody can be a leader after a win, but how you act after a loss. You know, CJ, you know, they went 0-2 to start the season. There were times where it wasn't great this year. They lost games they weren't supposed to. CJ was really good in those situations. Obviously, you think of the things like CJ inviting teammates over for dinner. Like those are things. So the one thing I think of, Seth, is when you talk about pouring into your teammates, when they started to get hit with injuries in the wide receiver room, especially the veteran guys like Noah Brown and Robert Woods, there was a story, may have come from CJ himself. I don't remember where it came from, but CJ it may have come from Nico Collins. CJ going to Nico and saying, "This is your room. Like, you got to take over this room. You know, like you've got to be." I'm totally paraphrasing, but basically telling Nico he needs to be more assertive. He needs to be more of a leader in that room. I think that's part of what Brady's talking about too. Is not just leading, but you know, like you said, pouring that into other guys as well.
Well, the other thing early on, where in those first two games, in the first game is against the Ravens, especially, it wasn't going all that hot. Dialing to see if he looked like he showed any frustration about the offensive line, because the offensive line was a mess. You're playing 4 backups by the end of that game, and it was very clear that he was not having any kind of an outward emotional response to that. Like he was not blaming anybody or finger pointing or anything, which is hard to do when you're getting
your ass
physically
kicked.
bludgeoned because your offensive line isn't any good.
6 times, yeah.
Right. So I think that was the first evidence, and that's another thing he's talked about, was really understanding and learning at Ohio State how many eyeballs were on him, and the body language is really, really important. Those are the kinds of things that, going back to Cam Newton, like Cam Newton, himself, like he's said this many times, somehow when somebody else says it, you get labeled as a hater. Cam Newton has talked about how his body language was bad in the first couple of years. Like he really had to learn that part of it in presenting a strong front, not overreacting or not being sullen on the sideline. There are a lot of quarterbacks in the league that don't get that. You know, Mitch Trubisky had read all these books on leadership and everything. How'd that work out for you? Like they were gushing about Mitchell Trubisky's leadership compared to some bum like Pat Mahomes, and because he could sit and use buzzwords in a meeting at the combine. Go die! My God.
Yeah, it's worked out just fine. It's worked out just fine on all 5 teams that he's been on so far in his NFL career.
He's a hell of a leader. All those teams cite him as the reason that they were able to propel themselves onto greater things.
Right. I do think like learning how to lose is a big deal for these guys. They didn't do much of it in college. Cam Newton never literally no. That is a big thing.
It's a hard thing, man. When all eyes are on you and you're getting all the blame for things that aren't your fault and everything.
Yeah,
that's the real. Again, you have to be mature beyond your years. And it's not something you can't just tell somebody, hey, be more mature.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever tried that with one of your children, but yeah, it's not so simple.
I've tried it. Yeah, I've plenty of proof it doesn't work. No, I've never done that. My 2 sons listen to the show. My sons listen to every minute of this show. You know how I know that, Seth? I got a text last night from Sammy while I was sleeping about Scantrons.
Oh yeah,
which we were talking about. Which we were talking about at 9:52 on the show yesterday.
Yeah, and one of our listeners said, hey, you guys, you know, your audience, most of your audience doesn't know what a Scantron is. Like, that's bogus.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Sammy has used a Scantron to do a test before.
I'll read the text. Scantron's still a thing, but everyone hates it when a professor uses Scantron instead of a computer because 80% of the tests, if they're multiple choice and essay sections, are just on a computer. Pretty much every computer test looks down all your browsers and apps, so Scantron is just a waste of paper. Also, you get a hard copy of the questions anyway, so Scantron is useless.
So you can use your computer, but the program that they use locks down everything else, so you're just on that. They can tell if you're... They're like MLB with the VPN.
Yes.
MLB will shut a VPN down quick.
I just want to be from Houston, okay? The Brady thing, I tell you what, listening to him talk about CJ, putting CJ aside for looking forward to Tom Brady, the broadcaster. He's emphatic with his opinions. Like, this is good stuff, right?
He's not going to be one of these milquetoast losers that doesn't want to offend anybody.
No.
He speaks his mind, man. He really, I'm more and more optimistic about him. Now, I say this, acknowledging I have an atrocious record when it comes to predicting whether or not somebody will be good as a color analyst, but I do have high hopes for Tom Brady. I hope that doesn't damn him.
He is looking forward to broadcasting, he said to these guys.
I've been so fortunate to have different opportunities, but I didn't know what any of those would be. So it's like I'm taking this broadcasting job, and like I'm really excited about that. It's really a good challenge. It's a way to still obviously love what we've loved for so long, but also like express exactly what you guys are doing here, different parts of you to express through your words and not through this physical part. We made our living being physical beings. Yeah, behind the scenes, we were communicative. We were teammates. It was very mental. It was very emotional. But now we have to actually use our voice. That's a different skill set. And, you know, it wasn't nonverbal communication. It's very verbal communication. So something like being a broadcaster on Fox, I'm really looking forward to that, among, you know, some other cool things that I've been really fortunate to be able to be a part of.
Yeah, you nailed it. I'm super optimistic about Brady, the broadcaster. I think he's going to be good.
Yeah, I think there's a couple things there. Is that, for one, I think when he compliments somebody on your team, you can take it as a genuine compliment, because I don't think he's just going to dole those out easily or quickly.
Yep.
I also think with Brady, I don't worry that just any ex-athlete in media, whether it's me or anybody else, if they start to lean too heavily on like, well, back when I played, you know, you got to be careful about that. You don't want to get it. I don't think I want Brady to talk as much as possible about himself and tell stories from the past. He's got 2 decades of really intriguing and very memorable historical moments that I will never begrudge him for going back and saying, well, back in my day or when we were in this situation. I think that'd be awesome.
Here's the rule. Okay. If you're if your team that you played for 2 decades just had a 10-episode documentary done about the footprint while you were there, you're allowed to talk about the time that you were playing. If you were on a team worthy of a 10-episode documentary, then tell away, baby.
Well, the other thing, too, is I don't think that Brady is ever going to fall into that trap of, like, well, you don't know because you didn't play the game.
Correct.
Like, because what I've always told guys is, like, listen, if you catch yourself saying you don't know because you didn't play the game, you don't understand what your current job is, which is exactly what Brady just said, which is like, no, you're in the communication business now. So your job is not to say you don't know because you didn't play the game. Your job is to explain, from my perspective, this is the way I understand it, and explain it that way.
Yep.
And use your words instead of just one shutdown, try to end the conversation because I got the trump card,
Yep, absolutely. All right, top of the hour, we will get to what we know so far about the schedule. I went back and did a little history lesson with the Texans. There's going to be some skill that is going to feel very very foreign to a lot of people. We'll explain that top of the hour. We got headlines. Astros win. We may be looking at a suspension for Ronel Blanco. We've got some college football news. We have a big debut in sports last night we'll get to in headlines as well. That's next. But first, Soup Mart, Gary.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, so the international schedule for the NFL is out. They just dropped it. They're doing a special edition of Good Morning Football this morning on the NFL Network. And I would say a mild surprise just based on some of the rumors that may have been swirling. The Texans will not be playing an international game this year, despite having two of their road opponents are hosting London games this year, Minnesota and Jacksonville. Here is the international schedule for the NFL. We already know about the Week 1 game in Brazil, Green Bay and Philadelphia. That's been on the books for a while now. The 3 London games are going to be played in back-to-back-to-back weeks, weeks 5, 6, and 7. 3 games in London, weeks 5, 6, and 7. Minnesota will be hosting the New York Jets. So the NFL is really hoping Aaron Rodgers is still healthy in Week 5. The next week, Jacksonville will be playing Chicago. So Caleb Williams is going to be playing a London game in his rookie year. And then the following week, Jacksonville will head to Wembley Stadium and host the New England Patriots. So Jacksonville stays over there. They did this last year with the Jags. They stay over there for 2 weeks. They're technically a road team in one of the games, and then they're a host team in the other. Last one, Seth, before we get your thoughts. 3 weeks later in Week 10, the poor people, are we trying to piss off Germany? The poor people of Munich are getting the Giants and the Carolina Panthers. Daniel Jones versus Bryce Young.
You never know. Hey, in this day and age, you just never know. Those teams might be leading their divisions in their conference by that point.
We should know this here, right? I shouldn't have said that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Giants, just in that probably having a big market team is a good idea. I'm intrigued by them playing 3 straight weeks in London. Now, with part of that is that Jacksonville, Jacksonville, if they're going to play 2 international games, obviously you don't want the team to go over there and back twice in 1 year. So that part makes sense. If Jacksonville's going to play 2, they're back to back. But you do kind of wonder, all right, are they kind of priming the pump that eventually someday, if they don't have an actual team in London, they can at least have almost have like a surrogate team by playing every single week in London and like creating an NFL season over there.
See. Yeah.
Which is actually better than any NFL city has. No, there's not an NFL city that gets any more than 9 home games in the regular
9
season.
At the most, yeah.
But having 4 games in Europe, all within 5 weeks of each other.
Yeah,
that's interesting. That's maybe they're just going to continue. At the very least, if it's not London itself, maybe they're working on expanding towards 17 games in Europe over the course of the season.
Yeah, I'm kind of bummed the Texans aren't going over there just because it's something different. But purely from a practicality standpoint, like of the things people were hoping for, Seth, with the Texans, two have been squashed so far. There are a lot of people hoping for the opener against Kansas City in Kansas City, and there were a lot of people hoping they'd play either Minnesota, and mostly because it's fun. Not because it's optimal to try to go win 12 games this year. Like this, to me, those are both things that are very difficult tasks. Winning the opener in Kansas, I know Kansas City lost their opener last year. It's still not optimal to go play.
It's hard
there.
to beat the Chiefs.
Yes,
okay? I don't care how bad they look at times during the regular season.
Right, and they're going to have to do it eventually. But in the opener, where they're raising that banner, and when you're assimilating these new pieces that the Texans are.
The one big thing about the Chiefs this year is that likely no Rashee Rice.
That's true. At least early, yeah. So. And then going to London, having to go over to London is probably not something. Let's pretend there was no football game, but the players just said to management, "Hey, let's go to London for a couple of weeks in the middle of the season." How's that sound?
Right. Yeah, we know how much we love it when our receiving group goes down during the playoffs to party in Miami.
Right.
Let's kick it up a notch and go all the way over to London or something. I'm surprised that in all these years of playing in London now, we don't have any word, at least publicly, of an anchor baby being over there. Like I thought at the very least there'd be somebody over there like, hey, get my socialized medicine for the rest of my life.
That's it.
Just have my little anchor baby over there in England.
That's
maybe get
great.
some dual citizenship.
That's beautiful. So there's your international schedule. Full schedule release tonight at 7:00. We'll have you covered. I'm sure the guys tonight on Area 45 will have it covered. And we, as a station on social media, will be all over the schedule release tonight. So know that.
Up the middle, walk off for the second time this year.
go. Mr. Walkoff, Victor Caratini. Astros win 2-1 last night against the A's. They've won 5 out of 6. Framber Valdez going tonight. Things are feeling good, except for the fact that Ronel Blanco, who's been the Astros' best starting pitcher so far this year, ejected after 3 innings last night for foreign substance on his pitching hand. And he had his pitching hand, but in his glove also. Yeah. Here's Joe Espada after the game saying, "Looked like rosin to me."
So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove, there was some the rosin. You know, you're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand, and that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat, but that's what it looked to me.
So the big thing here is that whether it was rosin or not, you're not allowed to have the rosin on your left forearm, which is where Urquidy had put it. And Urquidy was very open about that.
Blanco.
He said hold on, I got to write my little check mark down that I messed up a name again. Okay. Same name, but second mistake of this show.
Yep.
Trying to eradicate the name errors, everybody. Help me out with this. So the fact that Blanco was using the Vaseline on his left arm at all is illegal, whether it was rosin or not, or something, if it was spider tag or something. And he says that he didn't know that. They had examined his glove earlier in the game. This time, the first base ump went out and did it at the mound at the beginning of the inning. And I think he's game suspension simply for that. Even if it's not, if they send it to the commissioner's office, they run it through a mass spectrometer and they find nothing but rosin and sweat, then I think he's still going to get suspended. So we gotta buckle up for how many? What do they have? 20 games? 20 games in 21 days?
21 games in 22 days.
21 games in 22 days.
Yeah.
At which the Astros had been planning on using a 6-man rotation.
Yeah.
That gets tested a little bit now.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, we'll see what Joe Espada does to juggle that. They need another guy.
I think just for Blanco's own credibility, I suppose. I hope that if it is just rosin, they release that publicly because he was on an all-star pace. I would hate for this to somehow keep him from making the all-star game or something.
Like he's a cheater or something like. Yeah. Exactly. Framber on the mound tonight. The Astros try to clinch the series and then let's go for the sweep on Thursday. College football, the opening weekend, the game to kickoff times have been announced for some of the big games, including, a lot of you Aggies very excited for this game. I'm very excited for this game. Seth, as an honorary Aggie, I know you're very excited that your Aggies are hosting my Notre Dame Fighting Irish in a game that will be A, in primetime on ABC, and B, where College Game Day will be for week 1 of the college football season. So
I'm happy for the Aggies also just because it's one extra game where they don't have to sit in the heat at noon on a Saturday.
Yep.
So, this is big. That's,
it'll be delightful at 6:30 on a Saturday.
it's always different. Just time out in the sun and I don't get if it's 95 degrees and cloudy, I'd take that over 75 and sunny.
Amen.
It just the sun beating down on you is what crushes you.
Yep, no doubt. So that'll be August 31st. That'll be in prime time. That'll be a whole lot of fun. Caitlin Clark made her WNBA regular season debut last night. The Indiana Fever lose to the Connecticut Sun 92-71. She struggled out of the chute. Caitlin Clark did finish with 20 points. The Caitlin effect, though, as far as the off the court for the league, is in full effect. The most wagered on game in WNBA history last night. Caitlin Clark's debut. Yep. And the get-in price at the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut, where the Sun play their games, the get-in price for the game was $103. Just for some context, the get-in price for the next home game for the Connecticut Sun, $17. So, so, I mean, we're talking like 6 times the price.
The trajectory of Caitlin Clark's career will be interesting. If you think back to, like, Jordan, I don't think at the time anybody expected Jordan to transform the game of basketball the way he did in terms of its national prominence. But it wasn't like he started off right out of the gate being that guy.
Right.
It was a few years. So it's a matter of, like, maybe sustaining some of that momentum through the first few years.
Yep.
Sean, as a gambler, you know this stuff a lot better than I do, but I do know this, that a lot of times, like, the public doesn't affect the line as much as people sometimes think it does, unless it's a really highly publicized the novice gamblers in there. So I'm guessing the sharps are betting against Caitlin Clark a lot. Like, I'm guessing the line is skewed towards Caitlin Clark. So there's some opportunity there in betting against Caitlin Clark.
There's no doubt. She was under on her individual prop bet for points.
Yeah.
Those things get inflated. People, the casuals, it was the most wagered on game, not because all the sharks were getting there, because all the casuals, to your point, were betting on it. Yeah, there's no value if you're looking to bet. If you're looking to bet anything positive about Caitlin Clark, there's very little value at this stage.
I just remember it was McGregor versus Mayweather. The line was way skewed more towards McGregor than the handicappers would have it, and the sharps feasted on that.
Yep.
So this will be an opportunity over these first few games if you're looking to get some action. Even if you love Caitlin Clark, there's a chance that the line is artificially inflated right now.
That's right. You can love her and still win money. We call that an emotional hedge. That's all that is.
Yeah. I love houses, but I wish I had shorted the housing market back in 2007.
There you go.
Come on.
Schedules.
I wish I had shorted my own house back in 2007.
It happens. No leaks yet about the Texans schedule-wise. We've got the international schedule. We'll touch on that again, but schedule stuff we know for tonight, and really the best part about tonight that we'll touch on as well. We'll get you all set up for that coming up next. But first, hey, speaking of Caitlin Clark, did you take advantage of that free square last night for Prize Picks? Where else?
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So we know this. We found out within the last 15 minutes or so the Texans will not be playing an international game. There was a chance they could play Minnesota or Jacksonville in London. That is not happening, that's fine. They're not playing the opener in Kansas City either. I would say this, Seth. I've got a lot of schedule thoughts here that we'll get to. Schedule releases tonight at 7 p.m. I think this makes it pretty much a lock that the Texans are going to be playing Dallas on Thanksgiving. I feel like the Texans are going to be in one of these primo slots. You know, I'm not just talking about a Monday Night Football game in Week 3 or a Sunday night game in Week 13 or something like that. Like one of these high-profile Thanksgiving season opener, London. The Texans are just too sexy a team right now to not be in one of those spots. So I think Thanksgiving at Dallas feels, which would be my first choice out of all those, if I could.
I think if and it's not even as much the Texans as it is CJ Stroud. I think that's getting down to a point in the season too where versus CJ Stroud could be really interesting. I guess my only counterpoint to that would be that two counterpoints. There are a lot of other juicy matchups that could be had with Dallas on Thanksgiving Day. They would also be, hugely interesting to other people. But B, what if they figure, all right, we really want to see the Texans play the Cowboys down in the last few weeks of the season?
Maybe.
When you're setting it up for, you're setting up for the playoffs. I don't know. Last year, the Cowboys demonstrated last year they were a team that would continually disappoint late in clutch games, late in the season. I don't know if they factor that into it at all.
Yeah, I don't either. I do think this, if it's not on Thanksgiving, it's going to be in prime time somewhere. The Texans and the Cowboys. I don't think the Texans and the Cowboys play at noon on a Sunday in Week 11 or something like that.
Well, the other part, the thing that makes it interesting with the Cowboys too, Sean, third counterpoint, is that they draw good ratings no matter who they're playing.
Yeah.
So they might say, look, Cowboys versus a stick with some mud on it is going to get ratings on Thanksgiving Day. Let's save the Cowboys versus Texans for a different weekend where we can juice the ratings, or maybe some of the other matchups aren't so great.
Your point is valid because they played the Commanders last year, and it was the most watched regular season game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're absolutely right. Those are all good points. Part of it's wishful thinking for me, admittedly. Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to, you're just looking at through a Houstonian's filter.
I am. I've been told, though, to state your opinions with confidence in this genre. It's better than going, I think there's a 33% chance. I feel like 40% strong. Yeah.
Those are the old rules, man.
Okay.
Yeah, people want discussion more than hot takes these days.
They want wishy-washy.
Not wishy-washy, but just actually have a discussion about something instead of... because people can fact check you. Back in the glory days of radio is when people didn't have the internet at their disposal.
Yeah.
Certainly not right in the palm of their hands.
Now.
You could just say whatever the hell you wanted. And people are like, oh, wow.
I know, yeah.
Sean Pendergast said the sky is purple. So it's got to be purple.
He sounds smart. ESPN is promoting tonight's schedule release with these cool movie posters. Like graphics, like a movie poster graphic of 4 what they're calling reunion games, like Saquon going back to Saquon against the Giants. I forget, there's like one or two. One of them is Stephon Diggs and the Buffalo Bills going against each other. I feel like this is a pretty strong statement that ESPN, ABC would be getting these games, which would mean that they are on Monday night, right? It would seem odd for ESPN to be promoting games that are going to be on other people's networks.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I feel strongly, not a lock, but strongly, that Bills-Texans is going to be a Monday Night Football game this year.
Yep, they've got a picture of Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen.
Yes.
Both on there. Yeah, they got a picture of Josh Allen and just looking like he was wearing they took a photo of Stephon Diggs from a practice.
Yeah.
So that's an insult.
Yeah.
So, but other than that, I would say very good chance.
Okay,
yes,
I would say so too.
The only thing that annoys me about that is the way the Bills fans travel and take over sections of Midtown when for their block parties and everything.
They're coming here at some point, so why not on Monday night?
I get annoyed because my brother-in-law comes down for these games.
Oh, really?
Whenever the Bills play in Houston, my brother-in-law comes down. And the last time before that playoff game, I was at one of these Bills block parties, and it annoyed me. I left early. I was like, yeah, you're on your own.
Yeah.
Hang out with your cronies.
Were you worried about being spotted at a Bills party? Like you were some sort of mole or something like that? Or?
Yeah, I was, so I got in a fight just in case.
Yes, just to
be sure that, if any of this leaks, that they see that I was representing.
Right. Battle red from head to toe.
I did the old Moe and Curly. Where you poke a guy in the eyes.
Stoink him, yeah.
But I did it while throwing the H. I did it with the H.
Oh.
I did a poink right there.
Yeah, it's basically a pitchfork.
Yeah.
H
to the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Some factoids here for Texan fans as we get ready for the schedule release tonight. Before the Saturday game last season, the Saturday night game at Indianapolis in Week 18 to clinch the playoff spot, prior to that, the Texans had played 25 consecutive noon Sunday kickoffs. They had nothing but noon Sunday kickoffs, not just for the entirety of last season, but for the whole second half of the season before. It's going to feel weird for you and I to be doing pregames at some time other than 9 o'clock in the morning.
The one thing I could say about that is we probably maybe increased our market share amongst early risers on the West Coast.
Yes.
Maybe there's more people out in the West. It's like, yeah, I can rely on the Texans. I can wake up, have a light breakfast, go for a run, and then go watch the Texans.
There you go. How about this? The last time the Texans played on Monday Night Football it'll be 5 years ago come opening week this weekend. The last time they played on Monday Night Football was that season opener, the season opener against the Saints where Deshaun Watson engineered that touchdown drive with 37 seconds left in the game on 2 plays. Remember that?
Yeah.
2 plays, he engineered a touchdown drive to take a lead, and then Aaron Colvin happened on a short route, and what's the kicker's name? Lutz. Will Lutz hit a 57-yard field goal, and the Texans found a way to lose that game. That's the last time.
Previously, the guy who the year before had been the best slot cornerback in all of football came in and decided to play 15 yards off the ball on 3rd and 5. Yeah.
The best slot corner playing in between A.J. Boye and Jalen Ramsey. He was the best slot corner.
Yes, that was the one little part of that.
A little caveat. He didn't get to bring either of them with him. But how crazy is that, Seth? It's been 5 years since we've had a Monday Night Football game. I don't know when the last home Monday Night Football game was. That was a road one. 2018, I'm assuming, was the last time there was a home Monday Night Football game. So it's been a while, man. The last Sunday Night Football game was Week 13 of that same season, 2019, against the Patriots. The Patriots, remember they had 15 guys with the flu?
Yeah. Brady was flipping out on the sideline, telling his guys not just to run faster, but to be faster.
Yeah.
He wanted them to somehow change their genetics on the sideline. He was, be faster.
Right.
Basically, choose different parents. Go back in time and have somebody faster than your schmuck father.
Yes.
Oh.
Manipulate your chromosomes, by God. Come on.
That was in my mind, it's always been that the Patriots had. I've convinced myself that they had the first variants of COVID in America, and they were
pretty close.
They were the patient 0 through 53.
Pretty close. It was 6 months later or whatever it was. But yeah, I think it's funny Like you're talking about Brady flipping out on the sidelines. We played that cut from Brady earlier in the show where he talked about, hey, you got to be a great teammate, and you really got to take losing well, and you got to encourage, and you got to be a leader. I don't think it's a coincidence that this was coming at the tail end of when Brady was done with the Patriots. Like, I'm done being a good teammate. You got me these scrubs as my wide receiver. He was in Tampa the next season after this. We need to point that out. Be faster. Yeah. So, so it's been a while since the Texans have played a primetime game in anything other than a flex or a league-mandated primetime game, because they did play a bunch of Thursday night games during Cully. One per year. They stopped that rule last year. As we learned here in Houston, you don't have to play a Thursday night game anymore. But for a while they did, and they weren't good on Thursdays either for the last.
What do you prefer?
Years.
Try to forget that you do a post game show and then turn around and do a 6 a.m. morning radio show. If you could forget all of that, do you prefer Sunday night or Monday night games as a fan?
Oh boy, as a fan.
Because on Monday you only have to do a 2-hour show during the season. So on Tuesdays you're gonna. So after a Sunday night game, you don't. It's a 2-hour show. It's easy. But after a Monday night game, you have to do a 4-hour show.
Yeah. That would be the answer if I was the radio host answering this. I would say Monday, because that gives you all day Sunday to just sit around and watch football.
Yeah.
You're not in the middle of the afternoon games going, I got to get over to the tailgate. You get
to be the cherry on top.
Yes. Yeah. And you take a day off too, probably, right? You take a vacation day that day.
Mm-hmm.
You got a nice long weekend of football. So I would say Monday night would be mine. What about you?
I like Monday night. Yeah. It's still, I know a lot of people say, well, Sunday nights become the more marquee game or what have you. I don't know, and I don't know what the television ratings reflect or anything. It's Monday freaking night football.
Yeah, you and I are children.
It's all the memories of your youth.
Yeah, you and I are children of the Monday night football era for sure. So when the schedule comes out tonight, if it feels weird seeing all these 7:30 starts and days that begin with M and T and things like that, no Sunday very fewer Sunday games. That's why it's been a while. Mike Florio and Chris Sims had a show, might have been last week, but recently, of teams they want to see in primetime when the schedule comes out. So they draft back and forth. They draft teams. The number 1 overall pick went to Chris Sims. Who did he take?
So who do we want to see the most in primetime this year?
Yeah.
That is our draft for today. Sir, you are away.
I mean, I'm going to go with them right off the bat. Houston. I want to see them this year. I want to see them how they handle this. CJ Stroud. Of course. It's the greatest rookie year we ever saw other than Dan Marino. It looks like he's ready to take the league by storm. They are a young football team. They got better. They're one of the teams that won the offseason. So, yeah, I know they're leading off the segment here, but they're no joke. Well, definitely one of the teams I want to see more of this year because of the quarterback, the style of play in which they play is fun, and I want to see if they can kind of handle the pressure of the primetime moments.
Well, and they've got games at home against the Ravens, Bills, Dolphins, Lions, and Bears. They're on the road against the Chiefs, Cowboys, Packers, and Vikings. They have plenty of games, and that's not even counting their 6 divisional games, which are always tough matchups. A lot of great games to choose from to move around on the chessboard, whether it's late afternoon or evening or short week or whatever.
Right.
I want to see Texans-Cowboys in that 4:30 p.m. kick on
Thanksgiving. Oh, I know you do. I know.
I think the biggest thing is Florio reeled off all of those names of opponents. The biggest thing that really helps the Texans this year to complement CJ Stroud quarterbacks and the Texans. The reason the Texans have one of the toughest schedules in the league on paper is that they face a lot of really good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So the CJ Stroud versus Lamar Jackson matchup, or the CJ Stroud versus Dak Prescott, or any of the other matchups, that all but guarantees that the Texans are going to have even more primetime games than the expected team success or the trajectory of the Texans. It's really more about CJ Stroud versus the other quarterback.
Yeah. There's very few graphics when they go to promote these matchups that has somebody other than the two, like even the average quarterbacks. Like Jared Goff is empirically probably like the 7th best player on the Lions, and he's the face that's on all the graphics. It's a quarterback-driven thing for sure.
That's why the Titans are kind of still SOL. Nobody's like Will Levis could end up being all pro every year. He's got a punchable face. I don't know. He's got a Tony Romo face.
Yeah.
If there's no matter how good they get, maybe if he could end up being awesome, there's going to be a part that holds the average fan back a little bit because they're like, oh, I would not want that guy dating my sister. Oh,
yes.
Oh, I hate him.
Yes.
I hate him.
Are you a schedule release video enthusiast? Do you enjoy the videos that the teams put out?
I like them when they're good. Yeah, like the Titans. Yeah. I know the Titans had a really good one last year.
I like them when they're horrible too. Like I'm not even joking. Like I need one end. I don't need them to be in the middle. Like the ones where people totally hate them. But the Titans one. Yes, the Titans one last year, and it was so much less intricate than the ones all these teams try to do. You know, these teams.
It was right. It was like the general rule is either make it super professional or make it look like your funny buddy took the video, and they did the funny buddy video.
Man on the street. I mean, they basically walked up. They walked around Nashville what looked like on a Saturday night because they walked up to several bachelorette parties and did this. Yeah. But they showed the logo of the Titans' opponent, and they had the person guess who it was. And obviously, very few of them were like diehard football fans. Some of them weren't even they showed a Bengals logo, like the big B with the tiger stripes, and they were like the Boston Breakers. And then they would flash up right after that the logo with Boston Breakers, Week 8. It was funny.
I liked it also because the Titans were self-aware enough to poke fun at how stupid their own residents were.
Yes.
Like, hey, look at all these idiots that don't even know the logos, right?
Yes.
It wasn't like they went to Broadway in New York City and did it or anything.
No.
They took a lot of people, some of whom may have been from out of town, but largely they were people who were married to their cousins from Tennessee. It was amazing they could even get the actual words, the false words out of their mouth.
What was the hotkey we were going to tell Ben to get?
The one about cousin marriage.
First cousin marriage. Yeah. No,
we got a hotkey for. I had asked him to do a hotkey for Indianapolis that I had.
He estimated that just the residents of Indianapolis ate about 2,000 a year.
Right.
Yeah. It was from a podcast about the. Indianapolis in the year 2023.
2,000 pounds of cow manure. Ugh.
That was actually it was on one of those NPR podcasts, but it was about like food safety back when they started making regulations before they made regulations for food safety.
Yeah.
Just how crazy and disgusting a lot of the big companies were.
What do you think the Texans video is going to be? They leaned pretty heavy into the hip hop community last year, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something with that.
Yeah. Do you think?
What was the theme of the? What were the biggest themes of the uniform release?
The players were a big part of that, like in that glass dome thing that they had there. Yeah, there was.
They haven't really gotten snarky the way some other accounts. Some NFL accounts have started getting snarky the way NBA accounts are. Yeah. I don't see the Texans going quite there just yet.
Yeah, I think it was the Chargers did theirs almost like a roast last year, which was really funny. Yeah, they found something to make fun of each of their opponents. Pretty bold for a team that ended up going 5-12, but
was it the Rams that did like an anime theme a couple years ago that was very well received?
I don't know if it was the Rams, but I remember the schedule release you're talking about. I remember it existing. Do you think? Okay, here's a question. Do you think Sketch makes an appearance in the Texans schedule release video?
Oh, okay. You know what? I bet it's something like that. I bet part of the schedule release, because you've got 17 opportunity. I bet at least 5 will be social media content creators who you don't even know who they are.
But who will?
Including Sketch. A lot of people still don't know who Sketch is.
Right.
I barely do, but just because he's done some things with the Texans.
Right.
Yeah, I think.
This is football!
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, and then he'll share it to his 3 million followers. Like, that's a good strategy, Yeah. That's a good strategy.
Maybe Deshaun's girlfriend. She was a big ex-girlfriend, right? Didn't they break up?
No, they're still together.
Oh, they're still together?
Yeah.
I thought there was a
lull on social media for a while, but they're at least as of like a couple of weeks ago, they're back together.
Look, that's her job. She's a social media creator. That'd be awesome. If
That's
they
his
talked her
job,
into
too.
doing
What
something.
are you talking about? That's her job. That's his job right now, too. He's more of an influencer on Instagram than he is a quarterback in the last 2 years.
I wish they could just go through back channels and ask her to do it without Deshaun even knowing.
Oh, man. That would be beautiful. Do you have a preference on who the Texans open with now that we know they're not going to play? We know they're not going to play the Jets. We know they're not going to play the Packers. We know they're not going to play the Chiefs or Ravens because their dance card is occupied on week 1. They're not going to play the Cowboys. The Cowboys are playing the Browns week 1. The possibilities are at home, the Bears, the Bills, the Lions, or the Dolphins. If they were to play away, it would be the Vikings or the Patriots. And then obviously they could play do you have a preference in any of those?
Okay, the Patriots, even though they're a completely different team in almost every way, I wouldn't mind seeing the Patriots if it has to be away.
Yeah, you're starting off 1-0 too in that game, also.
And I kind of want to start with Did you say the Colts are still available, right?
Yeah, all the division games are
games are available.
Yep.
I want to go with the Colts. I want the Colts early and often.
Okay. Here?
They're probably, I think they'll probably end up going, Colts towards the end of the season twice, like the way they typically do, given the excitement level, which I'd be A-okay with because I don't expect Anthony Richardson to make it through the season.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, who's the backup up there right now?
It's Joe Flacco, actually.
That's right, Flacco. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I want the Colts late in the season. Yeah. But if it can't be late in the season twice, then I would love to see them game 1.
Yeah.
Because last year, the second week of the season, it didn't go so well. It was one of the low moments where a lot of people who had pepped themselves up for the Texans kind of got deflated real quick with a non-showing versus the Colts. I would love to just get that right out of the gate and beat the Colts.
I like it. My preference would be, one, the Bears. I think would be fun to get Caleb Williams in his debut as opposed to getting Caleb Williams in week 14. That's kind of my rule with rookie quarterbacks, Seth, is get them early. So you maybe get Caleb Williams at home in week 1. Plus, that's a very winnable game. If they play the Bills in primetime, being on, the Monday Night Football game is already spoken for. I don't think they're doing a doubleheader for the first weekend of Monday Night Football. Time would be fun for week 1. Sunday Night Football is still not spoken for yet in week 1. They've not announced who's playing on Sunday Night Football yet.
I don't want to do Monday Night Football in week 1 because then all of a sudden you've got a short week right out the gate.
Schedule's all messed up. Yeah, that's
at least if it was, as the graphic hinted, that there's a very good chance the Bills are going to play the Texans on Monday Night Football. At least it would be a home Monday night game. So the road Monday night game is where it feels like it kind of screws you.
I'm with you on Patriots on the road. Get a nice W to start off the season. Get a road game out of the way. Play them in September, not December when it's snowing outside up there. That would be better.
Good call.
Right?
Yeah.
As far as the build-up, because whoever your opponent is in week 1, that's the opponent you're probably talking about the most leading up to the season. There's a build-up to it. Hell, you've got 2 weeks where there's nothing going on leading up to the first week after training camp is over and guys get a few days off and Labor Day weekend is there. I would take the Titans in week 1. I think that would be the most fun. Get the two owners snapping at each other a little bit. Hannah and Amy Adams Strunk snapping at each other for 6 weeks leading up to that thing, right?
Wear your H-Town blue uniforms right out the gate. Yeah, that would be good.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun.
That'd be fun. So that's
maybe University of Houston could wear their
yes
illegal colors that same week.
Yes.
I'm saying illegal in air quotes because the Titans are trying to play big bully to the University of Houston. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Payne and Pendergast with you. So there's kind of your primer on where we're at with the schedule. We'll through the games at the 8 at 8, but just know that the Texans will not be playing a London game this year. It looked like they might be. They will not be. Tom Brady was on the Pivot podcast. It dropped yesterday. I thought this was interesting. They asked him about the roast. We've played a lot of audio from the roast. Brady did not like the way that the roast affected his kids.
I loved when the jokes were about me. I thought they were so fun. I didn't like the way that it affected my kids. So it's the hardest part about the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way and then all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way that it affected actually the people that I care about the most in the world.
And I guess they didn't take any direct shots at his kids, making fun of his kids, but I guess it's probably hard for the kids. It's hard for the kids to not hear stuff from the roast in 2024 because it's all out there on social media, right?
Yeah.
And B, it's probably hard to hear your parents being made fun of within the context of infidelity and jokes about you. Hey, your dad left you and stuff like. I mean, they were being sarcastic.
Yeah, I mean, basically, or your mom's new boyfriend potentially having had an affair.
Right.
Or at least that's what the theme of the jokes made about it were. That's on Brady. He should have known better.
Sure.
He's a fan of roast. Jeff Ross talked about how Brady loves roast, and that's why he didn't personally take any of it personal or anything. I do think, like, the roasts have changed. It's turned into this free-for-all where anything is fair game. And I think it's kind of an offshoot of what's happened with social media. Like, the whole concept of what's fighting words. It's gone from, like, back in the day, you were a real man if somebody insulted you, so you challenged them to a duel to the death. Like, now it's turned into like, no, you're a real man if you can get insulted, if somebody can insult you and it doesn't affect you at all emotionally.
Yeah.
It's the way social media has changed everything. It's a show of strength to not get upset or bothered by stuff like that. And I think that, Brady was probably just thinking kind of, I don't know if selfish is the right word, but he hadn't thought about the fact that, everything is fair game, except he did stand up to protect Bob Kraft before he stood up to protect his children.
Yeah, that's true.
That was the one person. The one time he stood up to prevent there being any material, it was about Bob Kraft.
Yep.
He wasn't so concerned about his children hearing Giselle Jiu-Jitsu instructor jokes in the moment.
No. Yeah. Text message, I question Brady's intelligence if he didn't think about his kids beforehand in regards to the roast. Yeah, I mean, Brady's a smart guy, but, like, just maybe the self-awareness, to know, like, if you like roast so much, you know what's going to happen in this thing,
this is one of the things about having kids. There's lots of things you like doing, but then once you have a kid, like, I got to change some of the things I like doing, I guess. Damn.
Do you think Brady is so lacking in self-awareness that it never dawned on him that Giselle was cheating on him with the jiu-jitsu instructor?
Was that the first he'd heard of?
That's the first he's finding out, like,
I was like, wait a second.
Now that you mention it.
It dawned on me. Gosh, they did spend a lot of time together, didn't they?
Strange that all of her lessons were at 10:30 p.m.
That in the back of the alimony hearing, I heard him say, "Cha-ching!"
I was wondering why he was even there to begin with.
That doesn't work because I doubt that he's paying her any alimony.
No.
I think she's richer than he is. Right?
She might be.
Yeah.
Text message, Tommy, just kiss your kids on the mouth and tell them it's okay.
Yeah, I kiss. That's weird. I never thought that. It was like that time I kissed my kid for 4 seconds on the mouth, and people made a big deal out of it.
That's funny.
This is a guy that once, remember, he stopped going on his Boston radio show because, like, the nighttime host had said that his kids were acting like little piss ants on during the Facebook documentary.
Yeah,
which was like it wasn't like he was saying specifically, yes, his daughter Judy is a pissant.
Right.
He was just saying, like, they were being like little pissants, the way kids are sometimes.
Yep.
If you've got kids and they've never been a pissant, then you don't know kids. Well, that's why they're kids. They don't know how to act like people yet.
It's true. Well, we know Brady can get angry. I thought this was interesting. This is from the Pivot podcast with Tom Brady. You talked about this yesterday, Seth, about how when we were talking about Brady and his broadcasting career, you compared him to Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio, like these old school guys that get amped up and pissed when things aren't going the right way, right?
Yeah, and they were like still super protective of their legacy and their reputation and everything.
Yeah, here was Brady on how his anger gave him more focus.
I think it was when you're out there on the field, that was a gladiator persona for all of us. And I have to be that person anymore, which was good because I didn't want to be that person in my everyday life. So I just feel like anger was the one thing I could always tap into that would get me way more focused. And even when I would get mad at my teammates or myself, it was always about how do I get my focus and concentration better, make a faster read, a better throw, more locked in on a coverage. Man, if I could get myself all riled up, oh man, I'm going to be focused. Because the last thing I want to do is just go out there and bullshit around like, and then throw the ball and get one of my receivers blown up. So it was like I had to do that.
Yeah, football is really good. When done properly, it just teaches you how to actually create and use genuine anger, and then let it go. You know, it's just always, the test is always, okay, not carrying that over into your regular life.
Right.
But yeah, that's, anger's an interesting emotion, and like when it's useful versus when it's potentially destructive. Obviously, he had a pretty good balance for that. I remember watching him at West Virginia when the Texans were at training camp with him, and man, I've never seen anybody flip out so hard, like a non-coach flip out over a 7-on-7 drill. You know, just things didn't go well, and he was and that's the kind of stuff that, how do you maintain an edge in August when you're in your 10th or 11th or 12th NFL season? You just bringing that edge and that anger to it can be very useful.
Yep. Here's another one from Brady. Ben, let's hit 4 here. Talking about learning about not being in control all the time.
I was in control. I wanted to make sure we were in the right formation line. We were going on my cadence. I was going to throw the ball where I wanted to. I had so many things that were in my control. I loved flying the plane, being the operator. I think what you realize in life is you're not in control that much. And like, what do I need to do more in my life? I need to be better with less control. And I got to be better operating in that gray area. I can't be so anxious when things aren't going exactly the way that I want. I don't sleep. I don't eat. I don't work out. I get angry when I'm not in complete control. And like, think about it, all this hardwired for all these years. Like, coach, I want to run these plays. When I was a senior in college, I went in before the Ohio State game, and I was like, must have been 6:30 a.m. on the Thursday before the game. And I walk into the coaching office during a staff meeting, and I'm like, Coach, I want this. These are the plays I want to run. I like this. This is. And he's like, go to bed. And I look at myself back then, and I was like, what was going on with me? Like, it was so much of like, I wanted it to go so well that I felt like if I tried to control everything, then it would go well. But the reality is that's not life. What goes well is really what's inside of you. I need work on that.
Now that is pretty self-aware for a guy in his mid-late 40s right there.
Right, yeah, he's a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest things about leaving a really structured existence, like playing football, or if you're in the military or anything like else, where it's super, super structured, is that, you have this fantasy of just having all this free time, and then you realize really quickly, like, oh, God, I kind of need some limit. Limits can make you happy. It's hard to be happy without any limits and constraints. And that first year out, he's doing all kinds of stuff right now. When he was in that interview with Blend Dude, he started talking about what he does on a day-by-day basis, and it made me stressed out because it sounded like a whole lot of fun and interesting different projects and everything. But man, that overloads real quickly.
Oh, like what? I didn't see the interview. Like, is he?
Oh, he was just talking about, like, he's got some kind of initiative he's doing with Michael Rubin for just, helping people out, helping people with their performance. And, he's got the different media endeavors and some other business that he mentioned.
Just a lot of things.
And it's all really interesting stuff. But for somebody like Brady, who wants to be all about high performance, there needs to be a hyper focus on that. And I would imagine over time, like, especially if he gets into broadcasting and he really likes it, he's probably going to eliminate some of the extra ventures on the side and everything and just zero in on one thing.
Maybe either that or hire good people to run them for you. That's what I'd be curious about. Like, someone like that who has so much going on, who has all the resources in the world, like how many people does he have working for him? Like he's got to have a personal assistant, right?
Right. Well, and that's where that becomes like, okay, what are his goals? If his goal is to be a billionaire or to have like $10 billion or something, then yes, 100%. He's got to create a corporation around himself. Yeah. If it is just to genuinely excel at one thing, then I could see him maybe not worrying as much about delegating other things or anything, because that's still. It's nice to say, oh, I'll just delegate it. It takes a lot of energy to delegate. Well, it takes a lot of setup time to delegate.
And you got to find the right person to delegate to. That's the hardest part,
Yeah. It's not like from all responsibility to it. It can at first, but
if you delegate it to a bad person, it makes it worse. It makes it all harder. Creates work. Last one from Brady.
That's why go ahead.
Last one from Brady here. Takes a shot at the Jags. I was kind of about this. He said the Pats are all about the team, and he makes some comparisons here.
Coach Belichick was the team. And that was 28 years where it really wasn't my voice. It was the team's voice. And I felt like, as the leader of the team, well, this is how we should do it. And in a lot of ways, I like that because it does. I thought we always did a good job of doing our best to keep the distractions at a minimum. You know, when you have different factions within a team, positive or negative, I don't ever think like that's the clearest path to success. The team it's very challenging to go beat the Steelers, to beat the Dolphins. Not Jacksonville, isn't it? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Freddie, you know I love you.
I know, but you sound like these guys, and we were teammates.
So we'll just to explain that one real quick. The Pivot podcast is Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, Fred Taylor. So he's pointing around the room. It's hard to beat the Steelers, Ryan Clark. The Dolphins, Channing Crowder. Not so much you, Fred Taylor, and the Jags.
Well, the funniest thing about that was it was way harder for the Dolphins to beat for the Pats to beat the Dolphins than it should have been.
The Jags,
No, like pointing to, no, I'm saying it. Okay, yeah, you're exactly right. Dang it, hold on. I'm going to count that as a screwed up name.
Yeah.
Since I screwed up the concept.
It was way harder.
They did have a hard time beating the Dolphins. Fred Taylor was a much greater player than Channing Crowder was.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, the AFC title game in 2017. They were trailing in the fourth quarter against the Jags.
Well, they cheated to win that one. Remember, they ruled that linebacker for the Jaguars down on what would have been a pick six, and the Patriots ended up. The Jaguars should have gone to the Super Bowl that year.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. There is a person in our industry who is looking to do something that is unprecedented, juggling two jobs that I think virtually guarantees he's going to be horrible at both of them. We'll let you guys be the judge. I'm very anxious to get Seth's thoughts on this as well. We will do that coming up next. West Point Lincoln is Sugar Land. That's the new West Point Lincoln location. West Point.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. A lot of stuff to get to, man. Tonight's going to be busy. Seth, 7 o'clock tonight, all roads meet at 3 different things, for me at least. Astros, A's, schedule release, Survivor, all at 7 o'clock tonight. Yeah.
Survivor. I'd completely forgotten. Now that I'm invested in this, now I don't know. I hate the A's more than I ever have for no good reason. I've never had a good reason to hate the A's. Yet Blanco's unjust and impending suspension, unjust ejection and impending suspension, has got me all riled up.
Yeah. Garrett, our former web guy, is a good reason to hate the A's, I would say.
Yeah, he was pretty confident that the A's were going to sweep the Astros.
Yeah, I think it's
I'm not a big baseball guy. Is it still possible for them to sweep the Astros after having dropped 2, Sean? I don't know how this all works.
Yeah, I got a friend who's good with math. I texted him to find out. I'll let you know what he says. I don't think
Garrett?
so.
Garrett's not even good at math either.
No.
He's a creative type.
Yes.
You might be able to dupe Garrett into thinking that the A's have a chance at sweeping the Astros.
So this Doug Gottlieb thing is really interesting. When I saw yesterday that Doug Gottlieb, and I think a lot of our audience knows who Doug Gottlieb is, largely because he's been on every outlet at some point or another. He's been on ESPN. He was on CBS Sports Radio for a while. More recently,
he had a notable incident in college.
He did at Notre Dame. Yeah. Stole some credit cards and then transferred to Oklahoma State. He was a good college player at Oklahoma State. And he's been very successful in this business. He works for Fox Sports Radio now. Does a 2-hour, middle of the afternoon show on Fox Sports Radio. And I saw yesterday that Doug Gottlieb had been hired as the University of Wisconsin Green Bay men's basketball coach. And I thought to myself, okay, well, that's interesting. I knew he had done some coaching, like internationally for the Israel international team. Mm-hmm. He has done other coaching and consulting during his career, like coaching wise and stuff. Like he is very much like dipped his toe into the water of coaching, but nothing to the extent and the commitment of being a full-time Division I college basketball coach. So I thought to myself when I saw the headline, I said, well, that's good for Doug Gottlieb making a career change here at this stage. I did that myself, went from sales into radio. Someone chasing their dream and what they want to do, I can get with that. And then I watched the video of him announcing it on his radio show, and I read some articles, and I had to read like 4 articles to know whether or not I was getting punked, because apparently he is keeping his middle of the afternoon show while coaching a Division I college basketball team.
Yes. Okay. I like it.
You like it?
I think it's smart by UW Green Bay, who are, they're Division I in basketball, and yet they don't have the name brand appeal of, say, I don't know, Duke. But they're UW Green Bay. I feel like for them, this perhaps gives them a leg up on recruiting. If at the very least a few recruits here and there, their parents listen to Doug Gottlieb. He's got he can maintain that national prominence and that name while still also recruiting. And let's be honest, it's not like basketball coaching requires and demands the same time commitment as football. It's just I remember
true.
Chuck Daly came to speak to us one year. And I remember one of the points he made to the Jaguars. Coughlin had him come in and speak to the team as a motivational speaker during training camp. And it was funny because part of it, he went on a little rant about how weird it is how much time football coaches spend in meetings and how it seems like it's a lot of useless, wasted time, and we're all kind of like nervously looking over at Coughlin. Like, I wonder if he's going to boot Daly out or maybe take notes and some advice. I don't know.
You brought him in, Coach. Don't look at us. Like
he's got one more championship than you do, Tommy. At that point.
Yep.
I don't know. I like Gottlieb. I think Gottlieb's a pretty polarizing figure. A lot of people don't. He rubs people the wrong way. So I feel like that. I feel like you're particularly like he's not one of my favorite dudes on television or anything.
No, me neither. Yeah.
And so I'm trying to be as impartial as possible. My knee-jerk reaction was like, Gottlieb, what the hell are you doing? The more I thought about it, I think this kind of makes sense, and it might actually. What are the downsides to this? Because in my mind, I'm starting to think, man, you know what? It actually, in this age of the transfer portal and everything else, the more notoriety and the more publicity you can get by any means possible is probably a good thing.
The downside, I think there is no downside for Gottlieb. The downside for Gottlieb is that is that both of these jobs suffer, and he just goes back to doing radio full time. Like that's the downside for him. I think there's a good chance that both of these products suffer for him doing this. Like I do. Yeah. Well, I say suffer. Like Wisconsin Green Bay largely has not been good the last 30 years, but their coach was a one and done this year. His name is Sundance Wicks, was the name of their coach last year. Gottlieb was a finalist for this job last year, we should point out. So he tried to get this job a year ago. The guy they hired did a good job and moved on to Wyoming. So that's why the job is even open right now, is because the guy they hired went one and done on them and went off to Wyoming. So I think there's a good chance that it's going to be really tough to be good at both of these jobs. Now, is he good enough to where Fox is like, the show sounds fine? A lot of these nationally syndicated networks are just kind of more placeholders now than they are, like other than like Jim Rome and Colin Cowherd and the big names. And I don't put Gottlieb on their level. Gottlieb may do a job Eastern. We should point out, too, he's got probably more of a production staff there than, say, a local show does. He's probably got 2 or 3 people. I'm guessing Wisconsin Green Bay is giving him resources to delegate a lot of the recruiting stuff, too, because that's the part, Seth, where, football's more time-consuming than basketball on a week-to-week basis during the season, but you still got to get on a plane and go recruit. You still got to get in a car and go recruit. There's still a lot of things outside of practice that you have to do as a coach that fall right into the middle of the day when his show is,
This is where I think it's a matter of, obviously, to springboard off of what we were talking about in the last segment with delegation. He's going to have to delegate.
Yes.
He'll have to have a couple extra people in his organization to handle things that otherwise the head coach might handle himself personally. So that's going to be one of the big challenges. He does a 2-hour show, and it's a national show, so it tends to be more, he doesn't dig into the nitty-gritty of stuff the way we do with local teams. Yeah. So it's a lot more surface-level type stuff that I think by this point he's been doing it, and he's been doing a solo show for so long that it can, I don't want to say it's on automatic, but I think he can keep that part up while also bringing a new challenge. Mike Greenberg he's written several books while also doing 4-hour shows plus like a radio show plus TV and everything.
I get it. I just think like the apples and oranges part of that is just the logistics of having a show in the middle of the day.
Right.
And you've got practices and things like that.
It's in the middle of the right. I mean, they're going to have to change the practice schedule from whatever. They're going to have to work around. These days, as you know, you can do the show from anywhere.
Sure.
As long as you've got and everybody's got a good enough internet connection at college that he can do the show from his office. I feel like it adds, on the radio side of things, I feel like it adds a certain level of kind of uniqueness and personality to where listeners are probably be kind of interested. Like, it'd be kind of cool to hear him doing his show with the squeaking of basketball shoes on hardwood in the background.
No, I'm totally intrigued by it. I'm skeptical it's going to work. I'm skeptical. That's a lot to put on one guy, too. That's 2 full-time jobs. And I know one can be on cruise control and you can delegate and whatnot. But
I think for UW Green Bay, though, it's, again, like I said it jokingly when they're not Duke, but it is like they need to find a way to stand out, especially when your best players are eager to go. As soon as they establish themselves as really good, they want to go to Duke or somewhere else. So I feel like in this changing landscape, it's a good experiment. I don't know if it'll work out or not, but I think it's a smart experiment.
You know what I compare it to, Seth? Because I think University of Wisconsin Green Bay doing this, great, do it. I compare it to like a challenge in an NFL game where it looks like the coach, like you got to challenge that because you might win the challenge. You're probably not going to, but it's worth using a challenge on.
Yeah.
You know, and then you end up losing it, and people are like, oh, okay, well, it's kind of like that. Like it's probably not going to work, but it's definitely worth a shot if you're Wisconsin Green Bay. You know.
You know what this reminds me of, Sean? Newt Gingrich.
Okay, well, this for this.
So back in the 80s, Newt Gingrich was, when they started putting C-SPAN cameras in Congress, everybody's kind of like, whatever, nobody's really watching this or whatever. And they were doing like these late night sessions at 10 p.m. or whatever when they're doing something, like something relatively boring or whatever. Newt Gingrich realized, and this is what kind of changed the nature of political talk and discourse and everything, campaigning. Newt Gingrich realized, you know what? I can get up here and grandstand or like make a huge speech or something. And yeah, it's not going to pop big ratings, but all these people in these small towns across America, many of whom at that point didn't have cable television, or if they did have cable, there wasn't a lot on cable television, you know? So you reached enough people in some of these small heartland states that it started to gain traction. And then also, because he was making this big speech on television, at times the networks would pick it up, and so forth. So it was a way to utilize like reaching all of those small communities that collectively ended up being a huge force politically.
Yeah.
I think Gottlieb, likewise with sports radio, with syndicated sports radio right now, if you're not Jim Rome or somebody like that, it's broadcast in a lot of smaller areas, you know, that are relatively untouched. So Gottlieb is more of a name in a lot of these far-flung areas than he is in big cities. Yeah. Which, look, you don't get an advantage of recruiting the city of Houston, but you might have an edge recruiting other communities in the heartland areas and everything to where, you might actually gain a leg up in some respects with that notoriety.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, we've never seen anything
Gottlieb,
like this. Yeah.
Newt Gingrich. Like, I know people are always bringing those two together, and making that comparison.
Yeah. Same exact thing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to the 8 at 8, the Ocho. 8 stories, get your day going. We got a lot of info here on the NFL schedule. We've got Astros to get to. We got a lot to get to with you people, and we will do it coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic.
driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the 8 at 8. Let's go. The 8 at 8 stories to get your day going. The international schedule is out for the NFL, and the Texans are not part of it. They will not be playing a London game. I know that it had been heavily rumored that maybe Minnesota or Jacksonville could host the Texans in a game in London. Instead, it will be the Vikings hosting the New York Jets in Week 5, the Chicago Bears hosting the Jags in Week 6, and then the Jags turning around in Week 7 and hosting the New England Patriots over in London. So we are, and then the Germany game is the Giants and the Carolina Panthers. We are exporting a lot of bad football over to Europe this season.
I think the NFL maybe realized that, hey, even when we send good teams over there, it tends to be sloppy for multiple understandable reasons, like time zone differences, the difference in turf, all of that stuff. They're sloppy football games, so they probably figure, like, all right, look, we try as we might to put a really good product over there, it doesn't matter anyway, so let's just play some football over there. These poor Euros don't know the difference between good football and bad football.
Well, and as you've pointed out, the games are all at 8:30 in the morning over here. So it's why burn a Kansas City game or a Buffalo game or a Texans game for that matter? Maybe that's why the Texans aren't on the schedule. They don't want it. The Texans of the caliber of these teams, the Jets, the Vikings, the Bears, and the Jaguars, the Patriots and the Giants, Carolina. No.
The other part too is, as much as you and I wanted a Europe game just for the novelty of it, you do run the risk of losing one of your home games. So the Jaguars, they have their home games there, but because one of the Jags games they lose one home game.
Yeah, they do, and they wouldn't have in this case here. It would have been either Minnesota or Jacksonville. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think that. Okay, I got you. I do hope they play in London again at some point, though.
Yeah,
but they've had success over there.
Yeah.
They put it on the Jaguars.
They did
4 years ago.
They're 1-0. And they've outscored their opponents by 23 points in Europe.
Yeah, they actually offered up exciting football to the Europeans.
They did. They destroyed the Jaguars and Gardner Minshew.
2. Up the middle, walk-off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
All right, there you go. Victor Caratini, Mr. Walk-Off. He, for the second time, has provided with the Astros with an extra innings win. Last time was a home run, a walk-off home run. This time a walk-off base hit to score a run. 2-1 the final score. The Astros beat the A's. They've now won 5 out of 6. However, the ripple effect from this game is the ejection of starter Ronel Blanco, who was ejected after 3 innings for a foreign substance inside his glove. Here's Joe Espada talking about it. We'll talk about the ramifications in a second.
So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove, there was some, the rosin, you're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand. And that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat, but that's what it looked to me.
So the fallout of this, Seth, is going to be significant, especially if Ronel Blanco gets suspended for 10 games, as is the standard punishment of 2 starts, basically, for Ronel Blanco.
It seems like the way the policy has been that there's a zero tolerance, and it doesn't matter whether it was rosin used improperly or spider tack, you're going to get a 10-game suspension. So I'm not optimistic that he'll get less than 10. They send the glove off to the commissioner's office so they can examine it. They probably run it through a mass spectrometer and figure out what the substance is. The fact of the matter is that Blanco had it on his, he said he used it put it on his left forearm, and he didn't realize that was illegal. So he's basically admitted to improperly using rosin, even though he was unaware of the actual rule. The Astros play, what is it? How many games in the next?
21 games in 22 days.
21 games in 22 days. They're doing a 6-man rotation. And, maybe after Urquidy's rehab start, they get him back into the fold, but it could get I'll be surprised if it's anything less than a 10-game suspension at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just I think that's the standard. I think that's what it's probably going to be. As far as
it doesn't help that in that very same game last night, you end up having to use Hader for 2 innings.
Right, it goes extra innings.
Again.
Now the A's had to burn their closer for 2 innings also, so so there is that, and they lost.
Call me irrationally cocky, but I'm not as concerned about the A's as I am about some of the other teams coming up over next 23 games.
No, I get it. As far as Blanco himself, I hope 2 things. I hope, 1, this does not impact his candidacy for the All-Star team, because he has been an All-Star caliber pitcher so far, and it'd be a great story if he were to make the All-Star team. And 2, I mean, he hasn't had a bad start yet, so he's in the mix. More importantly, I just hope it doesn't affect his psyche at all. You know what I mean?
Right.
We have no body of work to go off of with Ronel Blanco to know if this is something that's going to jerk with his head when he finally comes back. If he gets suspended when he comes back from suspension.
My knee-jerk thought on that is that, man, just given this guy's story and how he had to scratch and claw his way into the majors and was yet another guy that was discovered late, that he's probably pretty mentally strong.
Yep.
And he's had moments where he's had to show a lot in that game yesterday when they loaded the bases early. He seems pretty mentally tough. He was just sweating so much. He was sweating. I think it's way more rosin than he typically does. Now, the crew chief claims that he had never felt anything quite like this sticky substance.
Okay. A lot of ways we can go with that, but okay, yeah. That's let's move. 3. There we go.
I had to censor myself 3 times in 7 seconds right there.
The Aggies was announced yesterday. Their season opener against the Notre Dame Fighting Irish will be in prime time, August 31st, College Station, ABC, game day there. It's on, man. That gets me amped up for college football season. I got texts from all my Aggie friends yesterday. You going? Yeah, that is the one weekend during a college football season where I can actually go to a game because the NFL season has not started yet.
I wonder if this is going to be good for our show or bad for our show that you're a notable Golden Domer, and now you'll be that entire week you're going to be amping this matchup more than we typically would, and that you're going to gloat if the Irish end up pulling off a victory versus the Aggies.
I'm pretty well. And you know what? No, I don't start stuff. But if the Aggies come at me beforehand and Notre Dame ends up winning, I will finish it.
I can't imagine any college football fan would ever come at you over a college football
Probably
game.
not.
That's
on
don't
Twitter,
worry, I'm sure you're in the clear.
Yeah, on Twitter, the text page.
College football fans tend to be the least reactionary
Kirby
of
Ice
basically
House.
any aspect of society.
Right.
4.
Caitlin Clark made her WNBA debut last night. Her team lost 92-71. She's on the Indiana Fever. They lost to the Connecticut Sun. She scored 20 points, got better as the game. Complaints about refereeing of WNBA games on my Twitter timeline before. That's how you know the WNBA is on the verge of making it. Fans are complaining about officiating of their games on social media, so there was that. Most wagered on game in WNBA history, Seth, was the Caitlin Clark game last night. And as you appropriately pointed out earlier in the show, that means opportunity. That smell is opportunity in the air because there is no value on Caitlin Clark wagers right now because of all the schlubs and Joes and Jimmies coming in and betting on her.
It's an inefficient market.
Yes.
You got a lot of relatively uneducated people betting en masse on Caitlin Clark. So, yeah, even if you love Caitlin Clark, there's probably an opportunity there to bet against Caitlin Clark because the line might be skewed in her favor more than it should be.
Yep. Hey, real quick, just to mix in the basketball on this one here. I forgot to put it in the headlines, but in the actual NBA, the Knicks destroyed the Pacers last night by 30, 121-91. Jalen Brunson went over 40 points again. He's been incredible in this postseason. And the Nuggets, they were down 2-0 in this series. They lead 3-2 now, 112-97. They beat Minnesota. I meant to send this to you yesterday. There was a TikTok somebody made, Seth, where...
Oh, I saw that. The guy that did the Jokic,
Yes.
A Day in the Life of Jokic,
Yes.
where it's mostly him obsessing over his horses and being upset that he had to be bothered to play basketball.
He's sleeping on the couch.
It's so boring because the ball always goes in.
Yes. Okay, you saw it.
I shoot the ball and it goes in. It's so boring.
It was really funny. Okay, good. I'm glad you saw it.
5.
Media news. It is official. Jason Kelce is in at ESPN3. out on Monday Night Countdown. It had been reported that was going to be the case. ESPN officially welcomed Jason Kelce into the fold yesterday on social media. And then the other big one, Seth, Greg Olsen. It looks like there has been clarity on what his plight will be this fall with Fox. He will be paired with Joe Davis on Fox's number 2 team. So it will not be a 3-man booth with Brady and Kevin Burkhardt or anything like that. Olsen basically just gets bumped down the food chain, down the depth chart here on Fox.
I kind of hope that, I don't know if Brady would be game for this now that he's already expressed a little bit of regret for having done the roast. I'd kind of like these two to just start create some kind of public rivalry.
Spatting.
But Greg Olsen starts tweeting out like any little gaffes that Brady has early on or anything, and then you create this war of Brady fans versus Olsen fans.
Mm-hmm.
I think Brady's going to be really, really good.
I do too.
And I think like Olsen understands what he's up against. In a weird way, it's almost kind of like the same way that actual broadcasters don't have the advantage that former athletes do. I feel like Greg Olsen has established himself as such a good color commentator. It's almost like when a really good broadcaster gets demoted in favor of an athlete. Greg Olsen's almost like a non-athlete in this scenario.
Yes.
He gets bucked down for no other reason than Tom Brady was a better football player.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what. Greg Olsen could not have done anything better than he did to not get demoted.
He's not the GOAT. That's it.
He's in a jock.
Yeah.
6.
Jacksonville and the city of Jacksonville and the Jaguars agree to terms on building a $1.4 billion stadium of the future, is what they're calling it, Seth. It feels like they're doing this as like a remodeling of the existing stadium in Jacksonville. I don't think it's going to be.
Bowl.
Yeah, I think they're basically giving this thing a massive $1.4 billion facelift. The Jags are chipping in over $600 million on this thing. So the Khan family is chipping in. Part of the deal, and this is important for Texan fans that like to go on the road, the project is going to start in 2026. It'll be a limited seating arrangement in Jacksonville in 2026. And then in 2027, the Jags are going to be playing their home games either in Orlando or in Gainesville. So if you're looking for an odd road trip 3 years from now, Orlando or would you rather go to Orlando or Gainesville for an NFL football game?
Are they going to flip-flop back and forth and like either use UCF or University of Florida, like depending on what their schedule is, or are they going to pick one and go with it?
I don't know. I don't know is the answer. But I read that as they're going to pick one and go with it. But you're right. Like it's going to be tough to pick just Gainesville when you've got like that. Well, and you're right. Orlando, UCF is using it too.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. For convenience sake, I would think just one of them because it's Sundays, not Saturdays. There's.
I'm intrigued to see what they do at that stadium in Jacksonville. Just because if you've ever gone to a game there, it's an old stadium where, compared to the cheap seats are so far away from the field because it's just a big hollowed out bowl. I wonder if they don't change the actual structure of the stadium much. I think it's going to be hard to. Unless they're adding tiers in or something, it's going to be hard to make it like a modern stadium without almost completely rebuilding it.
Dude, $1.4 billion is a lot of money. I mean, that might be them just knocking it down and putting it like almost practically knocking it over and building a brand new stadium.
Yeah, I don't know. Does $1.4 billion really do much these days in building anything?
That's a good question.
I feel like that's like the average cost to build a 10,000 square foot house.
Yeah, it's
at least in my latest 3 projects.
Damn supply chain. Yeah.
7.
All right, these are the next 5 30 for 30s that ESPN is dropping here. And I don't want to color anybody's opinion on these. The first one, there's 5. The first one is called I'm Just Here for the Riot, which focuses on the riotous aftermath of the Canucks Stanley Cup final loss to the Bruins in 2011. I know nothing about this. Should I know about this riot after the Stanley Cup finals in 2011?
I know there's a lot about hockey since I started doing radio full-time in this town that I don't know.
Okay.
I
don't feel bad.
There's a lot of significant hockey stuff that I don't know.
I don't feel bad. Second one, false positive focuses on track star Butch Reynolds and his false positive drug test in 1990.
Yeah, that's long bothered me.
Yeah. The next one, No Scope, the story of the FaZe Clan. This previously unannounced doc is sports-centric, and the remarkable ups and downs that define the stories and its characters over the last decade plus. I don't
understand 78% of the words you just said.
Me neither. I felt bad for saying them. I don't know what the FaZe Clan is. That's number 3. Number 4, these are 30 for 30s. Keep in mind, this is the same genre that gave us Catholics versus Convicts and The U and the 2 Escobars, like some phenomenal documentaries, right?
Yeah.
American Son, this is a documentary about Michael Chang, tennis player, who I'm sure has an amazing story, like immigrant experience and whatnot, but I haven't been clamoring for a Michael Chang documentary. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sure it's an incredible story. And then number 5, Dude Perfect, a very long shot. This is a 30 for 30 about the Dude Perfect guys, the meteoric rise of Dude Perfect, the challenges and sacrifice of the business that they're in. This is not a great, in my opinion, a great series of 30 for 30s that are getting dropped here. They're running out of things to talk about, Seth, it would appear. So that's
Michael Chang, by the way, immigrated from New Jersey, but his parents were immigrants, yes.
Okay, well, let's do it about his parents then.
His immigration from New Jersey to other parts of the United States.
You're an immigrant. Where from? North Caldwell.
Hoboken, actually. Yeah.
Okay, Now, Amazon has it going on. Amazon announced yesterday they're dropping a true crime documentary on that Cheesaholic guy.
Yes, that's the content. The guy who was robbing banks to fund his fandom for the Chiefs.
Yes, wearing a wolf mask. Yeah.
He's a modern-day Jesse James.
Yes.
He became a cult hero. Yeah. Except he didn't actually murder anybody like Jesse James.
No. He appears in it, too, apparently, and he does like a sit-down for it. For that. See, I'm here for that documentary. ESPN, go back to the drawing board. Do better. All right, last one.
8.
Not sure if you heard, Seth, Red Lobster closing 80 locations, including Houston. Are you a fan of the cheesy biscuits at Red Lobster?
I'm glad you brought up the cheesy biscuit because that's exactly what I was thinking of. What do they call them? They call them lobster biscuits, don't they?
Do they?
Cheddar Bay.
What are they called?
Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Cheddar
Bay biscuits. Oh. Sounds like Ben's going to be upset.
Ben off the top row. Ben, are you a big Red Lobster guy?
Mainly the biscuits.
Okay, yeah.
I'll go in there and just eat biscuits all day long.
80 locations, man. RIP, including Houston. So there you go. All right.
There's also a story about anti-sex beds that they're putting in Paris for the 2024 Summer Olympics. That
I figured we had more legs than the 30 seconds we had left in the 8 at 8 on that one.
How do they make it an anti-sex bed? Basically they're going to make all those people commit to passionless marriages before they go.
They make it the size of a bar stool. That's what they do.
They make all of them marry somebody they hate beforehand and then resent for dashing their hopes and dreams.
No sex going on there. Yeah. I guess I made a classic white man mistake during my disdain for the 5 documentaries. That's what the text says. FaZe Clan.
I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry.
What about what?
Oh wait, what? What's
the FaZe Clan? The FaZe.
I thought you were talking about assuming that Michael Chang was an immigrant.
No. Okay. I just read the word immigrant in the description of the documentary.
Okay.
It was in the description of the documentary.
Oh, it was in the description. So they're the ones that made the mistake.
No, there's an immigrant aspect to the story. I think is what I said.
Because of his parents. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep. But that's not the classic white man mistake that I made. Apparently, I don't know that FaZe Clan is awesome. So there you go. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Odds are out on all 32 NFL teams making the season. There are 4 who made it last year who are favored to miss it this year, and then vice versa. 4 that missed it that are favored to make it. We're going to pick one from each category. Which playoff team from last year misses this year? Which scrub from last year makes it this year? We will hit that. Coming up next, Crash Champions, you know.
free.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a reminder, schedule comes out tonight. Full schedule comes out tonight. We've had dribs and drabs coming out today. No Texans games officially leaked yet. Although I will say this, before we get into the four playoff teams who are favored to miss the playoffs this year and vice versa and make our choices here. The one thing I did see was Green Bay. There was a host in Green Bay who is pretty plugged in up there who tweeted out 3 or 4 Packers games that he's hearing rumblings about. That's all it is at this point. Nobody's been handed the schedule yet that's outside of the building for any of these that we know of. But this particular host in Green Bay, among the 4 Packer home games that he said he had heard about, was a November the 3rd matchup in Green Bay with the Houston Texans.
November 3rd, okay. I have an issue with that right off the bat, which is this. Election Day, I think, is November 5th.
That makes sense, yeah.
Wait, no. A Monday night? No, that doesn't make sense. So sometime around then.
Yeah, no. November 3rd is the Sunday.
Tuesday. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't as much ballyhoo as there might be about CJ Stroud versus Jordan Love.
Yeah.
That the Joe Biden versus Donald Trump versus the Kennedy fella might actually be a little bit more. Might distract people from the things that really matter, which is Green Bay versus the Texans.
Right. Oh, I see. You'd rather it be on a weekend where they don't have to share the spotlight with an election.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This actually fulfills
At this point, I feel like we're screwed no matter what when it comes to that. I'd rather think about something that actually, might have some ramifications. Okay.
Can I counterpoint?
Yeah.
It would be a welcome distraction from that for people who don't want their brain infiltrated with election stuff going on.
Oh, okay. Good call.
Good call. Yeah. I am happy if this is true. We gotta say if this is true because this is just a rumor from a Green Bay radio host, but it's a source I trust. If indeed the Texans game against Green Bay is in early November in Green Bay at Lambeau Field, that fulfills one of my check marks of wishes, and this is for the sake of the traveling Texans, is that is the in my opinion, as someone who went to Green Bay 2 years ago, in that exact week of football, that is a perfect time to go to Green Bay for a game because it's fall, it's winter weather. But it's not insanely cold like it's been the other 2 times the Texans have gone to Green Bay in December.
Right. There might be a nip in the air type of quality to
Flurries.
that. It'll feel like, okay, maybe something that'd be nice.
Yep,
that'd be really nice.
Yep. So
it's almost guaranteed to be comfortable football weather.
Yes.
It's just a matter of how heavy is the coat you're going to wear. But other than that, it'd be not the quintessential Green Bay game with frozen tundra and whatnot, but an enjoyable Green Bay game. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, we had a great time at that game. It was Packers and Seahawks, and there was light dusting, a little snow. Sun pops through the clouds every now and then, but it's still kind of snowing a little bit. It's nice. And that's a fun trip, too, man. The Packer Hall of Fame is legit. That's really cool if you're a diehard football fan. And the town itself is just, it's all locals and bars and things like that. It's fun, man.
Remember that was fun. Like some of in the Hall of Fame there in Green Bay. When was the year? There was a period of time where basically they got in trouble for either Green Bay or either Green Bay or Notre Dame both got in trouble for like using actual Notre Dame players in some of their Green Bay games. They were actually like taking guys. This is back when it was the Wild West with football a little bit. There were some notable Green Bay players who like used pseudonyms and played for the Packers in the same season.
Oh, that's weird. I'd never heard of that. And one of the parties involved is my alma mater.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Notre Dame would be on the cheating side of that, and they'd be importing professional football players.
It's one of those things. I think that was back when it was more just, somebody probably slipped them a few $100s to come play for the NFL. The NFL was not a big deal back then.
Again, I can't imagine Notre Dame doing anything untoward.
Not a single student athlete from Notre Dame would have ever done anything like that.
Yeah, I can't imagine being on either end of So odds on making the postseason. Texans are a 65% chance to make the postseason, minus 190. Got to risk 190 to win 100. Nearly 1-2 odds. The 4 playoff teams from last year, Seth, who are favored to miss the playoffs this year, are the Cleveland Browns, the Los Angeles Rams, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Of those four, I think the Steelers are the most intriguing to me because, like, their quarterback controversy is going to be one of, two guys who've just been judged as past their prime or never having achieved their prime, whatever it might be. Justin Fields has never reached his potential. Russell Wilson past his prime. You're almost guaranteed to get a name brand quarterback, though, like with every game this season. They're both. Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are both name brand quarterbacks, and there is the chance that one of them thrives in this system.
Yeah.
So they're either going to be, and they have a pretty difficult schedule too. The Steelers.
Do. Well, yeah, they're in the hardest division. I mean, they're a decent team. They're a decent team, and they're, to me, clearly the fourth best team in that division.
Yeah.
So of those teams, which if you had to pick one to miss the playoffs this year, Browns, Rams, Steelers, Bucks. Who would you pick if you had to pick one?
I'm going to go with the Browns.
Yeah.
I think the Browns are so well constructed otherwise, too. But you can't trust Deshaun Watson is week one. And B, he hasn't really played good football much at all. And, man, Browns fans will try to convince you that if you think that he hasn't been awesome, then you don't know ball. But I apologize. I feel like I know ball, and he just has not been awesome. So, yeah, Browns for me.
Isn't it wild? I mean, the Deshaun Watson trade is a little over 2 years ago. The Texans are minus 190 to make the playoffs. The Browns are minus 190 to miss the playoffs 2 years later, The
other thing, that obviously they play – in, as CJ Stroud called it, the toughest division in football.
Yeah.
Whereas the Bucks obviously not.
No. Now,
if you look at strength of schedule, Sean.
Yeah.
Based on Vegas win totals, because I hate when they do strength of schedule based on last year's wins. It's just nonsense. Yeah, the Steelers have the toughest schedule in the league. The Texans, who have the fourth toughest schedule based on last year's records. Based on Vegas win totals, they have the seventh toughest schedule.
Okay.
Which is,
still really hard.
It still projects to be tough, mostly because of the quarterbacks on those teams.
Yep. Bottom quartile of the upper quartile for the Texans. Seventh toughest schedule. Yep.
Right there with the right between the Broncos and the Titans in terms of toughness of schedule.
Okay. Yeah, you usually wind up right around some of the teams that are in your division because the schedules are so similar. There's four non-playoff teams now, Seth, from last year that are favored to make the playoffs this year. And I think you can see why with all of them. It's largely quarterback-driven. Falcons didn't make the playoffs last year. They signed Kirk Cousins. The Bears didn't make the playoffs last year. They draft Caleb Williams. Now they're a slight favorite, which feels aggressive, but a slight favorite to make the postseason, the Bears. The Bengals were missing Joe Burrow for most of the season last year. They're now favored to make the playoffs. And the Jets get Aaron Rodgers back. They're a slight favorite to make the playoffs. If you had to bet your life savings on Falcons, Bears, Bengals, Jets, one of those four to make the playoffs, who are you taking?
I'm going to go with the Falcons.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'll go with the Falcons. I mean, they did. You remember they traded for Kirk Cousins, and you thought like, oh yeah, but who are they going to? Oh, and then they signed some guys, and it started to look. It starts to look a lot better, and then I guess the only wrench that can be thrown in there is some kind of quarterback controversy, where then if everything goes south, perhaps they start panic sooner. But mostly they have the weak division. The one team that I might put on there too, if I were looking at this objectively, just again based on the strength of schedule, based on Vegas win totals, the Colts have the seventh easiest schedule in the league. So, yeah. So the Colts, just through some of those non-common opponents with the Texans and the Titans and the other divisional opponents, they're kind of set up where if Anthony Richardson can stay healthy, I think that Shane Steichen, as he's done in the past, can do some pretty scary things in the RPO.
Yeah.
I mean, Gardner Minshew was an RPO menace, and he can run. Like Gardner Minshew can run and improvise and do all those things, but he's not nearly as scary with these. I think the Colts should probably. I would put the Colts there over. Boy, the Jets are a tough. I don't want to undersell. I've just got skepticism about Aaron Rodgers just coming off that Achilles.
Yeah.
Coming off that Achilles at his age.
I would never.
Simple as that.
I wouldn't touch the Jets.
Yeah. It's just such a huge wild card.
Yeah.
It'll be an amazing accomplishment if Aaron Rodgers can be anywhere. If he can be, I don't want to say anywhere. If he's somewhat close to his previous performance or his performance before he tore his Achilles, that's going to be an incredible feat.
Yeah. If you're wondering, what did you say? The Texans, according to Vegas, if you add up the Vegas wins for all of the Texans' opponents, they have the 7th toughest schedule.
Yeah.
What did you say the Colts have? They have the 27th
easiest schedule.
7th easiest schedule. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
7th easiest schedule. Okay, so now if you're wondering, okay, well, why would that be that they would have the 7th easiest schedule? It's simple. 14 of the opponents are the same for both teams.
Right.
The difference for the Texans in finishing first and the Colts finishing third in the division, the Texans play Kansas City, Baltimore, and Dallas. And in those other 3 games, the Colts play Denver, who might be the worst team in the league this year.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh, who I just said is the worst team in their division, and the New York Giants, who are on the last legs of Daniel Jones. Like, that's right. It was still worth it. It was still worth it to win.
But to show you, honestly, even adjusted for Vegas win totals and everything, like the hazards of like reading too much into strength of schedule at this point in the season.
Yeah. Yes.
It's usually, like come talk to me 2/3 of the way through and talk to me about like how tough has the schedule actually been.
Yep.
That's so I don't worry too much about I don't worry too much about the Texans having a tough strength of schedule that is again legitimate based on the quarterbacks they'll face. It's a tougher schedule than last year. The Texans also lost the most games by starters due to injury last year of any team in the league.
Yes.
So just by sheer randomness, regression to the mean, whatever you want to call it, they're probably not going to be as injured and banged up this year as they were last year.
Right, yeah. And they're improved. Amen. The injury luck has got to flip the other way. It's just got to. All right, Tom Brady, one of the reasons why you feel like the Texans can take on this schedule and have an even better season is CJ Stroud. Tom Brady was asked among the young quarterbacks, who's your guy? We'll let you hear the GOAT talk about it next.
Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
Hotel.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Tom Brady, the legend Tom Brady, the new Fox commentator, perhaps you've heard of him, Thomas Brady. He was on the Pivot Podcast. Episode dropped yesterday. Pivot Podcast, Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, and Fred Taylor, 3 former NFL players. One a teammate of Seth Payne. That would be Fred Taylor.
Yeah, I got to visit with Fred last year during training camp when those guys were there to interview Laramie Tunsil, and I don't think they interviewed CJ Stroud that time around. I think they interviewed Laramie Tunsil. They had done CJ Stroud earlier in the summer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I talked to Fred, Channing, and Ryan Clark all before that. It was really interesting, like listening to the Fred hiring camera crew and everything.
Oh, really?
In all these different cities they go to. Yeah, it was really interesting.
That's cool. Yeah.
Fred, it was honestly, I was really impressed by Fred and like what he's done on the off-camera stuff to help organize all that.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. That's a good podcast. Tom Brady was on it this week, and they asked him, what young quarterbacks are you fond of these days?
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from and all the expectations that he had and then what he's gone and put together last year with a lot of humility. And I could see, like, when I watch quarterbacks, the first thing I watch is, does he endear himself to his teammates? What are the things that he's saying? What are the things that he's doing to endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, it's not going to go. You're not going to play 20 years. Just not. Because the only way you're going to play is your teammates. Because there's only so much you could do. You can't, there's so many things I sucked at. But the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate. So you had to talk the right way, hang the right way, celebrate the right way, lose the right way, you know? And I think that's what the bonding, that's the gift in sports. Like, there's nothing better than being a great teammate. And if someone said, man, you were an unbelievable teammate, you'd be like, thank you, because they know you so intimately. You can't fool people in a locker room. You can't bullshit your way through a football season, but people really are going to know who you are if you show up early. You put the time in. They see you how you are when you win, right after the game when you lose, how you are the next day, how you approach the week after. Everyone in the media is firing at you. They're going to know who I am by the way that I approached the next week.
Okay, so, immediately with Tom Brady, as I thought of that, and you pointed this out earlier, as much as he's saying all of that, we've got no shortage of footage of Tom Brady, like, ripping into his teammates at various times. And I think that, and those two things are compatible. And it's that, just like it is with a good coach or a good teacher, man, you can coach somebody a lot harder. It doesn't mean, yelling at them or anything, but like, you can hold them to a very high standard when they know that you actually care about them. It's a lot easier to accept coaching from a teammate or a coach when you actually like that person. And this is the crucial thing, if that person's coaching you, because Tom Brady, like, I still think the best thing that Tom Brady was as an NFL player was he was the best wide receivers coach in America. Like, the attention to detail that he demanded from his receivers. I sat and I watched him working with guys at training camp in West Virginia when they scrimmaged against the Texans, and it was really cool to watch and see. So, like, to hold guys to a high standard as a player especially, they have to A, respect you, and that comes with just being a good player, but B, also feel like, hey, we're both in this together. He's the quarterback, I'm the wide receiver, I'm the tight end, I'm the offensive lineman, but we've all got that common goal, and it's not just some selfish prick that's doing it for his own glory. Yeah. That's why Tom Brady could, or Peyton Manning or Drew Brees or anybody could be really tough on their guys. It's because A, they were really good at football, but B, that's not how they are 24/7. They aren't just like some schoolmaster type that's going to pull out the paddle if you don't do the right thing. It was just all towards just working towards that same goal.
Yep. Along those lines, here was Brady talking about that, the anger, the appropriate anger with teammates or whatever, when you're instructing them. Brady said the anger is what helped focus him.
I think it was when you're out there on the field, that's that was a gladiator persona for all of us, you know? And when I walked off the field, I didn't have to be that person anymore, which was good because I didn't want to be that person in my everyday life. So I just feel like anger was the one thing I could always tap into that would get me way more focused. And even when I would get mad at my teammates or myself, or it was always about how do I get my focus and concentration better, make a faster read, a better throw, more locked in on a coverage. Man, if I could get myself all riled up, oh man, I'm gonna be focused. Because the last thing I want to do is just go out there and bullshit around like, oh yeah, and then throw the ball and get one of my receivers blown up. So it was like I had to do that.
Okay, so, and this is where the danger comes in if you start thinking like, okay, if you're going to be a great quarterback, you got to do it the way Brady does it. I don't think that CJ is necessarily a guy who needs to be angry to play well, like at any given point. I think he's more of a laid back's not the right word, but maybe calm, cool, and collected with a fire. You want to be fiery, but like think about major league pitchers. There's some guys that are awesome if they use anger. Roger Clemens could just work himself into a rage. And that guy like Framber, I don't think needs to be working himself into a rage.
No.
And like Framber, when whatever works for him, whatever mindset it is going to be completely different. Yeah, I don't think. Which great quarterback does CJ's personality most resemble?
Oh.
Could you see him doing?
He strikes me as a lot like Joe Burrow. You know, I don't know if you mean like historical great quarterback, but he and Burrow seem to be very, very similar personality types to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him in obviously the Tom Brady category or anything.
No.
I think maybe Drew Brees. And, CJ has emulated Drew Brees in a lot of ways, like his throwing motion and everything. He learned a lot by watching Drew Brees. I think Drew Brees was a guy who was very fiery, but not necessarily it just seemed hyper-focused more than anything.
Yeah.
I could see CJ being more along that line.
That's a good question. Who is CJ among quarterbacks from the last, like, say, 20 years or so? Who does he most remind you of? Text in, 713-572-4610. Who does he remind you of personality-wise? CJ Stroud.
Is he Steve Young? Like a non-dorky Steve Young?
Maybe.
Just in terms of his on-field persona?
Yeah, I mean, he's Steve Young is pretty even-keeled, if I remember correctly.
Steve Young and Joe Montana were both. I mean, Joe Montana was way more even-keeled, I think, than just about anybody.
Yeah.
It might be some mixture between Steve Young and Joe Montana.
Joe Montana's a good one, yes.
Which would fit well, too, because like CJ's playing in an offense whose forebearer is I think if you want to think, okay, what personality type works best in this offense, like Joe Montana and John Elway, like I feel like CJ Stroud's more along the Joe Montana and John Elway route than Tom Brady.
The first 7 texts that have come in, all from different phone numbers, say Joe Montana.
Oh, okay.
They all say Joe Montana. Yeah, someone says Young is arrogant. Someone said Phillip Rivers, LOL. Yeah.
Has anybody ever been like Phillip Rivers?
Well,
he's pretty unique, man.
Yeah, Brady skews more towards the Rivers side, but Rivers is, Rivers is that way without the pelts on the wall that Brady has,
Yeah.
They're both pretty animated. Someone says Warren Moon.
Okay, yeah. I don't know enough about Warren Moon, like in his actual persona on the field and everything, and there hasn't been as much done on him as like the hyper coverage of a Joe Montana.
Yeah. He didn't achieve team wise enough to get into that conversation. But I mean, these guys that are coming in on the text page are all guys who've at least been to a Super Bowl. So
yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. Schedule coming out tonight. Keep it tuned here all day long. I'm sure there'll be little drips and drabs coming out, and we'll have it for you. But nothing really of substance with the Texans schedule that I've seen yet. Rumors from other markets and things like that. But we'll keep it tuned right here. And obviously tonight, the guys on Area 45 will have it covered when the schedule comes out at 7 o'clock tonight. Back to the Astros we go. Just when it looked like everything was coming together, in fact, the Astros may have found another way to pound another hole in the wall. What other ways are left for the Astros to put gaps into their starting pitching rotation? That is next.
When you
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Up the middle, walk-off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
I like that one better than the first Victor Caratini walk-off, because the first Victor Caratini walk-off was a home run, and the Astros hadn't really done any of the little things you need to do in this ghost runner world of extra innings that we live in now.
Yeah.
He hit a 2-out bomb, and they won the game. This one I liked because Jake Myers, man, was working like he was down in a coal mine trying to get that runner from second to third, man.
Yeah, he had 432 bunt attempts. Yeah. Just kept wheeling around, and then ends up with a sac fly.
A rope.
Yeah, it ended up being, it was a really good, like Jake Myers. Jake Myers has frustrated me probably. Maybe I've let my frustration get to me at times, and a lot of that sometimes has been more about him versus having Mauricio Dubon in the game or what have you. He's been hitting the ball well all season long, and he can run like the Dickens. Don't ask him to throw the ball in after he catches it, but his arm is kind of like late stage Jeff Bagwell at this point. That's the frustrating thing about him.
Got a shoulder, man. Yeah.
Both of these guys struggled, but other than that, he's done some great things.
So Ronel Blanco was the big story in this game. Unfortunately, the Astros win, but they may be losers here in terms of losing another starting pitcher. This time not due to injury or anything else like that. This time due to suspension because Ronel Blanco ejected from the game yesterday. The umpires found sticky substance inside the glove of Ronel Blanco and ejected him after 3 innings. Now, Joe Espada was hit with a bunch of questions about this after the game. We've not heard anything as to what decision has been made by the league. I'm expecting Ronel Blanco to get a 10-game suspension, which for a starting pitcher would be 2 starts. Here was Joe Espada answering the Q&A from the media about Ronel Blanco getting ejected last night.
What did they say about Blanco? What did they find on the glove? So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove, there was some the rosin. You're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand, and that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat, but that's what it looked to me.
Have you spoken to Ronel?
I did.
What was his message to you?
The same explanation is that you could just kind of see it inside his glove, the kind of the white powder, So, it sucks because he was throwing the ball well and, but I that was it.
Was that sort of the discussion you were having with umpiring?
Yeah, I asked, can we just get him a new glove? Did you guys check him in the first inning? Yes. Was it sticky then? No. Now, same damn glove. Like, he hasn't done anything different. So, but that's the explanation I got.
Just to be clear, you said it's illegal to use rosin
on your non-pitching hand. Correct. It's like like if you use it in your hand and you throw it down. But if you put it in your hand or in your glove, it's against the rules.
Did he know that?
I think if he would have known that, I think he would have not done it.
He now could face a 10-game suspension.
That's a possibility, yeah.
Just how crippling would that be to you guys, just given where you're at in your schedule and with the pitching injury?
We'll cross that line when we get there.
Missed opportunity for Joe Espada to win some people over last night by not going. But he could have gone ballistic on the umpires.
He could have flipped the hell out, thrown the glove off, and he should have thrown the glove into center field.
Yes.
That's what I would have loved to see.
He missed opportunity because one of the big criticisms of Espada is he's too nice. The one time he's gotten ejected this season, he politely asked the umpire, at least it appeared, he politely asked the umpire to eject him from a game as opposed to kicking dirt on him or cursing audibly or anything like that. Big missed opportunity. There are people who have been communicating with us via social, via the chat room on YouTube, via the text page that are they're disappointed in Joe Espada, that he didn't last night an ejection.
Yeah. I think the big part of it, like if I'm going to play devil's advocate, because I'd like there to be a little bit more just juiciness and just juice
Some
in
fire,
general.
yeah.
There's a little different, and it's not even just Joe Espada. It's just the composition of the team.
Yes.
Over these last couple of years has turned into a more muted affair than what it used to be.
Yes.
And some fire there, just some kind of injection of energy somehow, like hey, as a way to rally the troops. Then the story after this game would be like, oh, wow, man, yeah, Spada really, look at what they did. They fought and they toughed it out and everything. To the Astros' credit, they fought and toughed it out and ended up winning a really hard-fought game. Great performance by Joe Hader against another great reliever and everything else.
This isn't a bad one, Seth, but Josh Hader.
Josh Hader.
Yeah.
No, hold on, I got to mark that down.
Yeah.
That's
like half a point.
That's my third name error and fourth total factual error.
You're doing all right, man. You're doing good.
So, two of those errors I called Blanco Urquidy twice.
Yeah.
So, I think that there are a couple things here. Just as far as the actual rules go, so for anybody that's confused, as you should be, there's two things. One, it's not clear that it was anything other than rosin. The crew chief, Diaz, says that he'd never felt a substance like this. I think that very well just could be that he's never seen somebody sweat as much as Blanco is sweat.
Yes.
So whatever. So they're allowed to mix the sweat and the rosin together, and that it might have created a stickier substance.
He's a walking geyser. Look at the guy.
I'm going to start putting Blanco on some rosin with his sweat and call that like the new spider tack or something. So there's that, but there is also, and this is why I think he's all but guaranteed to get a 10-game suspension. You're not allowed to put the rosin on your non-throwing hand.
Yeah.
And Blanco said he didn't know this. He was putting it on his left forearm to use, and it seeped down into his glove. So I think they don't seem to care whether it's rosin or not when it comes to just, okay, you used it on the wrong hand. They'll go and they'll analyze it and run it through whatever. So there's that. I guess the other side of it, too, is that Blanco's spin rate wasn't any different than it usually is or anything like that. I don't think he should be castigated as a cheater. I think he just didn't quite know the rules, and he sweats too much.
You glossed right over the thing I wanted to ask you about. You've used the word spectrometer earlier in the show.
Oh, mass spectrometer.
Mass spectrometer. Yeah. Okay, I'm reading it off the text because I've never heard of a mass spectrometer before.
Okay. How do I say this? It's just it's a machine that you put things into, and then it tells you the molecular structure of it. It can identify.
Okay.
It can identify certain substances. So you like for drug tests or when anything else like that, it'll identify certain molecules. So
gotcha.
If you can put things into a mass spectrometer, and then you check it against like you can check it against spider tack or other stuff like that to see if that's what it is.
Never heard of such a thing. Is it a big device?
That was like I think you have. You would have heard about it in like high school science class.
Like I was
it's
paying
one of the things you've heard.
Right.
I think most people have heard it at some point, like in science class in high school, but then you forget about it.
How big is a mass spectrometer? Bigger than a bread box?
These days? I don't know. It's probably an iPhone.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right, that's true.
They used to be pretty big, and now they're, I'm guessing that, I don't know. People in Houston probably walking around with them in their pockets.
I may have one on my phone and not even know it.
Yeah, I know. You might. Sorry. I guess I should have explained that.
That's all right. No, it's just funny. So now, if I'm keeping score at home, if we've got our starting Astro starting pitcher bingo card out, reasons for missing time bingo card, forearm Urquidy, check. Ben, give me a ding on these here. We got forearm Urquidy, shoulder, right? Shoulder was Verlander, right? Beginning of the season. Fromber was an elbow, supposedly an elbow. Christian Javier, neck, had a neck injury. We've got two guys coming back from Tommy John, Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers. Now we're looking at, I think we pretty much hit every part of the human anatomy that affects pitching here with the Astros. So now we're into the suspension. So we're looking at a suspension for sticky stuff, potentially. Preemptive ding on that one here. Seth, by my count, the only things that are left are, assuming, that these are living people, like other than they disappear. A suspension for PEDs. We don't have one of those yet.
No. Good job, guys.
A suspension for conduct.
issues or anything. Good job, guys.
Right. And then the nebulous, I'll just call it personal reasons.
Right. Nobody's. Yeah. I want to say we did. Oh, no, yeah, not with the pitching staff.
Not with the pitching staff.
Have we had a paternity leave yet? I think, wasn't it Blanco that almost could have had a paternity leave, but they timed it right?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Somebody early in the season did have
right.
a child, and it timed out. It worked out well that they didn't have to miss any time. So good job on that.
Paternity,
good job, Mrs. Player to be named later.
Yeah, paternity leave I'll put under personal reasons because there's going to be, you know how it goes. With Rudy Gobert last week, there's some who like, you never miss a game, and then there's others like, no, it's your first child. So personal reasons will be a catch-all. But right now, we've hit a majority of them here. If
JP France had spent some time on paternity
leave, okay,
he
that's right.
Count.
No, we got for purposes of this, we got to count it. All right, so there we go. Personal reasons. So
yeah, that was right because when paternity, that was when somebody debuted because JP France was on paternity.
Is it that Henley guy who gave up 5 runs in 1/3 of an inning? It might have been.
Yeah, it might have been.
Might have been. Yeah. So all that's left is PED suspension and a conduct suspension. Get after it, Astros. Let's fill out the whole bingo card. This is the game of bingo where you try to cover all the squares, and they're almost there. They're almost there right now. Let's go to Stafford. Larry's in Stafford. I'm guessing this is like Larry has a Christmas tree out with the ornaments of all the Texans' opponents hanging on it, and he's coming downstairs. And I'm disappointed, Larry, that there will be no London game because I was really looking forward to you calling in from London with a British accent. Buckingham on the back of your jersey or something like that.
Hey, son, you know I was heading over the pond, man. The only thing that it would just always throws me off about going over there, I have not figured out why they serve pinto beans with their breakfast, man. I can't figure that out because those pinto beans and tomatoes, man, that's the only thing that I don't get over there in London. But it would have been a fun trip. But that's all right. We're going to have plenty of those fun trips in our future. But I want to hit on this before I hit on them Texans real quick. I don't know if y'all really watching this Minnesota-Denver Nuggets series, man. But the Timberwolves better get that Frenchman ass out of that lineup because the Joker making him look like he just do not belong in any form of some defensive player of the year award because that dude is definitely not Akeem Olajuwon level defense. And he's won that award several times, and the Joker making his ass looking like the second come of Cato Kalin or something, man. Or Calvin Cato. Yeah, Calvin Cato. I mixed them up, but y'all knew who I was talking about.
Yeah.
But look here, let's get to it. It's the scheduled release date, and I got all my hotel apps already open so we can take our ass into their city and ruin their fan bases with CJ Stroud and them boys. I don't really get into the where the games are played or whatever and how many prime. If we get some primetime games, I'd like 3, 4 being the most. But I understand what this game is about. It's about showcasing the talent we got in the H. And this is going to be a fun team. It's going to be a fun schedule, man, because we play a lot of dudes, a lot of boys that are going to test the Texans and what they have become with D'Amico, CJ, and Will Anderson them over there. I look forward to just seeing this team come out and really getting out to a good start. So give me Tennessee, New England, Indy. Give me any of their ass to come into the H as soon as possible so they can see what we're going to be working with. Fellas, I sit over here and I think about how this team has rebounded in the last couple of years. And this is the fun part that we've been missing and been wanting for a long time where everybody in the league, from Mike Ferriero to everybody else, is saying we need to be able to keep an eye on them Texans because they look like they got the makings of how to get to New Orleans. I'm excited about it because the thing about it, Cal, Hannah, the whole Greg, everybody over there are all in. And that's what it's always been about for Texans fans. Everybody buying in so that this team can get us something we've never had. I'm sick and tired of not having a Super Bowl ring in this city because I understand once they get a Super Bowl in this city becomes a whole nother place as far as I'm concerned. No offense to the World Series rings, no offense to the Rockets rings, but the Super Bowl is the catalyst to what this city can become as he knocking down that damn Astrodome and making that a big-ass sport complex over there so we can party all night long after we get one. I'm in it. Everybody that I know is excited about it. It's just a fun time to be a Texas fan. So just send me that schedule and let me go and book these hotel rooms in our hall.
Yeah, there you go. It's gonna be a fun night. I was thinking about that, Seth, as Larry was laying that out there, is that they play so many good quarterbacks. quarterbacks. When the schedule comes out tonight, it's almost mathematically impossible for us to come in tomorrow and not have at least a chunk of the schedule where they're going, man, for 5 straight weeks they play this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and they're going to get a stretch where it's like, man, they play Mahomes, Allen. There'll be a stretch where the worst quarterback they play among the 5 is Tua or somebody like that. You know,
it'd be a much more exciting version of when Kenyon Green faced 7 of the best 10 defensive tackles in the league his rookie year.
Yes.
I feel like CJ's got a better fighting chance than Kenyon Green. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be.
Now it does. You know what? Honestly, you always frame it as quarterback versus quarterbacks, even though obviously they don't play directly against each other. I think it is, man, this new pass rush, that's what the real test is, that you face all these really good quarterbacks. And and if you're going to face a slew of 3 or 4 in a row, that's it, man. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Danico Autry, like this is what we brought you in for, is for stretches like that. Can you make it like a literal imprint on that quarterback? Dude. Like, can you put an imprint of your shoulder on his chest somehow legally without getting fined or flagged? Can you do enough to affect those guys and turn them into mortal quarterbacks instead of awesome quarterbacks?
Dude, you touching on the pass rush there just highlights it. We have been so focused side of things over the last handful of weeks because of the Diggs trade. And we're going to talk about Diggs in the next segment here. He was back on Twitter yesterday driving around Houston. But the Diggs trade, CJ's been making the rounds still. You know, like CJ's been really relevant. He's been in China and Japan doing his thing. So it bubbles the offense up to the surface. And maybe even like when we've been talking about defense, we've been talking about J.J. Watt possibly coming back. Like you just laying that out right there and the pass rush and stuff. Like it's like I've almost forgotten. Like they signed Danielle Hunter. You know what I mean? Like, there's been so much stuff going on with this team. Like in any other offseason, that would have been the marquee move, and that's all we'd be talking about is the Danielle Hunter era starting in Houston. They traded for Joe Mixon. They traded for Stephon Diggs. You know, they had another draft where they brought in some pieces. The Autry and Al-Shire signings from Tennessee. Like, there's just been so many things that have improved this football team.
Yeah, the thing with Danielle Hunter that'll be interesting is that, look, last year he was very, very productive on a defense that ended up blitzing a lot, like sending extra rushers, which created a lot of one-on-one opportunities for Danielle Hunter. It's different with D'Amico's defense. Like, D'Amico's whole deal is like, no, we don't need to blitz because we expect the guys up front to get it done for us. So, like, that's how you get one-on-ones is that Will Anderson commands a double team at times, or the guys inside, or they slide away from you because they're so concerned about both Danico and Will Anderson together. So, like, last year, the Vikings blitzed 51% of the time. I believe that led the league. My sorter thing isn't working out here. But, yeah, that led the league in blitz rate. Yeah. So they blitzed a lot, and that creates one-on-ones for a guy like Danielle Hunter. They did the same thing with J.J. Watt back in the day. The Texans blitzed 21% of the time.
Yeah.
They're amongst the lowest in the league in blitz rate. So D'Amico, that's when D'Amico talks about the defensive line driving the engine or being the engine of this defense. Yeah. Your defensive line needs to be so good that you don't need to blitz to create rush, and that makes it so much easier for everybody on the back end.
Yep.
So Danielle Hunter, yeah, like he's got to be, in some ways he's got to be better than he was last year.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to get as much help from the scheme.
Stephon Diggs, he was running around town yesterday. People, we're not helping this man enough. We need to help out Stephon Diggs in his indoctrination to Houston. Get the text page ready. That is next. Bayway Chevrolet.
Certainly is, Sean. Bayway Chevrolet is right now, baby.
5. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's help out Stefon Diggs here in just a second. But Adam Schefter just tweeted this. Not a schedule leak necessarily, but the 2 Christmas Day NFL games will be broadcast on Netflix this year. So Netflix, it sounded like Amazon was trying to make a little end around at the 11th hour here to try to get at least one of those Christmas Day games. But Netflix, and they'll get at least one holiday game each year. 826. So, man, this, I don't know.
How much do you think they bid for that?
It's a good question. It'll come out at some point. I mean, they basically put them up for auction. If I had to guess, Christmas Day games, I mean, the wild card playoff game that was on Peacock last year and is now on Amazon this year, Amazon paid $120 million for a wild card playoff game.
Yeah.
I would guess that these games, I would guess Netflix for 2 games on Christmas Day, captive audience, is paying for the 2 games, paying at least $150 million for the 2 games, if not $200 million.
How much did Amazon pay? Did you say for the
$120 million for the wild card playoff game they've got this year?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Netflix has done some kind of exhibition style live sporting events in golf and tennis.
Okay.
They're also set up to do Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. So like they've only made minimal forays into live sports broadcasting, but I think they've probably intelligently done it with non games that don't matter necessarily.
Yep.
I remember the last one of the golf ones they did was kind of a hodgepodge and a mess.
Yeah.
They had I can't remember whether it was Burt Kreischer or some other comedian kind of like as a roving sportscaster, and it just there was background noise everywhere. It was kind of a mess, at least when I watched it. So I'm guessing they're just they got to make that decision of like, okay, yeah, let's not try to get too innovative here the first go around. Yep. Let's just get the basics right. Let's not screw the pooch on this. I trust that they've learned some lessons, and they will, in the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, and whatever else they do in between.
Yeah, and with the NFL stuff, they may partner up with somebody who's done this stuff before to do all the technical stuff, at least the first time through. I mean, they spent $5 billion starting next year to do Monday Night Raw, live every Monday night with WWE. So, I mean, Netflix, it's crazy to think Netflix started out as mailing DVDs back and forth, and now they're broadcasting Wednesday night, Christmas Day NFL games.
Well, and that Amazon started off as a bookseller,
right?
To whatever the hell Amazon is now.
That's so true, dude. If somebody had told you, like in 1998, when Netflix, when all you were doing was mailing DVDs back and forth, hey, did you know that 25 years from now, the NFL is going to have 2 Christmas Day games on a Wednesday broadcast by Netflix? You'd be like, what?
No, you wouldn't have expected that.
There's nothing about that sounds normal, right? But that's where we are. Stefon Diggs, Seth, we tried to help him last week. He was talking about, man, you missed your exit in Houston, and you're done for the next 17 minutes. It takes you to get off the freeway. Which is true.
At first, as I was saying that he doesn't understand the feeder road system yet. I remember that. No, I was on 610 North the other day and got off at the wrong exit and ended up in a neighborhood that I didn't know existed up there near the and it did. I think I ended up on 43rd Street somehow, and it was a good 15 minutes before I got back to 610 where I wanted to be on the West Loop.
Yeah, he was driving around yesterday. It's me again. Update, I'm moving around better and starting to get the hang of this highway thing. While we're on the topic of driving, just want to say, y'all remember I said, why y'all didn't tell me blah, blah, blah. I'm reading these tweets verbatim.
He spells y'all Y-A-W.
He's still doing that. Yeah, nobody's gotten in his ear about that yet. Just want to throw in there, y'all could have shared the city roads get tricky. Potholes, speed bumps, I don't know what to call them, but they make my car go in the air damn near when I drive over them. And he's got a laughing emoji, so it's good-spirited. But he's been driving around one of the many parts of town where your car either will dip heavily due to a pothole or will go airborne because you're hitting some sort of swell.
You know what the sneaky sly thing is that are more common in lots of other places now, but the first place I ever noticed them was in Houston. They're not speed bumps, they're like speed platforms.
Yeah.
And they're smart because, like, a speed bump, if you got the right suspension, you can almost, like, speed over a speed bump and not feel it at all. Where these platforms, they'll buck you like you're a wave, like a boat on the ocean. Those maybe somebody could probably. I bet he went over one of those speed platforms.
Maybe
at some point.
Maybe. He's asking after all these tweets. He said, "Anything else I should know? Just hit me." And we efforted to do that for him last week, including warning him about the various potholes around town as well. But there's a lot of people replying to this.
DJ Bijani is over.
Yeah, that was an interesting move by DJ right there.
Yeah, I don't know if that your journalistic integrity demanded that you tweet that out, DJ.
Right.
You don't have to bring on extra. It's rough enough for journos these days. You don't have to just invite that hate on you, man. DJ got 43 replies.
Got a bunch of replies.
Yeah.
The reply to the reply. Yeah, I was going to say.
Big Steve said, "Don't go to Bissonnette." LOL. Listen, it's not all of
parts
Bissonnette.
of Bissonnette, okay? It's not the whole.
Parts of Bissonnette are lovely.
Yes.
Family communities.
That's right.
That's
right. Don't have a low suspension. Your car will get all the way effed up. You know what? Do you know what Stefan Diggs drives? He drives probably several things, but what I saw most recently him getting out of was one of those new Tesla trucks that are shaped like a triangle.
It's a Cybertruck. Yeah.
Cybertruck, yeah, Cybertruck. Why do you look down on me when I don't know certain things?
I don't know.
You always get on me for saying I condescend to you. I've never seen one of these things before.
Well, it's been kind of a big deal for a while now.
Not in my world.
Cybertruck, and I guess, I know. I apologize.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's driving these days.
Okay. Was Stefan Diggs is driving a Cybertruck?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you know who the badassest vehicle of a player that I ever played with?
Who?
Was Robert Smith. He had, I don't even know what number F it was for it was like an F550 or an F6 commercial work truck pickup, yeah, but it was customized, so the cap on the back was extended on into the cab, and it was like a luxury, basically like a luxury SUV on the inside.
Really?
But it was like you could drive. The potholes did not bother him.
He created them. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he could have repaved the roads behind that, with that thing as he drove on. Yeah, that was one of those things where well. That's an ostentatious thing, but in a very unique way. Right. I like it. Instead of just buying the fanciest Lamborghini or something, that was a badass vehicle. He probably still has it. I'm guessing that thing you could probably get 1 million miles on a truck like that.
Was it such that it was hard to even to fit into a garage? Was it raised up?
Oh yeah. No. Yeah, there was no garage parking for this thing.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Yeah.
So as far as Stefan Diggs' vehicle goes, is that one that you'd really like to steer clear of driving around Houston in, the Cybertruck?
Oh boy, you're opening up a can of worms.
Truck feels like a.
There's going to be Sean. You asking that question is you're going to get some responses that say that this thing could go to the moon and back with no issues whatsoever.
Yeah.
Then you're going to get another responses. They're going to say no, your entire family's going to die, and Musk has it in for you. And it is a polarizing topic. The Cybertruck.
I get it. I'm merely talking about just purely from a suspension and how high up it is off the ground.
It should be fine.
Okay.
In theory.
Okay.
You're also supposed to not be able to break the windows in theory. There's been a lot of hiccups along the way.
I got you. So that's a lot of advice from people to get an easy tag. I mean, that's not indigenous to Houston. There's easy tags everywhere. Yeah.
It might be. I mean, compared to a lot of other cities, the number of toll roads is pretty extreme in Houston compared to a lot of places. We've really taken the whole privatization thing to heart. He might be shocked at how often you have to pay tolls if you want to get somewhere quickly.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's getting some barbecue advice. Thanks for that, DJ Bijani. Hey, bro, go to Hickory Barbecue on Brazewood. Bleep is fire. Okay. I may take some of this advice. You never know.
DJ must have I'm guessing DJ must have just like wherever he grew up. I don't know where he grew up, but that's just typically barbecue is one of those things where there's awesome barbecue in every city,
Sure.
but if you didn't grow up with it, it doesn't taste as good as the stuff you grew up with.
He went to Louisville.
Same
DJ
with peanut
did.
butter and jelly sandwiches, by the way.
Oh yeah, they're really different.
So you go to your friend's house and you're like, what
that's
trash is
true.
this?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Someone says an electric truck in Houston, the oil and gas capital of the USA. No, Sean, no. To be clear, it's not mine. It's Stefan Diggs.
Yeah, Sean
who
wasn't
drives
asking if he should buy one
No,
or not.
no, not at all. Why would I do that? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, schedule releases tonight. I'm seeing some.
I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry
What?
you didn't know what a Cybertruck was. I'm sorry.
I hadn't seen one. So the first one I saw was like 10 days ago.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not. There's not a bunch of them out there now.
Yeah.
It's been kind of a news item.
Gives you an idea how much I watch the news.
No, that's Sean. There's 400,000 things that you know that I don't. I shouldn't have made a big deal out of it.
It's okay. It's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Schedule release coming out tonight, 7 o'clock. I'm seeing some rumors on the text page. I'm going to go check some other places before I see if these Texans rumors are correct. But we'll see. But the international schedule is out, and if it starts to feel weird and you're reading the Texans schedule tonight, I've got a few reasons as to why. That is next.
Kirk Holmes. I've got a reason for you to go to Kirk Holmes, Southern Living Builder of the Year.
shipping entries.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, schedule coming out tonight. Seeing rumblings, well, just rumblings, because there's been a lot of misinformation spread around out there. But I've seen some rumblings, text page, social media, about maybe the Texans aren't playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, which the odds are that they aren't, just based on, sheer number of games and things like that. There's a lot of other places to park a Texans-Cowboys game. As you pointed out earlier, Seth, that Thanksgiving game with the Cowboys, and again, the Texans may very well play the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day, but I've seen a few people that are people I follow saying that they're hearing rumors that might not come to pass. But you made this point earlier in the show, and it's a really good one, and it was proven out last year. The Cowboys played the Commanders on Thanksgiving Day last year. The Commanders, not a good football team.
Right, it's going to get good ratings regardless.
It was a most viewed game of the season last year.
Sometimes they'll even the schedule of the Bengals for a Super Bowl. That's how, and it still gets good ratings. That's how it just,
Yep. So that game's gonna pop numbers either way. As long as that game's in prime time, I just a primetime game, or at the very least a late window game on a Sunday. It can't be buried at noon on a Sunday. That's
right. Yeah,
I
think it'll be a prime time. It's just by virtue of the quarterbacks alone. This isn't even a Texans take. This is like an objective looking at the thing that really drives eyeballs to televisions is a quarterback matchup. So, yes, Dak Prescott versus CJ, or just the Cowboys in general versus CJ Stroud is going to have a lot of appeal from a schedule maker's viewpoint. I guess the one thing I would look at right now is, if you look at last year, the Bills had 7 primetime games, which was the most. So, which surprised me because, honestly, you always feel like the small market teams kind of get screwed. But Josh Allen is a draw, and the Bills were one of the teams that was knocking on the door for a long time. I wonder if the schedule makers still have a little bit of a wait-and-see approach with the Texans.
Maybe.
Because it is still a team that's been bad for a few years, and then you worry about the sophomore slump perhaps with the quarterback or what have you.
Yeah, so you maybe ease in a little bit on giving them too much of the big national games. And
I should point out, I'm sure the 3 of you out there are angry. All 3 of the Bengals Super Bowls were very hard-fought, close losses.
Very hard fought.
So, yes, they're good games.
2 to the Niners, 1 to the Rams. Yep. Yeah. I do feel pretty confident that the Texans and Bills game is going to be a primetime game because ESPN sent out a graphic on Twitter last night talking about reunion game. The graphic had what looked to be like 4 almost movie posters on it, right? Almost like Star Wars looking movie posters.
It's got through a filter, kind of a grainy filter to make it look like it's a classic already.
Yeah, a lot of faded background people, some bigger than others, silhouettes and things like that. And one of the 4 was the Stephon Diggs reunion with the Buffalo Bills, which will take place at NRG Stadium. I feel pretty confident that, given that it's an ESPN graphic, that that'll be a Monday Night Football game.
There's you know what, too? Albert Breer, the only thing the cautionary thing I would say about that, Albert Breer said, I just saw this before we came back, that so far, where'd you go, Albert Breer? Basically, whatever. He said so far there will be 4 games that are exclusively streamed, and one of them was ESPN Plus. And I haven't seen which game that would be yet. So there's a chance that Bills-Texans game, if it is an ESPN game, might be an ESPN Plus affair or something.
Yep, could be. As far as the Texans schedule goes, if it starts to feel weird when you look down at the schedule, you're holding it in your hand on your phone and you're looking down, you're going, wow, what are these 7:20 p.m. starts that I don't know, these feel very foreign to me. What are these weird times that aren't 1 o'clock Eastern? What are these? It stands to reason. Don't get shocked. Don't feel like you got to call somebody. Don't feel like you're hallucinating. It's because, few things here. Prior to game Indianapolis in Week 18, this past season, the one they moved to primetime because it was basically for a playoff spot with the Colts, the Texans had played 25 consecutive noon Sunday kickoffs. You know how hard that is to do? To be so bad that you're playing noon kickoffs for 25 straight weeks of NFL football in a league where you could get plunked down at 305 and be just as irrelevant because you're playing a West Coast team.
Right. Yeah, just by virtue of playing somebody from the West Coast.
Yeah.
It's just it's really
it's got to be a record.
Yeah.
25 straight.
It's like the Hale-Bopp Comet or something. We might never see this again.
Yes. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, the Hale-Bopp Comet. The last time the Texans played a Monday Night Football game, the last time was week 1 of 2019. 2019, that was the game where Deshaun Watson led a 30-second touchdown drive, or the touchdown drive was actually even less than that. It was like an 8-second touchdown drive. It was 2 plays. To take the lead against the Saints on Monday Night Football to open the season, and then the Texans gave up a last-second field goal to Will Lutz, and they lost the game. But that was, Seth, 5 years ago.
That was 5 years ago, which, of course, because that was pre-COVID, it feels like it might as well have been 20 years ago.
Yes.
And yet we did
pre a lot of stuff with the Texans.
We did the pregame at Killen's. Was I doing the pregame with you? I guess I wasn't at that point, was I? Or were we? I can't remember.
I don't remember doing a pregame at Killen's, but
so you weren't yet doing the pregame, and we did the pregame at Killen's barbecue.
You know what? I wasn't. I was not doing it, and that was. And he was doing
so
the.
Kamla and I did it at
you and Kamla, yeah.
And then I watched it at Killen's too, and I watched Aaron Colvin decide to play extreme off coverage on 3rd and 5 in the most critical point in the game.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I was back on the pregame by week 5, just for the record. So that was the last time that we had a Monday Night Football game. The last time that the Texans had a Sunday Night Football game was that same season in week 13, 2019, week 13. The Patriots, who had some sort of virus or flu.
Yeah, the flu game.
Maybe COVID.
That was widely known in around all of sports as the flu game.
The flu game, yeah.
If you say the flu game, people are like, wait, was that the Sunday Night Football game with the Patriots? Yes,
it was.
Exactly it.
Yes, it was. Had that fun trick play that DeAndre Hopkins and Deshaun Watson drew up on a napkin and brought it to Bill O'Brien. Said, hey,
it was like the last time Bill O'Brien ever did anything fun.
Yeah. Literally the next week, he was screaming down a fan walking into the tunnel at halftime, down 38-3 to the Broncos. Literally. That was a week after. Not even. Because that was Sunday afternoon. This game in question was Sunday night, so it was less than 7 days. Dude shouting down a fan.
Good job on the drop there, Ben.
Yeah. Good call, Ben.
Ben, sometimes we don't give you enough appreciation for the things you do.
You do. You're doing a good job.
Today.
Thank you. You guys do a good job, too.
Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Today is Ben Gary Day.
Yes.
Now never speak of it again.
Yep, that's it. You're not getting anything, Ben. We're just saying it's your day. The opportunity to play in games that I think when the schedule comes out tonight, I think we're looking at 3 primetime games, if I had to guess. We know they're not going to London. Thanksgiving's up in the air. I pray they don't play on Christmas Day.
When you think it's 3, are you betting the over or the under on that? Where have you set the line on number of primetime games?
I'd set the line. Now that I've seen the league is not really looking at the Texans through maybe the same sizzly lens that I am.
How dare they?
Right. I'll put the number at 2.5 primetime games.
Okay.
And I'll go over.
Sean, and you're taking the over.
I would take the over, yeah.
I think, if I try to set the line at 3.5, I can't do it. So I think I would set the line at 2.5 too and take the over.
Yeah.
I'll be deeply offended if they only get 2 primetime games.
Same.
Deeply offended.
Same. Well, there's
so many. Roger Goodell?
Yes. Listen up, Goodell. Well, there's so many available. That's the thing. Like you said, if we're talking quarterback matchups, I don't know that there's a team whose schedule has as many sexy quarterback matchups as the Houston Texans.
It seems like 2 years ago we were starting to worry about whether there was a marquee quarterback shortage with the retirements or imminent retirement or semi-retirement of Tom Brady and everybody else, and Drew Brees. Are we back to just having blazing quarterback duels now?
I think we're in a good spot. Now, this is where you got to peek ahead a few years. Okay? Yeah. And understand, like, Brady is a unicorn playing into his 40s. We've learned that.
Right.
With the money these guys are making now, we may see fewer guys play up to then. I say that because there's no shortage right now, but the last 3 drafts have not been great for quarterbacks. The 2021 draft Trevor Lawrence is the only first-round quarterback in that draft that's still left with the team that drafted him. And we're not even we're 3 years in, and guys are all backups on different teams other than Trevor Lawrence. The 2022 draft is a disaster other than Mr. Irrelevant in that draft, Brock Purdy. He was really good. Everybody else from that draft stinks. And then CJ, as of right now, is the only guy that I would buy a bunch of stock in among the quarterbacks from that draft. So, whereas we'd had at least one class every couple of years where young quarterbacks are making impacts early.
Yeah.
CJ is a unicorn right now compared to the quarterbacks drafted in the last 3 years. You know
what? This might end up. This could go down as the golden age of backup quarterbacks this year.
Yes.
Because you have like Jameis Winston in Cleveland.
Yeah.
You swap out a guy that went to the playoffs for you in Joe Flacco because, oh God, can't put that kind of stress on Deshaun. So you have Jameis Winston, who potentially might play a lot if, depending on the CJ's shoulder and frequent injury history. You've got Justin Fields in Pittsburgh. You've got Michael Penix because like Kirk Cousins is not your typical bridge quarterback. So no. Michael Penix.
He get paid like it either.
Michael Penix is a top 10 draft pick in Atlanta. This could be a really good year for QB controversy.
Yeah. I like that. Not here. I think we're good.
No, I highly doubt that.
Not
although we managed to have backup quarterback controversy last year.
Backup quarterback
quarterback controversy.
Yeah.
Between Davis Mills and Case Keenum.
Dude.
Where somehow we, as good NFL fans do, completely turned on DeMeco Ryans in 1 week. Because we did not like the way he was handling the backup quarterback situation. How dare you, sir?
He did.
How dare you?
Yep.
How dare you not be able to pick between Case Keenum and Davis Mills?
Don't you know this is about us, D'Amico? It's about us. John Lopez is here. So, John.
Hey, man.
No London game.
Yeah, I got to fall on the sword on that one. But as I mentioned to Landry yesterday, I actually opened up my message that I had received. I said either Jets or Texans.
Okay.
But I just assumed Texans because I had also saw a report that the Vikings were going to play an AFC South team, and the only AFC South team they were playing at home were the Colts and the Texans.
Yeah.
And that was already not going to be the Colts.
Okay.
But I'm actually kind of glad.
You were putting puzzle pieces together.
But I'm actually kind of glad that it worked out this way. It would have been really cool, but kind of a hassle.
I actually think that the Texans not going overseas is a sign that the league thinks highly of them. Because the teams that are all going overseas, I'm counting here, and none of them made the playoffs last year.
Right.
The Jets and the Vikings, the Jags and the Bears, the Patriots and the Jags, the two teams that were two of the bottom 6 teams in the NFL. So I almost look at it like, hey,
that's an interesting.
For overseas, we're just sending our teams. We're just sending the Globetrotters and the Generals over there that play little exhibitions, and the teams that play real football. We don't want to torpedo the middle of their season with a trip to London.
And it would have been at some level done that. At least caused a little bit of a hassle.
Oh, for sure.
A little bit of an inconvenience, whatever you want to call it. So I'm actually glad to be wrong on that one.
I said to Seth earlier, nobody says put football aside. Nobody that they're playing games. Put that aside. Nobody in the middle of a football season would say, "Hey, let's take a trip to London."
Exactly.
It's not
exactly.
Right. Especially like a coach himself would never be like, "Hey, I hope all you guys take a vacation to London this week."
Yeah.
That's going to be awesome for this football team.
I put the over under at 2.5 primetime games, like true primetime, like Sunday night or Monday night
like
football.
Thanksgiving or something.
Yeah.
I'll take the over.
Over 2.5?
Yeah. I'll take the over on that.
2.
Only 4 teams in the entire league don't have a single scheduled game announced or leak, and the Texans are one of those.
Yeah, there's nothing coming out. This is like the draft. How did Caserio and D'Amico manage to put a muzzle on everybody with the schedule?
This is not the Texans.
Yeah. I know. They're probably happy about it.
Yeah, it's just the way it's working out. I think Cardinals, Chargers, and Commanders are the only other teams that don't have any.
I don't like being on the same list with those teams.
Hey, would you guys want, if the NFL plays a regular season game in Asia somewhere, would you want the Texans to be a part of that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
that's like a 12-hour flight.
That's too much.
So.
No.
Yeah.
Brazil is going to be a hell of a.
It's going to be a bear.
Tough.
Yeah. It's going to be a.
The zone difference isn't much different at all, and
it's a long way down there, though.
Yeah.
It's a long trip.
Yeah.
It's a long trip. Yeah. So we'll see. But Asia, no. Now, if the Texans were a bad team, if we knew that it was a rebuilding year, then yeah, because at least that's interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
But I don't anticipate.
It's a 10-hour flight from Houston to Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't realize it was that.
It's a long way down there. I remember going to Argentina back in the day, and I was like, man, I didn't know this. It's like 1 hour, 2 hour difference time zone, but it's just straight down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
Straight down. All right, so 7 o'clock tonight. I'm guessing there may be dribs and drabs coming out. Keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 610 all day long. We've got you plugged in on the scheduled drop going on 7 o'clock, and I'm sure the Area 45 guys will be all over it when it actually does drop later. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and just to update everybody, I only made 3 errors on names today, which is a lot for a typical broadcaster, but for me,
for you,
I think that's progress. So the number is 3. It's been 4 segments since my last name error when I said Joe Hader for God knows what reason. So the goal tomorrow is to keep it to 2 errors on names.
I like this.
For tomorrow's show.
I like this. All right, you're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. And they start now.
All right, where are the leaks at, man?
Where are the leaks at?
They're supposed to be happening everywhere. They're happening everywhere but here. We got like 6 uniform leaks, and we can't get Texans.
I think they learned their lesson from the uniform leaks.
I mean,
it's
I
not
don't
the
know
Texans
what's going
though.
We got to tighten this up.
The Texans aren't the ones that are keeping it from leaking.
They're probably helping a little bit.
They're helping a little bit, but like it's just the fact that the teams that they are not playing are the ones who are getting getting leaks of their schedule, and so there's only 4 teams. I was just telling the boys there's only 4. Actually, now there's only 3 teams because there's been some leaks with the Commanders. Only 3 teams in the entire NFL don't have anybody. Any leaks whatsoever,
which I guess is cool. I mean, some people want to know, some people don't. I guess it's okay not to have some leaks. I would like to know a little something. I think the thing that I really just hope is that I hope they're not playing on Christmas. Like, if you ask me one thing that I can hope for, look, it's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be perfectly laid out. But the one hope for me is that the Texans aren't playing on Christmas, because I don't even know what that looks like. I don't know how they do it. That's the one. That's the one thing that I'm looking to and saying, please don't let this happen.
It can't be Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Well, are you breaking news? Like, is the Cowboys Texans on Thanksgiving official or what?
I mean, it could be, but Saturday to Wednesday just feels weird, and playing on Christmas on a Wednesday would be very, very, very weird to me.
We also know that they will not be playing in London, John. You had me booking my hotel and everything ready. Like that. You had me ready with that London stuff.
Well, it's to go. I was ready to go as well. I thought it'd be cool, but I'm actually kind of glad that they're not. It's like I told you yesterday, right before the show. It's either going to be the Jets or the Texans, and I just would have sworn it was going to be the Texans. Just made too much sense, but it ended up being the Jets. And that's actually a good thing. I'm actually kind of glad that the Texans aren't going to have their schedule disrupted like that.
The 2 Christmas games are going to be on Netflix. It's going to be a 3-season deal per Adam Schefter. So I could do without the Christmas. That'll be the one thing that I am very much hoping does not happen. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Astros 2-0. We've talked about this 13-game stretch. The Astros are 2-0.
We got to put an asterisk on last night.
Why is that?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. The sticky stuff that got Ronel Blanco ejected. But, 5 of their last 6, man.
Yeah. Blanco ejected at the start of the 4th inning. Sticky stuff apparently was what was on his opposing hand. Joe Espada, I'm not sure that I would want Joe Espada to be cross-examined if he and I got pulled over or something like that. I mean, this is – I don't know how you look at this. I mean, I'm not saying he just completely threw Blanco under the bus, and I'm not saying that he's supposed to go up there and go Aaron Boone and, like, conference or anything like that, but – I mean, good Lord, man. Could you Could you maybe plead the fifth every once in a while or something like that? This is Joe Espada after Ronel Blanco, who, by the way, probably going to face a 10-game suspension, 2 starts, really. Here's how Joe Espada got cross-examined by the media after the game. And tell me if this is someone you want on your side if you find yourself in a, wait for it, sticky situation.
There we go.
What did they say about Blanco? What they found on the glove? So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove, the rosin, you're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand. And that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat. That's what it looked to me.
Have you spoken to Ronel?
I did.
What was his message to you?
So the same explanations that you could just kind of see it inside his glove, the kind of the white powder. It sucks because he was throwing the ball well, and I believe I saw kind of the substance in there and the stickiness to it. So
was that sort of the discussion you were having with umpiring?
Yeah, I asked, can we just get him a new glove? Did you guys check him in the first inning? Yes. Was it sticky then? No. Now same damn glove. He hasn't done anything different. That's the explanation I got.
Just to be clear, you said it's illegal to use rosin
on your non-pitching hand. It's like like if you use it in your hand and you throw it down. But if you start put it in your hand or in your glove, it's against the rules.
Did he know that?
I think if he would have known that, I think he would have not done it.
Could face a 10-game suspension.
That's a possibility. Yeah.
Just how crippling would that be to you guys? Where you're at pitching injury.
We'll cross that line when we get there.
Damn, man. I mean, can you just say, can you just like quote the umpire or something like that?
Just say, yeah, I don't know.
Golly, Skip.
This
I mean, damn.
This whole thing is just kind of embarrassing.
He was the one with the drugs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, especially if we saw the Yankees pitcher the other day. I don't remember what the guy's name was, but the guy got to go back and get a different glove. He got to go back to the dugout and get a different glove. So if you thought that, I'm not sitting here asking you to go Lou Piniella and kick dirt on him and stuff like that, but I mean, damn, Skip.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of backing?
He didn't get a lot. This whole thing is just kind of a little bit embarrassing to me for the Astros, for people that are kind of thinking like this is some sort of conspiracy or Kennedy assassination investigation.
Who thinks that?
Open Twitter. I mean, some of the things that people are saying are ridiculous. Like just open Twitter. Like the Astros are just being. The umpire said it was the stickiest substance he's ever felt in a glove. That right there tells me something. Like, okay, he did it. It sucks. It's too bad. But it wasn't just rosin. There was something really, really sticky. Yes, you could have changed.
Sweat, they said, right?
Well, a lot of players sweat, and a lot of players use rosin. I don't think it's that egregious a thing. He tried to get a competitive advantage. They caught him. Take your medicine, move on. I don't think this was anything like trying to go get the Astros, or they mishandled. Maybe baseball let some people change gloves and other people not change gloves.
They did, though.
They did, but there was a reason they didn't allow Blanco, because they saw something there that none of us saw, that none of us felt. Like the umpire, the thing that did it for me is the umpire said, it was the stickiest substance I've ever seen since we've been doing this. Like that, it's okay. It sucks. But he did it, or it seems he did it, and the umpires had good reason. The umpires are not like, let's get the Astros. They're just not. That's silly.
And I haven't heard that. Your timeline's different. I haven't really heard that. The only thing I've heard is like the Yankees got to go switch gloves and the Astros didn't. That's really all I've heard. I'm just glad that the Astros got the dub, 2-0.
Yeah.
Thank God for the California scrubs.
Yeah.
The A's and the Angels been very good to the Houston Astros. I think Joe Espada could learn from one of our friends, friend of the show, legend, John McClain. I think Joe Espada, when being cross-examined, when being asked, he needs to go John McClain. This is how John McClain handles being cross-examined. And Joe Espada, know you're listening, sir, or not. But if you are, take notes from the legend, John McClain.
Just tell me the exact truth about what happened out there, that's all.
I have no idea.
You just got to do the right thing right here.
They could, I don't know. You'd have to. No.
Listen, I'm telling you something. This is the most important time of your life right here.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Tell me the truth. He pushed him. Tell me. He pushed him against Payne.
Well, I have no idea. I haven't talked to him.
I've been doing this for 17 years. I know what really happened.
Well, you would think, but you don't know. See you next Tuesday.
And he calls him the C word on the way out.
See you next Tuesday.
That's how you're supposed to do it right there. I don't know what the hell Joe Espada is doing.
No, it's like some of the things I actually
You would
wrote.
have been eating McDonald's in that room.
I actually wrote down some of the things that just made me eye roll. The comments, some of them including from people that are quote unquote cover the Astros. Like if it was so, this is the excuse making. These are things I've been saying.
From what? This is
just on Twitter and social media and commenters, and some of them were even people that allegedly cover the Astros. These are a few of the things I've read. If it was so egregious, why did it take so long to decide? Well, they're not going to just do this casually. When it's
you're talking about the Blanco. Okay.
Yeah, the Blanco thing. Another one I saw was the Astros got a little something going, so of course the league is going to do something to derail it. Give me a break.
Who said that?
I just wrote them down. I mean, I just wrote them down.
Who are these people? Astros fan 965?
Off of my timeline. One of them covers the Astros pretty regularly. Another one said they didn't check his hand. They have to check his hand. There was nothing on his hand. They were, come on.
Espada said they did.
Exactly. This is my favorite one. The Yankees were allowed to wash their hands.
It's true.
It's true. But
that's a fact.
But there's a reason they did this. There's a reason that they decided this time.
What also could be a different umpire. So, I mean, that's the other thing.
And then my favorite, the A's are snitches. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It sucks. He got caught. He's going to get suspended. That's it. The Astros won, so good deal. No harm, no foul on that one game.
I just don't really know. The one thing about it is that I'm a little bit concerned about the impact on this, especially with the stretch that you're in and the way that Blanco's pitching. Mm-hmm. And some people can overtake these types of things. But you're talking about a guy who's never really had major league success. This is the first time that he's done it. It's probably a little bit embarrassing for him. So I kind of wonder how he responds to this, too, because he's been one of the bright spots. And I don't even know, there's nothing to brag about with where the Astros are, but they're not even here without him.
Right.
So I wonder how he handles this, just given the fact that this is, I don't want to call it a fluke run that he's on, but this is, you're basically playing with house money with him now. Now he's going to have to sit out 2 starts. This is what he's going to be known for. Maybe when he goes on the mound, he's thinking about this a little bit. That's kind of a concern.
Yeah, because, by no means can you say Blanco has become like the stud of the staff. He's a guy that you're looking forward to seeing pitching because you think that he can get the win. You think he can shut a team down. And he started out that way yesterday, and now you're going to miss 2 starts, and now you're going to also, as you just said, he's going to have to figure out how to respond to this without letting it affect him.
Yeah, and I don't know whether
he's been a bright spot.
He's been the bright spot.
Yeah.
Really. Schedule released today. No leaks for the Houston Texans as of yet. We have the games in London. They've been set. The Texans will not be going to London. Now all eyes are on are they going to go to Christmas? Let's just hope they're not playing on Christmas. That's really just my biggest hope for the Texans. Thanksgiving, I feel like people kind of have their mind made up on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Where you want the Cowboys versus the Texans on Thanksgiving. That seems to be the one that people are just really obsessing over. You want that one. But the Jags versus Bears, Pats versus Jags, and Jets versus Vikings, those will be the London games. Germany, I don't know what they did to the NFL, but the NFL is sending the Giants and Panthers to Germany. So have fun with that. I don't know if that's going to be an enjoyable experience for them or not. But no overseas games for the Texans. Thanksgiving seems to be the one that everyone wants. Christmas is the one that you don't. And I'm sure that's the one that D'Amico and company doesn't want either.
Yeah, I'm sure too. But would you trade an overlaying on Christmas.
Yes.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah, zero.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zero
If it's one or the other, I would take Christmas over overseas, but you'd
Wait, you would take Christmas overseas?
Overseas.
No, hell no.
I would take
go
over
to London. I would go to London.
Really?
Hell no.
Yeah.
No, hell no. A Wednesday? Yeah, hell no.
Well, no, at least you get the Thursday schedule, though, the 4 days, and you're not leaving the country, time zones and all that.
But that Christmas game kind of impact the week prior to that, too.
And,
big time.
Yeah, it's Wednesday. It's a Wednesday game, man.
It kind of throw everything off.
So you'd rather go to Europe than really?
100%.
Wow, I'd rather not leave the country.
4-day trip in a comfortable-ass plane and rest up, do your thing, come back home, figure stuff out.
See, to me, it'd be like, okay, we got to approach it like a Thursday night game. You're playing on Saturday instead of Sunday, and you're playing on Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Is that for sure what they're going to do?
That's what, Sean Pendergast mentioned that's what he had heard, so I don't know for sure.
So they'll play on Saturday and then
Wednesday. So I would trade that for going to Europe. That's just like another Thursday night game with just the days different,
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. One of the newest Houston Texans, he's found himself in some interesting controversy. He has drug one of the folks who covers the Texans into that controversy with him. We'll get into that at 11. Baseball Spo checking in. At 10:40, he's going to weigh in on this sticky substance. He actually was. You heard his voice right there in the cross. Joe Espada. Did Blanco know it? Joe Espada kind of like as mean as Joe Espada can be. He said, "Well, if he would have known it, then he probably wouldn't have done it."
Yeah, probably.
So I would say it's safe to say Baseball Spo first guy to get dunked on by Joe Espada.
He wasn't exactly a good witness, as you said, though. I mean, it was like, oh, okay. Thanks, Joe. You're really helping. You're helping your guy out a lot there.
Eating that Big Mac right there, man.
Got to give Alex Bregman his props as well. Yeah. One of the worst players in baseball. The first 40-ish through, 3 bombs in 2 nights. He had the quote to Brian McTaggart that the cream rises to the top. Some people kind of rolled their eyes. But he appears to have found his form, and you have the walk-off. Also, another badass, 2 badasses of the night for the Astros. Josh Hader appears to have found his groove. 3 strikeouts through 2 innings, another extra inning walk-off dub for the Astros. Schedule day. Schedule's going to get dropped at 7, hopefully.
Yeah.
Or hopefully not.
Are they going to announce the Texans?
We get some leaks. During the show, damn it. Like, what is going on? Give us some damn leaks. I thought we would have the whole schedule by now, given how the uniform stuff went down. But hopefully we get some leaks. But coming up next, the GOAT loves up on CJ Stroud. Is there an ideal result for tonight's schedule release?
All right, let's say.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud. He got some love from the GOAT, Tom Brady. He's been making the rounds lately. He's been getting roasted. He was on with Michael Strahan. He was on the pivot with Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, and Fred Taylor. And he was asked about his favorite young quarterbacks, and he brought up the quarterback for the Houston Texans. Is there an ideal scenario for CJ Stroud when the schedule drops today? And happy schedule release date, all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. First, let's hear from Tom Brady via the pivot.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from with a lot of humility. The first thing I watch, does he endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, you're not going to play 20. It's your mates. There's so many things I sucked at, but the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate. So you had to talk the right way, hang the right way, celebrate the right way, lose the right way. That's the gift in sports. You can't fool people in a locker room. You can't bullshit your way through a football season, but people really are going to know who you are if you show up early. You put the time in. They see you how you are when you win, right after the game when you lose, how you are the next day, how you approach the week after. Everyone in the media is firing at you. Brady, you suck. They're going to know who I am by the way that I approached the next week.
All right, there you go. Thanks, Tom. Is that what I'm getting? Champion. Is that what I'm going to get from his analysis? I'm just going to get Tom Brady's story. Is that what even about CJ? That was about you, sir.
A lot of it was.
But he obviously thinks the world of CJ. And CJ Stroud's getting a lot of love. Is there an ideal layout from the POV of the QB, which is really the most important POV, not just in football, but really in sports as a whole? Is there a ideal scenario for tonight that would help CJ Stroud more than maybe another scenario?
Yeah. First on Tom Brady, I was kind of blown away by that. I thought that's about as high a compliment as you can get, the greatest of all time. Naming you by name in that moment,
and then making it about him.
And he did. He did do that. But aside from that was quite impressive, and it meant. I'm sure it's going to mean a lot in that locker room because CJ is that guy. Ideal scenario for the Texans of just the makeup of the schedule, not necessarily teams. Like what I'm looking for is I don't want a lot of long travel, short weeks. I don't want a lot of short weeks. I want a lot of long travel. I want to be able to get some not cupcakes, but easier type workable games early in the year, like Bears, something like that. Good team, but I think very workable. You know what I mean?
From my point of view or from CJ's?
From yours.
From mine, I want a Thanksgiving game. I want a Monday night game. Wouldn't mind a Thursday night game. And that's really it. I'm not worried about their travel. I mean, their planes, and I know it does matter sometimes, but their planes are more comfortable than 90% of the listeners' houses. They're sleeping. They're not flying Southwest and having to scratch and claw for a window seat and put the carry-on above their head as a baby cries or anything like that. Wi-Fi's going in and out. So yeah, I'm not worried about their travel. Me personally, I'm tired of watching Monday Night Football and there being no localized POV. So I would love to watch the Texans on Monday Night Football. Thanksgiving against the Cowboys, I think that would be a good opportunity. That's one of the best football holidays that there is, so I would take that. Thursday night, I wouldn't mind, especially if Al Michaels is there, just because I think it would be funny to watch Al Michaels call a Texans game. And sorry, Mark Vandermeer, we will not be using your highlights that week. It's going to be all Al, for better or worse. But that's really what I was saying, and that's where I'm at personally.
What about CJ? Because for me, it still goes back to the one thing that I said. Something where they can get their feet under them relatively quickly, get a division win early. a couple of division wins early, get that confidence going, and then maybe an NFC team that that isn't necessarily like the Cowboys or something where it's so much pressure, so much a pretty damn good team. Just somebody that that's workable. Like I said, maybe the Bears would be one that I would like. I would like. They're good, I feel like they're good. I'd take them over necessarily the Packers.
Like Minnesota early, I think would be nice.
Minnesota would be another one.
If you're talking that, I think Minnesota would probably fit under that. If you just want a bunny, like if we're just looking at the schedule and
just
it's always dangerous, I would say Patriots.
Yeah.
Perhaps Vikings would be the two that you would look to if you're just trying to get a bunny.
Yeah, because you're facing some really tough teams as we've talked about. But if you can get a good roll going early, that's what I'm looking for.
So you want it easy at first.
Relatively easy at first to really gain that confidence and get going.
There are rumblings that perhaps they'll be playing the Packers in early November. I think November 3rd is out there. We might have our first leak. Not sure whether that's going to be accurate. I think it's November 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. So not December Lambeau, but November 3rd.
Still a little cold.
I talked to someone that's going to go to that game, a traveling Texan, and they said they want it to be as cold as possible because they want the full experience.
I just don't.
The full experience?
That sounds like somebody from Texas.
Yes.
Man. Why would you want? I mean, the full experience. Just enjoy Lambeau. You'll be at the statues without ice and stuff being all over. I'm like, I just don't need to.
Or shivering.
Yeah. The full experience.
It's not fun, man.
You've been to cold games. Figgy's been to cold games. It might be cool
it's
in your
joke.
head,
it's
but
miserable.
it is not cool. It is not fun.
I don't even like watching snow games anymore. Like I used to. Like it looks good on the screen, but now I'm almost to the point where I feel sorry for the people that are in the stands. I feel sorry for the players. I'm to the point now where cold weather games for me are just so awful that I enjoy watching football no matter what, but I don't even like. I cringe almost.
Yeah.
Watching people sit in the stands and all that type of stuff. You got Bill's Mafia sitting out there shirtless and stuff like that, and there's always the player that has to do the bit where he's walking out on the field with the shirtless and sleeveless and, hey, this isn't impacting me. I hate the cold weather, and I hate that people have to run around in that cold weather.
Yeah, and if you're a traveling Texan, the Green Bay is definitely number one on the list. Hopefully you get better weather and you can just experience it like you said. But Green Bay would be one. Kansas City probably be two. Don't go to New England. As much as it might be tempting.
Hell no, man.
Don't go to New England. And who would be three? I guess the Jets, Packers, Chiefs. Yeah, probably Jets would be my number 3 pick if you're traveling.
Jets
about
depends.
Yeah, it is. No, it is more about the city, no question.
It depends, though, doesn't it?
Minnesota might be pretty good. It's indoors. They got the score, and they're really rabid fans. That's a fun place to watch a game. I'm going to change my answer. I'd go Green Bay 1, Kansas City 2, Minnesota 3 if you're traveling.
Yeah, Minnesota.
It's fun. It's fun. Have you been to a game there?
I haven't been to a game there.
Mm-hmm.
I know it gets pretty rowdy.
Yeah.
It's just too cold
all that
for me.
purple, but you're indoors.
I don't care. You got to walk. You lose your breath walking into the mall. I hate that possibility. I hate.
I mean, at least you're not outside. Like as far as watching the game outside.
Yeah.
And that walk.
And if you stay downtown, they have a huge tunnel system, or not tunnel, elevated, whatever that thing is, elevated tunnel.
Still waiting for the schedule leaks to come through. They're keeping it pretty sealed over there. We got your coverage of that. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they'll react. Area 45 with Creighton and Bijani, they'll have reaction as well. We'll have the Texans schedule exercise tomorrow as well.
There are now only 2 teams in the entire NFL that haven't had a single game scheduled, announced, or leaked.
Uh-oh.
It's just Arizona and the Texans are the only one. The Chargers had one leaked earlier, about 10 minutes ago, and the Commanders have had a few. So that's wild, man. The Texans have nothing. Clean slate.
That means we're going to get at least 4.
I still say 4.
They must have sent the company wide anything. of us.
That means we're going to get like 4 leaks over the course of the show.
I hope.
Probably pretty soon.
That'd be cool.
We'll see. Astros find themselves in another cheating scandal. A man who was on the scene and one of the greatest baseball minds in town, baseball spo Adam Spillane, breaks it all down with us coming up next. First, though, let's break this.
you're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, this was Joe Espada. Ronel Blanco ejected at the start of the fourth inning yesterday. You're going to hear the voice of Adam Spillane, who's going to join us momentarily. But this was Joe Espada explaining his POV from the small cheating scandal that the Houston Astros dealt with yesterday.
What did they say about Blanco? What they found on the glove? So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove to rosin, you're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand. And that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat. That's what it looked to me. So the same explanation is that you could just kind of see it inside his glove, the kind of the white powder. It sucks because he was throwing the ball well, and I believe I saw kind of the substance in there and the stickiness to it. So
was that sort of the discussion you were having with the umpire?
Yeah, I asked, can we just get him a new glove? Did you guys check him in the first inning? Yes. Was it sticky then? No. Now same damn glove. He hasn't done anything different. That's the explanation of that.
Just to be clear, you said it's illegal to use rosin
on your non-pitching hand. It's like like if you use it in your hand and you throw it down. But if you put it in your hand or in your glove, it's against the rules.
Did he know that?
I think if he would have known that, I think he would have not done it.
Could face a 10-game suspension.
That's a possibility, yeah.
How crippling would that be to you guys, just given where you're at in your schedule and with the pitching injury?
We'll cross that line when we get there.
All right, you heard his voice there, talking to Joe Espada. You're going to hear it momentarily. First, though, who they want.
Who they want, who they want, who they want, who they want, who they want. Baseball Spo, baseball Spo, baseball Spo.
Your thoughts on what went down yesterday with Mr. Blanco?
Fun. That's the first time I've seen one of those before. made the night very interesting.
You're giddy about this.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
How excited you are.
I kind of wanted to see how one of those go. And it was strange just because
that's my kind of party.
We talked to Espada and Blanco pool report until after we had done so.
Oh.
And the pool report was done
about the stickiest he's ever seen.
Yes. So
that's the one that got me.
Because the Astros, both Espada and Blanco, contend that it was rosin. And Espada said that Blanco had rosin on his non-pitching hand, which is illegal, which technically is illegal, but I don't know if that's something that gets you thrown out of a game.
Yeah.
And Blanco said that he'll sometimes put rosin on his left arm, depending on how sweaty things get.
Yeah.
And he said that he has never been checked before when nobody has ever said anything to him before when that has been the case. And then the umpires obviously did not believe that it was rosin. And that's the big thing. That's really what matters in this whole thing, is that Laz Diaz said, Blanco said it was rosin.
Laz Diaz being
the crew chief.
Umpire, the crew chief.
He's the crew chief. Laz Diaz said that they did not believe it was rosin, and these umpires are trained to know what is and isn't rosin. So if they don't think it's rosin, it probably wasn't rosin.
See, that's what I keep going back to. It was, they wouldn't do this casually. They wouldn't just say, and people are asking, like, well, why did it take so long? Well, they're trying to decide, and they're looking at it, and they're talking amongst each other. To me, it just sucks. It especially sucks because the Astros are going to get ripped for it because they're the Astros. But he did it, whether it was intentional, which probably was, but whatever reason, he did it. Well, of course it was. He did it. Move on.
You want to take away his no-hitter like you want to take away Strahan's
no,
sack record?
I don't want to do that. But, like, he did it. And just move on.
And then it takes so long, like you said, you get checked by the one umpire. The umpire, Eric Bacchus, the first base umpire, felt something that flagged, and so he takes the
your
glove.
ability to name umpires is just ridiculous.
That's
man.
part. Well,
who was at third yesterday?
Well, it would have been Laz Diaz because he had the plate the night before.
Okay.
And
then who was out?
I know the other two umpires were Mike Easterbrook and Trip Gibson were the other. Hey,
I was just about to say that.
Honestly,
who was in the outfield?
It's not the playoffs.
Yeah, it's only 4.
Well, I checked. I checked on this because I wanted to see the experience level of the crew, because these guys have all been umpires for a long time, except for Bacchus.
That's awesome.
Bacchus is the one
Is he the one that kind of turned his head and said, "Hey, it's something weird here"?
Yes, he was the first. But he was
That's
the one who did the
good
check.
Clip too. Yeah,
he did the check on Blanco after the first inning. He's the one who did because he's the first base umpire, so he has the home dugout. So he checks the guys on the Astros side of things, at least except for the relievers. He's the young guy of the crew. Laz Diaz is in year 26. Easterbrook's in year 19. Tripp Gibson's been in the league for more than a decade.
I didn't like them apples.
This is ridiculous. This is unbelievable.
But the point is, these guys know what rosin is. And I do want to bring up a couple other things, because I've seen this quite a bit over the last 12 hours, because there have been other instances of guys getting checked. The big one came on Monday with Yamamoto from the Dodgers. His glove was checked. He was allowed to pitch. He was not checked for a substance, though. His glove was checked because it had a white logo on it, and the umpires thought that might be distracting. Mm-hmm. And then you have the situation with the Yankees and Clark. He was told to go wash his hands. Now, just reading up on that was because of a rosin buildup with some fur from the strap of his glove. Now, my question, and the question that I'll have today is...
Well, you know how to party, Spo.
Well, come on. If the umpires thought that the substance that was on Blanco's glove and hand, if they thought it was rosin, would he have been allowed to continue in the game? Because that's the question that we kind of need answered.
This is what it's interesting to me. Baseball Spo here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, like in any other form of a suspension, there's layers to it. Like, depending on how intense the fight was, you get suspended more than just for like a shoving back and forth. This is just set in stone 10 games. Like, no matter what, is this just a set in stone type of suspension, or can the suspension be? And this is hypothetical. I'm just more curious because you know these rules and you put a lot of time into perfecting these rules, which is why we value you so much as a sports and baseball mind. Like, is it 10 games no matter what? Like, no matter what they find, 10 games, the end?
I mean, you can appeal, and Blanco said that he will appeal.
But it can't be more than 10, right?
No, 10 is the max. But no one has ever been ejected. As far as I know, no one has been ejected for having a foreign substance and not been suspended. So he can appeal it. Max Scherzer appealed it, and then he dropped the appeal after one day because he knew he wasn't going to win. Yeah. So he will get suspended in all likelihood. I'm assuming that whatever the umpire saw in the glove will be confirmed, and he'll be suspended for the 10 games.
Yeah, they'll analyze it.
Yes, they do. They will make sure. The Laz Diaz said last night that the umpire was already sent to the league office during the game.
The glove.
Yeah, so the league office, I imagine, has the glove at this point, and they'll inspect it, and I'm assuming...
But you can clean it up before, right?
Well, no, not if the umpires have it.
They just take the glove right. They take the glove.
They took the glove.
Right there. I don't get my glove back.
No, because they had the glove.
Man, that's messed up. Man.
That's my lucky glove.
Man, like anyone who's played baseball before, man, you take away the glove, man. That's worse than than not having your cell phone, your keys, anything on you. That's awful.
You remember in the '90s, Albert Bell got ejected for having a corked bat.
He got ejected for a lot of things.
But he had
Fernando Vina. Boom.
He had a corked bat.
Punk.
And they took the bat before the umpires could take it, and so the league could not inspect the bat. And so I think it was a pitcher. I think it was Jason Grimsley wound up getting suspended for taking the bat and not giving it up to MLB.
Remember when Albert Bell back in the day? God, I loved Albert Bell. Remember his stance with the arms out, and he'd just go like that.
Scary dude, man.
Remember when Albert Bell? He was such a badass that he got hit with a pitch and refused to go to first. He was like refused to. I mean, he had to eventually go, but he was like, no, and he would just stay. He wanted a piece of him. I loved Albert Bell.
But to answer your question, when they were inspecting the glove, as soon as Laz Diaz ejected Blanco, Eric Bacchus, the first base umpire, he ran the glove into the umpire's locker room.
Yeah,
so that's messed up, man. You can't be taking people's gloves like that.
He don't need it.
Yeah. Punch it, or you got it there. Like, you got to take care of that glove, man. It takes a long time to break them hose in.
Well, needs a new one.
It just, to me, it's not that complicated. No. It's really not. I said it in the first segment. Like, okay, so he did it. He shouldn't have gotten caught. He got caught. Move on. He's going to get a suspension. It does hurt the Astros, though, because he's not the ace by any stretch, but he's a guy that you're counting on now.
It hurts them for many reasons. In all honesty, not having that roster spot for 10 days probably hurts them more than anything.
The roster spot.
Yes, so they will be stuck, and you can't. I asked this question yesterday. you are maxed out at 13 pitchers, they will only have 12. They cannot send down a position player to add another 13th active pitcher. So they will be going with 12 pitchers for the next 10 days. And I don't know if they have an off day between now and then. So they're going to be shorthanded. The bullpen now is totally underwater because they had a pitcher only go 3 innings. They had a starter only go 3 innings yesterday. So Montero, Presley, Abreu have all been used on back-to-back days. Hader threw 2 innings last night, so you assume he's down tonight. Mm-hmm. And so that leaves their bullpen, especially since they're going to a 6-man rotation, that leaves them with Sean Dubin and Seth Martinez back there, unless they want to shed the 6-man rotation, which they might be forced into right now.
Well, the good thing for them is they're playing the A's and Angels for
not this weekend, though.
Chunk of these next ones. Yeah, you got the Brewers.
They play a good team, and
the Brewers.
The A's are ahead of them in the standings.
Oh, come on.
They could have easily won that game last night.
Now you're just being mean.
But, I mean, the record is what the record is, and it's interesting. They're 9 games over. They were 9 games under 500. They're 8 games under 500 now.
Yeah.
So that's all they've made up in 2 weeks. And they played well during that stretch a couple weeks ago, but then you go on a 4-game losing skid, and now all that progress that you made, it goes out the window. So they're trying. They can't afford those types of stretches at this point.
Spo, we appreciate you. Thank you very much for the umpire education. I am smarter now than I was before.
Name them. Name the umpire.
You now know Laz Diaz is a 26-year vet.
Backus.
I did not know
Diaz.
Chip Gibson.
Okay, that you got
Mike
me on
Easterbrook.
All right.
Estabrook. I don't know how you say it.
Yeah.
Promise you don't get that anywhere else.
Yeah.
The great, and I do mean great, Adam Spillane. Baseball Spo. Follow him at Adam Spillane. Coming up, boy, Stephon Diggs has stepped in it, man. And he has brought one of the Texans media types with him. Does he have a point, or is Stephon Diggs already, before the schedule's even effing released, is he already rubbing folks the wrong way? Next.
All right.
In the loop.
One of the reasons I like schedule release week so much is because things kind of become real. It just sort of elevates.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Still no leaks for the Texans. Schedule set to drop about 8 hours. This has been the opposite of the uniforms. We got a lot of leaks there, not a lot of leaks here. When they do happen, we got you covered here on Sports Radio 610. Biggest trade Nick Caserio has made to bring a player in. I'm not the Deshaun Watson trade. Obviously, that will always be the trade that we judge Nick Caserio by, and that was what really started the end of the process over results era of Nick Caserio. But Stephon Diggs, Texans traded for Stephon Diggs this offseason. Stephon Diggs is in town. Still haven't heard from him. No press conference or anything like that. Still haven't heard from him, but I'm sure eventually. Training camp's only a couple months away, so we'll probably
that's when we'll get him.
Hear from him by the opinions about the city of Houston, and he has had some thoughts, which led to friend of the show, DJ Bijani of ESPN, perhaps finding themselves in the wrath of the city. But this is a couple of early observations from Stephon Diggs via Twitter. Observation numero uno. Quote, just want to throw... Wait, here we go. I'll start with the first one. Houston, damn. Why y'all ain't tell me if you miss one exit, you for sure added 17 minutes to the destination?
He's not wrong. 17 minutes is actually good. Like sometimes it turns into half an hour or more. But welcome to the big city, Stephon. You should know that, man.
I would trade that for having to shovel damn snow out of my driveway and having to defrost the car
all day
and not even being able to drive on the streets
all day long.
Now, I know when it rains sometimes it's not ideal, but that's a fair trade. We're talking about trades. The Texans traded for Stephon Diggs. Whether or not that was a good trade is TBD. But trust me, sir, where you come from, Buffalo, you will trade missing an exit and adding a third of an hour to your time as opposed to driving in that damn snow in Buffalo. I promise.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would absolutely do that.
Observation number 2 from Diggs, and this was a couple of me type said that had a lot of people going nuts. I think people might be being unfair to him. I think people might be being unfair to him.
You would say that.
I just kind of think people being unfair to him, man. This is what Stephon Diggs had to say follow up. Just want to throw in there, y'all could have shared the city roads get tricky, potholes, speed bumps, and I don't know what to call them, but they make my car go in the air damn near when I drive over them.
What is he talking about, that third thing? I tried to figure it out. Okay, because it's not speed bumps.
He's talking about, I think he's probably talking
speed
about
bumps,
No,
right?
he said speed bumps. He said potholes, speed bumps, and I don't know what to call them.
I know what he's talking about.
I can't figure out what he's talking about.
And I know the exact location of where he's experiencing this. I would say it's kind of the Shepherd-ish area, Washington. There's those things that, like, when you go down.
Talking about dips?
Yeah, but the dips are such that, like, they're weird because when you go down, you're actually kind of in the air. And then you like land down and then you land up. It's not even like a pothole. It's like a weird dip. Sometimes it's when you go over the railroad tracks. Washington and Shepherd. That area right there, I don't know what the hell y'all been doing. But y'all are like kids with Legos.
That's not far from my hood, man.
I mean, y'all sit there and you people, and I do mean you people, you city folks, shout out to you. Much respect to you, especially when you're working in the heat. All love. But man, finish the damn job before you start.
You could be right. It could be just a dip, but they have dips in other places. I was like, what is that makes your car go in the air damn near every time when he drives over them? I couldn't figure that one out. Hey, and as far as the potholes and speed bumps, I mean, this has been going on for 40 years. I mean,
he had to be going through potholes in Buffalo, though, man, because when you got a snowy city like that, them big old shovels and the salt trucks, that create the worst potholes in the world, man.
Yeah, I was so amazed by how good the roads are in Hawaii, and they got like one road. So it's I don't know when they're doing the construction. They got like clean ass roads going through the damn mountains.
That's pretty cool.
Can't even have clean ass roads right out here. How are we doing? So he asked the question: is there anything else he should know? Do you have any advice for Stephon Diggs before we get into our guy DJ Bijani?
I mean, the driving it's all he hit a lot of it, but the number one thing with driving in Houston is just you got to know it's gonna take a long time. I mean, doesn't matter if there's potholes or whatever. It's just gonna take forever. I can go in my own neighborhood and never even get on a highway, and there's gonna be backups. So yeah, I mean, I guess he's just not used to. Where's he from? Like from? Is he from the Miami area? I mean, the Florida?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's from Maryland, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's from Maryland.
Well, I don't know much about how much traffic he's dealt with in Baltimore.
He's been to Minnesota,
he's been to Buffalo, and all that stuff. But yeah, it's just
all that type of
it's
stuff.
like a mini LA, man. It's just going to take forever. 40 minutes. Count on 40, 45 minutes.
So DJ Bijani jumped in. And,
I feel bad for him.
DJ Bijani just told Stephon Diggs the following.
Yeah, because he said anything else I should know.
He said, quote, DJ Bijani, ESPN, the barbecue is overrated, ... sadly. And he has gotten a lot of smoke. I talked to him this morning.
Yeah, what did he say?
I just told him hang in there. Well, because I
think Landry said, man, bro, I agree with you, man.
I
agree with you,
honestly,
dog.
here's what I said to DJ, because DJ, I was one of the first guys that talked
Stand
to
your
DJ
ground.
when he got here. I did say that. That's actually what I said.
Stand your ground.
I don't think Houston's a barbecue city. If that's controversial, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't think. I think Truth Barbecue is as elite as it gets. I think Truth Barbecue is elite, but I think there's barbecue cities in the state of Texas. I think Lockhart's the barbecue capital of the world.
Absolutely.
As far as major cities, I think Austin is the place to go if you want to get like really like just consistently good ass barbecue. But I think in Houston, Truth is elite. I think there's a bunch of elite restaurants. I think you can stumble across some good barbecue dishes, like just going to some of the normal restaurants. Like, I think you can stumble across it. But as far as, like, it being a barbecue city, like when someone comes in town, they ask where the barbecue's at, I say Truth. And then other than that, you're kind of on your own.
I'll say and what's the one, the big one, JJ, I'm drawing a blank.
Killins.
Yeah.
But I'm not disagreeing with your point entirely, because the thing is,
it's not just somewhere. But people
do
think,
you feel like it's overrated?
Well,
though?
people think
yeah.
People think when you come to Houston, it's just I can get barbecue anywhere. You can get Tex-Mex anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You can get some good ass steak anywhere. Yeah, hell, you could probably get some good ass Italian anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
As far as and the thing about barbecue that separates it from other foods, and this is why, like, I'm not John Lopez and Sean Pendergast. Like, dropping $30 on something is a big deal to me when I'm going somewhere. And there's no such thing as like bargain barbecue.
Nowhere.
Like, if it's a crappy barbecue restaurant, if it's a good barbecue restaurant, if you're trying to stock up, you're paying north of $20 a plate.
See, I think two things.
That's the problem.
I think two things are at play here. You mentioned one of them, and I don't disagree with you. Like if I want like restaurant off the charts barbecue, probably the closest I'm getting it is like maybe Hempstead. Hempstead has some really good barbecue. You mentioned Luling. That's a little further. Those are the places to go to. But the other thing at work here is it's not barbecue like you get in Kansas City. It's not barbecue like you get.
Because DJ's from Miami.
In Carolina. It's
like
not barbecue.
He says he likes Carolina barbecue, but DJ, like some people are like, well, he's from freaking Miami.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's Texas barbecue. It's different. But it's awesome.
That was the first thing DJ asked me, where's the barbecue at? I was like, bro, I
mean, like, it feel that way. You could get that barbecue anywhere then at that point.
But see, like I'll be honest.
Because I feel like you can't get a Killins type of barbecue in
Memphis.
Yeah, you can't.
Like when I've had barbecue in Memphis, I'm like,
you might not like it.
People in Memphis would kill me. But they're like, I think like this is not good.
The other.
But you know
problem,
why? Because it's not Texas barbecue.
Here's the other problem with barbecue, and I'm just gonna say this. And
all right, DJ, be in the man.
No, I love barbecue. Here's the problem with a lot of barbecue places, and I'm being serious. Like, I think this is true. I know my food takes are not anything to write home about, although I can get you the deals. Why is it that some of the places with the best meat have the crappiest sides? That's one of the bigger problems with the barbecue spot. Not always the case, but some of the places with the best meat, their sides are ass. To where it's and the sides are always like, hey, you can get your regular potato salad for $3.95, and it's like, all right, look, this must be good. Yeah. You get it. It's like, man, this sucks. Oh, the beans, $4.50 for a small beans. Okay, let me get that. This sucks.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
the legendary mac and cheese. I think T Mill makes it for half the barbecue spots.
Here's the thing. Like, the biggest barbecue cities in the country are Carolina, Kansas City,
Lockhart,
Memphis. No, I'm talking about in the country.
Oh, okay. But Lockhart is the barbecue capital of the world.
In Texas.
In Texas. Lockhart is the creme of the state.
But here's my point, and I think this is why people who come here from other places don't necessarily like Texas barbecue. Carolinas, Memphis, and Kansas City. The central barbecue dish in all those places is pork. The central barbecue dish in Texas is beef. And so it's different. It's like Texas is about brisket. It's about, tri-tip is California, but Texas is about tri-tip. Texas is about those big beef ribs. So if you come from other parts of the country where it's based around pork, you're not going to be used to Texas barbecue. That, to me, is the bigger deal.
You can get some. Here's the thing, and what's the thing we make fun of the most when barbecue comes up, Figgy? Just go ahead and say it. Where's the best place to get barbecue?
The best place is if I make it.
Dude, it's actually kind of true.
It is true.
It actually is kind of true. Like the best, like when someone
but everybody can't make
puts
it
together. Yeah, and the people who can't still think they can. Not you, Lopez. You're elite. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about all these folks that think that they're like in the brisket game or something like that.
But see, they don't center everything around brisket and beef in other places of the country. They do here.
Bro, brisket's not even at the top of my depth chart.
It might not be.
I'm going to a barbecue spot. Brisket, you're on the practice. You might be active. Brisket is basically like brisket for me is like Charlie Heck. you might be dressed up, you might not. If I'm getting a 3-meat plate, you may or may not get that. But that's Stephon Diggs. In some
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
We have a leak. We have a leak for the Texans. According to a couple of places, including the one I rely on the most that puts together the spreadsheet of all the confirmed leaks. Houston Texans, October 20th at Green Bay. Texans at Green Bay, October 20th.
Yeah, hold everywhere.
According to a couple. So we'll see. But that seems to be the most reliable leak so far.
With that hotel.
October 20th.
We have some bad news, too.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
The worst thing possible has happened for the Houston Texans.
Uh-oh.
This is not good, man.
Is it breaking news?
I don't think we have to do it back to back, do we?
If it's breaking news, it's breaking news,
hey,
man.
Breaking news is breaking news.
Worst news of the day, man.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
The Texans will be Netflixing and chilling.
Oh, no.
On Christmas Day. The Texans will be playing on Christmas Day against the Baltimore Ravens.
All right.
So, not great.
So that means they're playing the Saturday before at worst.
Maybe.
Maybe the Thursday before, but probably the Saturday.
I don't see them playing on Thanksgiving now. If they playing on Christmas.
Yeah. I mean, do you want them playing on two holidays? So, yeah, Matt Schneidman, who covers the Packers for The Athletic, now confirms it's Packers at Texans, Week 7, Lambeau Field, noon kickoff on October 20th.
That sucks.
So I'll take October. Good. By the way, It's a good day to travel to Green Bay. It shouldn't be too bad. October 20th.
So Christmas Day, Texans Ravens. There you go. The trilogy. CJ versus Lamar Jackson. CJ looks for his revenge against the Ravens.
That'll be fun, man.
Sucks.
It doesn't suck. What else are you going to do on Christmas Day after you open presents?
Sucks, man.
It's not going to be a home game.
I mean, Landry got a daughter. I'm sure he want to spend time
you will.
the whole day on Christmas.
Open presents.
No, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, that's cool.
It's not going to be in the morning.
I'm not worried about that. I'm just kind of,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. I don't like the fact that they're going to have to play on a Wednesday, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's the main thing. But
that's what I'm upset about.
The fact that it's Christmas is going to be kind of cool.
Avery can chill. She'll be smiling, crawling around wherever we are.
Yeah.
Whatever we're doing.
All right, hard ass.
Just saying, man. She doesn't know what's going on yet.
Mm-hmm. I don't care. I just want to chill with my family on Christmas.
We're just hanging, man. But hey,
all right, salute.
I'm more worried about CJ having to play.
Salute.
I'm more worried about CJ's schedule than the daughters.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, I wouldn't have preferred Christmas Day. Wait a minute. Say that again. It just hit me.
More worried about CJ's schedule than the daughters right now. We're more worried about his Christmas.
It just took a second to kick in. I wouldn't have preferred Christmas Day, but now that it's there, hey, man. Sean's going to get up early to do that, depending on what time
we'll hear about that. God.
What time it starts.
Oh, my gosh.
If it's a noon.
Get ready. What are we at? We're 5 months and 7 months and 10 days away from Christmas. We'll hear Sean mention that Christmas grind.
So the two that just leaked right now, Ravens at Texans, Week 17. Don't know the time yet. And Texans at Packers, October 20th.
Here's going to be Sean. This is just like it's a setup. You know when you like ask a question just to set yourself up? Like you just ask the question.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this is going to be Sean on Thursday or Friday after. It'll be all the way up to New Year's. Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, he's in the studio. Hey, I saw that your family had a nice Christmas. How was your Christmas?
Oh, my Christmas was fantastic.
Oh, well, I had to work 12 hours, and I had to do pre and post and all that. And, and then wake up at 3 a.m. and get the show together and do it. Figgy, how was your Christmas?
My Christmas,
man, I had to cover the team a lot. My goodness, it was a crazy Christmas for me.
Oh Lord!
By the way, I thought of you and Sean.
About me and Sean?
Yes.
What's wrong? What was it? What'd you have?
I might use it in confessions. No, it's not about money. I might use it in confessions. Or I might not. I'm gonna decide because I don't know. At 12:20, I might throw it out there because I don't know why this random thought just crossed my mind about you two guys. Something I'm kind of grateful for. It is kind of a backhanded type of thing, though.
Backhanded compliment.
I don't know if it's a compliment or if it's just a confession.
Backhanded insult.
Yeah, I'm not sure. 12:20. We'll get into that. But the Texans will be playing on Christmas Day. They're also going to be playing the Green Bay Packers in October so they avoid that December Green Bay snow. That is what we know. We'll talk to you about that and a lot more coming up next in the hits. And we will also look at the four. There were four badasses yesterday. We will celebrate them as the hits are lit next.
Yeah, D&M Auto Leasing, man.
Sports Radio in the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Christmas Day, Feliz Navidad. Texans versus Ravens right here. At least it's home. You know what? I just talked to Aaron Rabel. You know what? That's a positive guy right there, that Aaron. Engineer for the Houston Texans. At least it's here. You know what?
Yeah,
I get down with nice little Christmas
he ain't got to
festivities.
travel.
Nice little Christmas festivity. A little football. Never hurt anyone on Christmas. Sign me up for that. Now I have an excuse not to have to take the daughter all the way out. You know, we can go Christmas Eve or whatever.
I just thought of something, too, that's very personal that nobody really cares about. But what are we going to do for our big Christmas around the world thing that we always do?
You? I don't know.
Golly.
What do you mean?
You can always pick a country.
Y'all still eat?
I got to go to the game.
You ain't going to go to the game. Stay at
Why
home.
would I not go to the game?
Stay at home.
Why would I not go to the game?
You got the Christmas thing. Just watch the game.
Well, but it's a Christmas game, and they might be in the thick of things.
Just watch the ball game, man.
Nah, I'll probably go to the game, man.
You good?
Well, what's wrong with you?
Just watch the ball game. You good?
You're going to stay with the grandchildren, man.
Well, we'll
stay
figure
with the
something out with the
grandchildren.
grandkids. That's for dang sure.
Real question is, will the Texans play on Thanksgiving? So we know they're going to play on Christmas. Are they going to make the Texans play on Christmas and Thanksgiving?
I mean, everything's
Might
on
as
the
well
table.
shoot for New Year's, too, while we at it.
Yeah, everything is on the for New Year's. No, that's not going to happen.
Let's play on Halloween.
That's college football playoff. They'll screw with the NBA, and they are, because they've taken over Wednesday, Christmas Day. They are screwing the NBA, but they won't screw with college football.
The Christmas thing, and a lot of people are excited about it because you get to watch the Texans on Christmas. That's sick, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's that it's a Wednesday.
Yeah.
If this were a Thursday, if this were a Friday, if it were that would be cool. But it's a Wednesday, bro. That's not, you play Thursday. It's a Wednesday game.
Yeah.
Not good.
And you
Not
got to
fun.
figure they'll play the Saturday before, so that whole schedule in there is going to be a little bit askew for some people. But, I mean, that's the way it goes.
I was kind of looking forward to watching the game on Netflix, too, man.
Well, you might. It'll be on Netflix.
It's on Netflix, man.
I'm going to be at the game.
Yeah, he's going to be working the lot, man.
Yeah, you can record it, man.
Him and his staff.
I ain't watching no old game, man. Once I see the game, that's it.
Oh, you're not the
I ain't
guy who
watching the
watches the
tape.
game.
Go back and watch the
I
tape.
ain't watching no
the game the
tape.
fourth time.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, that's always fun.
I don't mind it. I don't mind the Christmas game. We can all work with it. We can work around it.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
We got to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I mean,
it's like the third year in a row they played on Christmas, right?
Who?
The Texans. I feel like they played around Christmas around this time.
Yeah,
But not
around.
on.
at home.
Not on.
Around is different
At home.
than on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing new.
Yeah. Figured out.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good. Got the Packers, too. Yeah. October. Christmas. Never hurt anyone.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how it goes. Looking forward to 10-20 is what we got.
Mm-hmm.
The Pack.
Yeah. Like you're going to play a cold weather game. As long as it's not the Packers, you're in good shape. Because you still have to go to the Jets, and others that are going to be potentially cold. I'll take any of those. Kansas City, if that's late. Take any of those over the Packers. Because the Packers could be blizzard.
Yeah.
Kansas City could be
I
blizzard.
think Packers are going to be good, too.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. So Christmas Day, Texans versus Raiders. Really the worst thing that could happen for me. I started out the show saying that's the last thing I want when it comes to the schedule. So we got that. Now, the question is this, Figgy, though. Is we gotta really talk about this, because God knows Pendergast and Lopez are going to lay out their damn Christmas dilemmas when it comes to the Texans playing on Christmas. Maybe not Lopez as much. You're still going to do the tradition.
Yeah, we're going to have to schedule around. Maybe do it the 27th or something, that Friday, Saturday, something like that.
Mr.
So when do you usually do it, like in the mornings? Or?
We do it. Let's see. We open presents in the morning. Because everybody's at their own houses now because the kids are older. And then they all come over about noon, and we just cook all night, all day and all night, whether it's whatever country we pick, and we haven't done that yet. But, Italy, Germany, all that stuff. So now that's going to be next to impossible, to cook like that, because if they have a noon game, hell, I'm not out of there till, 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock. So we'll work around. Don't worry about me, man.
You'll be good.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
No, you'll be good. But there is a real you know what the real dilemma is.
And that is what?
You kind of touched on it.
I did?
Yeah.
What's that?
Figgy, your entourage ain't going to work on Christmas. Christmas. You're not going to be able to. You're not going to be rolling as deep. You're not going to have your photographer team around you.
I might have some. Hey, I got some stuff cooking, man. So,
okay.
I might have something else going on. So we'll see.
Okay.
I think he's a conglomerate.
I mean, I'm
gonna be good. I'm gonna be good. Put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. All right. Know what the hell that means?
Yeah.
It's a hell of a tease right there.
It's going to be a good atmosphere. Christmas Day.
Will it?
NRG. People dressed like Santa Claus. And,
Will it?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a real good. The tailgating is going to be off the charts. Yeah, Figgy. That's going to be the.
Why?
Just because it's Christmas.
What does that mean?
The people are going to be off all week.
That means it's going to be worse.
No,
man.
it's going to be much, much better.
You just do what you do on the tailgate. Don't try to get too fancy.
They're
with the
going
Christmas.
to get. They're going to get fancy because they're going to be off all week. They're going to have time to plan. The day before, they'll be getting there real early. They're going to spend their Christmas there. They're going to be dressed like presents and Santa Claus and all that stuff. No, it's going to be a really good atmosphere.
Dressed like a present?
You know how people do that? They put a box on or something. Whatever it may be, it's going to be a real good atmosphere.
Texans Ravens Christmas Day.
Yeah.
So that means the previous game got to be like a Thursday night game.
It's going to be a
right?
Saturday. By many accounts.
It could be a Thursday night game, too.
It could be, but by many accounts, it's going to be a Saturday. I know Cody just tweeted that as well. I don't know if there's a rule.
I don't want to play on Thanksgiving now.
Yeah.
I don't want to play on Thanksgiving now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Christmas is, I mean, you would have a Thursday game. What is Thanksgiving?
Here, I'll
this year?
show
It's
you.
typically around the 26th.
I'll tell you right now. Yeah.
You would have a Thursday game the 26th of November, and then you would have a Wednesday game the 25th of December. That's a lot, man. I mean, that's you circle that in. I don't know what the total number of games in that span would be, but if you're just talking about the best schedule for the football team, the Thanksgiving Day with the Christmas Day is not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not ideal at all as far as getting in the routine.
Well, we have the Thanksgiving games, I believe, if this is to be correct.
If this
is correct.
Uh-oh.
It's real time, baby.
At Football Fan 955 with the report.
I ain't going to hit the breaking news on this one.
You can make fun of it all you want.
At Football Fan 955.
You can make fun of it all you want. This dude has been the best aggregator for schedule ever. He's got Giants at Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day.
Please, thank you.
He's got, if it is confirmed.
Please.
Early indication is Giants at Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day.
Sign me up for that.
That make a lot of sense.
Yes. Bears at Lions on Thanksgiving Day.
Okay. So we're going division.
Yeah.
And then there's a night one, right?
Oh, how about this?
What, Commanders and...
Okay, yeah. Packers. No, my Dolphins at Packers on Thanksgiving Day. So there's your three Thanksgiving games reportedly.
Football Fan 955 with the report.
Hey, you can make fun of it all you want. It was almost 100% accurate last year. It's been 100% accurate this year so far.
So if you're getting the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, when do you want them?
Monday night.
Week 2? Monday night, week 2?
Yeah.
How about Monday night, week 2? Let's get it off and running, baby.
Yeah. Did you hear what I was talking to Parker about, our program director, during the break? Really interesting little twist in NFL scheduling this year. I've said this because it's been true by and large year after year after year. The NFL likes to schedule a division game one of the first 2 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
They just
sometimes
they just do. It's by and large that this year they're not doing that very often. They've got interconference or inter league, games like the Cowboys. I'll give you an example. The Eagles are playing the Packers and the Falcons the first 2 weeks. The Falcons are playing Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Like over and over and over again, the NFL is not scheduling division games for a lot of teams this year.
Okay.
The first 2 weeks. Doesn't mean the Texans won't play a division game, but they're kind of getting away from that. So some of your division games are going to be later in the year. I'm wondering why they decided that.
Now, the one thing that you can say if you want to look glass half full or eggnog glass half full, however you want to talk about Christmas, is typically this isn't a win, but typically like on games where it's a Thursday or it's a random ass day, the home team does have a pretty big advantage.
Mm-hmm.
And this This would be the first in the CJ Stroud era at NRG. The other two games have been at Baltimore.
Yeah.
So if you're Baltimore and you're on a weird schedule, again, doesn't assure any dub or anything like that, getting a team like that's where the fluky stuff happens.
Yeah.
So that's a massive advantage that if you're going to have a game on Christmas, you have it at home. Big time advantage.
You always want it at home. By the way, New York Post Giants beat writer Paul Schwartz now confirming Giants at Cowboys AT&T Stadium Thanksgiving Day.
How are you going to turn your back on Football Fan 955? You've been giving him all the props, and then you just give it to the beat writer. You say this guy's legit. Give Football Fan 955 the credit.
I merely am doing it for your benefit because you're questioning my aggregator who's been...
I'm not questioning him. He was
right.
You
didn't question him?
No, but I'm not. You just said he was right.
You're saying you didn't question him?
No, but you got to say Football Fan 955 had it first.
I did say that.
You Mr. Journalism?
No, I did say that. I said I did like a whole 4 minutes on it. And I'm saying, take that, Landry Locker. Now the Giants beat writers. He beat the Giants beat writer.
There you go.
Yeah.
Coming up, the latest cheating scandal with the Houston Astros and why Joe Espada is a friend that you don't want to have when you find yourself in a sticky situation. The hits are lit. Coming up next. Speaking of sticky situations,
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Christmas football for the Houston Texans. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, Texans will take on the Ravens on Christmas Day. Now, the one that we expected, not going to happen because the New York Giants will take on the Dallas Cowboys on Thanksgiving. So, who knows when in the heck the Texans will take on the Cowboys? But that one is wide open right now as the Texans will not play on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and the best part of that is all the Thanksgiving games have been scheduled. So the Texans will be playing, we can presume, December 1st or 2nd if it's a Monday night game. So that kind of evens things out for the Christmas game as well, because that would have been a little weird playing then that Saturday before Christmas, then Christmas Day. Just a little disjointed. Not necessarily a backbreaker, but a little disjointed.
I mean, I think you play on a Thursday, and then less than a month, and then a month later playing on Wednesday. No, thank you.
Yeah. I totally.
Do you feel like they dropped the ball by not doing the Cowboys Texans?
I don't think
even
it
without the Christmas game.
I mean, I think from the Texans' perspective, I think they benefit more from it. Yeah. I don't think the NFL.
It just seemed like it made so much sense.
No, it did. But for the NFL, like the Giants are going to draw as much, probably more than the Texans would.
Oh, yeah.
No matter how crappy they are. And the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, the Cowboys are going to do their thing. I think here, you would have benefited from being on that stage.
100%.
And having CJ Stroud on that Thanksgiving stage against America's team, and everybody's watching Turkey Day, all that crap.
Yeah.
Tom Brady on Thanksgiving. Ooh,
that would be pretty good. We think.
What, you think he's going to get it off? He'll probably put it in his calendar.
No, I'm saying like we don't know how good he's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he's bad, it'll probably be good too. But, I don't know that the NFL really cares. I don't think they're relying on the Texans to bring them any heat or anything like that.
There's really only 7 possibilities for the Texans to face the Cowboys because the Cowboys have had 3, 6, 9 of their games already scheduled. Already leaked. It's going to be week 2 is a possibility. Week 2 is open, and then first couple of weeks of December are open, and November for the Cowboys. So it's going to be in either week 2 looks like a possibility for the Cowboys.
Then you have the Green Bay Packers on October 20th, Texans versus the Packers. So you're not going to be going to Lambeau on.
That's good for traveling Texans.
Snowy December day.
You may want the snow, but you don't.
What is the temperature in Green Bay on the 20th?
In October, it could be cold, but I'm guessing maybe high 30s, low 40s, something like that. I mean, I'm sure it could be some winter storm that comes up from out of nowhere, but the odds are it won't be too bad.
Playing the hits here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Astros starter Ronel Blanco ejected at the start of the 4th inning yesterday. The umpire described it as the stickiest substance he's ever seen since they started this process. Joe Espada, he met with the media afterwards. Let's just say he didn't quite have Blanco's back on this one.
What did they say about Blanco? What did they find on the glove? So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove to rosin, you're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand. And that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat. That's what it looked to me.
Have you spoken to Ronel?
I did.
What was his message to you?
The same explanation is that you could just kind of see it inside his glove, the kind of the white powder. It sucks because he was throwing the ball well, and I believe I saw kind of the substance in there and, the stickiness to it. So
was that sort of the discussion you were having with umpiring?
Yeah, I asked, can we just get him a new glove? Did you guys check him in the first inning? Yes. Was it sticky then? No. Now, same done any different. That's the explanation I got.
Just to be clear, you said it's illegal to use rosin
on your non-pitching hand. It's like like if you use it in your hand and you throw it down. But if you put it in your hand or in your glove, it's against the rules.
Did he know that?
I think if he would have known that, I think he would have not done it.
Could face a 10-game suspension.
That's a possibility, yeah.
Just how crippling would that be to you guys, just given where you're at in your schedule and with the pitching injury?
We'll we'll cross that line when we get there.
All right, thanks, man.
Not exactly having
Thanks
his
for
back.
having my back, dude.
But that sounds like a guy that's like, yeah. Like there's not a whole lot we can do there. Not a whole lot we can do.
Badasses of the day yesterday. There's a 4-piece. Let's start with number 1. Alex Bregman coming off a 2-home run night. How about another one?
That's a natural motion for Alex Bregman.
Here goes Breggy again to deep left and gone. Not just Julia can call Breggy bombs. That's a solo shot, 3 in 2 nights.
And TK's now tied with Julia on home run calls for
there
Breggy.
we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
This was the baller quote from Bregman after the 2-home run night. And then you follow that up with that bomb. He's feeling himself, man. He's feeling himself.
Wherever they want me to hit, I'm going to hit. And over the course of 162, the cream always rises to the top.
Now, it wasn't an easy one, though. The Astros actually needed extra to win this one. Badass number 2, by the way, Josh Hader. 3 strikeouts in 2 innings. Much-needed performance by him, capped off by a little walk-off on Space City.
Up the middle, walk-off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
Now the Astros got a chance to take the third of the 4-game set. Now, if they win this, they'll be 500 in series this year. They'll be 7-7-1. Framber Valdez on the mound. You got to expect the win here for the Astros. And then tomorrow they could be going for the sweep. So the first 2 badasses.
Yeah.
The Messiah and Josh Hader.
Can't go wrong if Bregman gets hot. You really can't, because on the one hand, he might help you win some games. And on the other, if you're looking for value at the trade deadline for a guy that's going to be a free agent, he's increasing his value. So you can't go wrong if Bregman's hot.
Badass number 2. 3, I should say. Jalen Brunson.
Woo.
The son of Rick.
How you feeling about the Knicks now?
They're whatever. I mean, they're there. I mean, they're not a threat to get to the finals. They're there. It's cool. Like, a lot of hype. Cool.
That was fun, though.
It's awesome. Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
Beat the Pacers. Good job.
I don't know. They're going to beat Boston.
No, they're not going to beat Boston.
No, I said they're not a threat.
They're not going to beat
I think
Boston.
Indiana would have a better chance of that.
Maybe. But that was pretty damn impressive. It was the second
44 points.
It was the second most impressive thing I saw yesterday.
44 points. I saw Jake Asman said that this is Jalen Brunson's putting together one of the best playoff performances in history. That's what he said.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Shout out to Asman of ESPN New York.
And Willis Reed would like a word.
Walt Frazier.
Nate Archibald. Patrick Ewing.
Probably about 85 Yankees.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's a lot right there.
They love some Brunson.
They're loving him right now.
Well, they should. They're up 3-2 on the Pacers, and 44 points will excite you. However, the star of the night last night, the 4th badass, the Joker. 40 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds, no turnovers, by the way. Just the second player in NBA history to have 40, 10, and 0 turnovers. Last one, by the way, Chris Paul, the only other one. I got to tell you, man, it's pretty amazing how many times this dude has to let the folks know.
Yeah.
The Joker. And it's also amazing that in the most dramatic league and the most dramatic era in NBA history, that when his team was down 0-2, everybody was counting him out. Rightfully so. I'm not questioning it. They look dead. He does this, and you don't hear a damn word about it. He just goes about his business. The Joker is a bad dude. That pass yesterday, right off the rebound, the one-hander, that is one of the best plays that you will see. And he almost makes it look too easy to where it's getting appreciated, but I still don't think it's getting absolute insanity from him.
If this were later in the playoffs, finals or conference finals with, networks, all over it, this was Dream versus Robinson. I'm not trying to be overstated here.
What do you mean?
That's the defensive player of the year.
But except Robinson was the one hoisting the MVP trophy.
No, I get it, but he was also a very good defensive player. He was defensive player for...
Because Robinson hoisted the MVP trophy, and then Hakeem busted his ass.
Yeah. But this is in the same neighborhood.
The Joker hoisted the MVP trophy, played like the MVP, and then stuck it to the Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert.
I'm talking about just the way he manhandled him.
Oh, he kicked his ass.
He just manhandled his ass.
He kicked his ass. And Draymond Green loved every second of it. Yeah. You remember Draymond when he choked out Gobert? Did you hear what he had to say about
I did.
Oh, Rudy Gobert, Figgy?
I did.
Jeez, Draymond. Draymond was filling in for Shaq. By the way, he's better. Here was Draymond. Much as that hurts me to say, he's better. Here was Draymond talking about Rudy Gobert getting 40 put on him.
The big Frenchman is sitting on that podium speaking his native language. We need to do this. You need to get a stop. It ain't we. It's you, my man, that's getting cooked. So it's no we. Now, yes, you do need help from the other guys, but on some of those, help can't help you. Like, you just got to get a stop. And the way Karl Anthony Towns walked off that floor with the limp after he played the rest of that game totally fine, and then he could barely walk leaving the court. Superman can fly around all he wants. Them big man quitting and Joker is jokering. It's over. Rudy Gobert has went from unplayable these playoffs to unplayable in the playoffs.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it's kind of
not wrong.
Kind of best way to explain it.
And then you have Anthony Edwards of the T-Wolves. He was asked about how do you feel about this performance by the Joker. Here's what he said.
I just laugh. That's all I can do. I mean, I can't be mad because he good, man. He's the best player in the NBA. I mean, I don't know what we were supposed to do. Yeah, he was that guy tonight.
He's not wrong there either.
Just laugh.
I mean, everybody was just marveling at what he did. 40, 13, and 7, by the way, with no turnovers, I believe.
Oh, I said 10. He's supposed to have 10. Yeah, he had the 13. I'm selling him short.
Yeah, but
apologize for the disrespect.
Just incredible. Aaron Gordon said, "I'm not exactly sure what I just saw." Like it's like this is an NBA player saying, just marveling at what he did.
College football. How about this? College Station.
Yeah,
They're going to host College Game Day Week 1. The Texas A&M Fighting Aggies with Tickle Me Mike Elmo. They're going to host Notre Dame in College Game Day. We'll start off the season in College Station. How about that?
I love it.
Sick.
I love it. I'm planning on it.
Why would you not?
No, I'm planning. I'm trying to find tickets. They went through the roof, man. I'm trying to find a good deal.
Tell me you got a plaque, bro. A plaque in the journalism.
I'm in the Hall of Honor.
Yeah, you're in the journalism. What the hell you mean? What do you mean you're trying to find tickets?
No, I will be there. I'm planning to be there. I just need to get. I got to.
Sean gonna go?
Cool. Get some tickets with Sean.
Yeah, you and Sean should go.
Yeah. But that's always cool. I mean, starting the season, night game, Kyle Field, Notre Dame. Come on now.
That's a perfect way to start it off. You got to go.
Yeah. No, I'm planning on going.
I think Sean's going for sure. Is he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah, because he won't have Texans post.
That's an off week in the preseason, isn't it? Because they play that Thursday night before.
I think it's the week before. Yeah, I think it's the week before the season opener.
Yeah, so they're off on the weekend. So
it'll be the last time that he has Sunday off.
Correct.
Before, so
yeah. So it'd be good.
And Sean should go.
We'll be tailgating.
What do y'all think?
We got a lot of folks over there that we tailgate with. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Trying to find tickets.
I am trying to find tickets.
Use your connections, man.
I'm planning on getting them.
I know Sean gonna use his connections.
I'm planning on getting them. I just don't have them yet. But yeah.
Yeah, Sean will have tickets for sure. I might try to go to that game. Hell,
it's awesome.
I mean,
you got the weekend off.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on, it's A&M game, Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
So the Notre Dame band will be there. Sick.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
Sick. But I'm not like, if y'all want to do your like thing, I'm staying seated, brother. I'm not. I don't know what y'all think this is.
Feel free to stay seated.
Stay seated. Y'all can do your.
You can be a bump on the log if you want.
I'm fine.
You can be a bump on the log if you want.
I'll just lay there.
Yeah.
Coming up, good news, bad news for the Houston Texans as the schedule leaks continue, and CJ Stroud gets some love. What is the ideal scenario for CJ Stroud? We'll discuss next.
If the new Texans rookies are Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Lyons. Sports from Texas breaking news.
All right, so we know the Texans are playing on Christmas against the Baltimore Ravens. We anticipated that they would be playing on Saturday before that game, and that ends up being correct. They'll be on the road Saturday, December 21st against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. So the Texans, in a 5-day stretch, will face the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead, and then they will face the Ravens on Christmas Day on Netflix.
So short week followed by short week. That's what jumps out to me, right? Against two big-time teams and road. Yeah, and on the road against the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage, too. It'll be interesting to see what Baltimore has before the Christmas game. But, damn, that's a wild 5-day stretch if I've ever seen one.
And so you got two short weeks, two big-time teams in December. That's going to be that's going to be one of the. We don't even know the whole schedule, but that's got to be on the list of one of the toughest stretches already. You know?
Yeah, it's going to be wild. Chiefs.
Who they play at the Christmas?
Well, that's the last game of
ice up.
Yeah, it's the last game of the season.
Sons.
They're going to have a long break anyway.
Ice up, Sons. What if they got it? What if they're going into the final 3-game stretch? Because the 3-game stretch is going to be final 3. Ravens, and then week 18
is division.
But you're going to have a long rest, though.
You're going to have
11
9
days.
11 days.
Yeah.
But it's probably
hopefully they had the division wrapped up.
Almost definitely.
They could rest.
Getting greedy now.
I said hopefully.
Oh wow.
I'll tell you what. Those Chiefs and Ravens games are going to have a lot to do with how they finish in the division going into the last week.
Perhaps.
And that's got to be a division game. The last week. It just got
yeah.
So
I think could
be Colts again.
Yeah, something like that. Colts, Titans.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be the Jags.
I'm going to say Titans.
Well, I might as well say the Colts then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Might as well say
all right,
the
so
Colts.
You got Colts?
I got Colts.
I got Jags. You got Titans?
Yeah.
All right. If you lose, you have to do the Van Gundy haircut.
I have – get the hell out of here.
If you lose, you have to do the Van Gundy haircut.
Get the hell out of here. Yeah, how is that a bet? What are you going to do if you lose?
I'll get a neck tat.
On a scheduled game?
I'll get a neck tat.
Dude,
you got to get a Van Gundy haircut.
You are not going to get a neck
I swear, I'll get a neck tat.
If you get the final game of the season wrong.
I'll get a neck tat, but you've got to get the Van Gundy haircut.
I am not going to get the Van Gundy haircut. Well, that's ridiculous to even get a neck tat.
Well, I mean, it's a bet, man.
No, it's not.
You got to put something on the line.
I am not putting that on the line. No way.
Figgy's got a just traditional hair color. He can't dye his hair for
black.
Yeah, you got to go with just black hair.
Yeah.
I'll
do it
for 10 months.
Yeah,
See, he's down.
You got nothing on stake there.
We're all down.
That is. I like my color, man.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to. Oh, poor Figgy. He's gonna have to have his.
People ain't gonna recognize
hair
me
color.
without my color.
Your hair's gonna grow back.
You
got the easiest of all of it.
I do not. Your natural hair color?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to just have my regular hair. Oh,
People won't recognize
hope I don't
me, man.
lose this bet.
People know me for the hair color.
Get out of here.
Yeah. So you just got to get the Van Gundy haircut.
I'm gonna be looking like a plain Jane.
What if the Chiefs are in good shape, though? That's the other thing. What if the Chiefs are in position to where that's the other good thing about playing good teams late sometimes, not always, but sometimes, is that maybe they don't have as much to play for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you're getting the Chiefs in 16, the Ravens in 17, although the bye, there's only one team that gets the bye, so there's that. I do think it's a significant advantage if you are going to play on Christmas to be at home.
For sure.
Like you see the Thursday night fluke-ass games where there's double-digit favorites.
It's going to be like that.
Yeah, so there is that.
Mm-hmm. Your whole schedule's all messed up and all that. I don't like going on the road the Saturday before, traveling back late at night, then boom, boom, boom. We're going to be here Monday saying, hey, how about that Chiefs game? Now let's talk about the Ravens.
God dang.
Because it's going to be like a Thursday.
Yeah. So you'll have reaction Monday with the Chiefs.
Yeah. How about
Monday.
That? Let's look forward now.
And then there might be some aftermath Tuesday. Hey, tomorrow night we got the
Exactly.
Yep. Oh yeah, happy holidays.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, hey.
Oh, it's Christmas
Eve.
Eve
For the Ravens.
How about that Chiefs game? Christmas Eve. Okay, now let's go on to the Ravens.
Let's make a bet about the.
We're gonna be the only one in this building too.
Let's make a bet. You don't have to do a Van Gundy haircut, but let's make a bet where, if let's just make some sort of bet. I don't even know what to bet on, but like on the day after, the Ravens game, the 26th, the loser has to drive all the way down Westheimer and then all the way down back.
On Christmas Eve?
No, the day after Christmas, on Black Friday, or on
I like that
on
bet.
shopping.
So we have to video.
You have to go down the access road.
Yeah.
Right up here. You have to take a left on Westheimer. You have to go all the way down.
I like
Westheimer.
Now that bet I can
and
get
then you
down
have
with.
to U-turn and you have to go all the way back down Westheimer.
That would be fun. See,
the day after Christmas shopping.
Yes, that's a great bet. Now what are we betting?
I don't know.
We'll figure that out. I know. Our guy.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, they're starting to come in. The guy that you hate that is always accurate at Nerding on NFL, the guy that has it all together, Houston Texans at Jacksonville Jaguars. September. So we have Texans at Jaguars September 29th. There's a division game. Texans at Packers October 20th. Texans at...
So it's 29 week 4 or week 3?
It is week 4. It's September 29th at Jacksonville, October 20th at Green Bay, December 21st, Saturday at Chiefs, and Christmas Day versus the Ravens at NRG. So we got 4 games here that have been leaked for the Texans. They're starting to come in.
So we have week 4 at Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Week 7 at Green Bay. Week 16 at Chiefs. So there's a lot of home games still left. And then Christmas, Netflix and chilling with the Ravens. Pause, kind of. If you really think, I mean, that might be the most ultimate pause. Good Lord. Dump that.
Yeah.
Netflix and chill. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell's wrong with me?
Keep making fun of my guy, man. So we're still looking at the first 2 weeks, and the thing is oh wow, so it might be Indianapolis, one of those games, because the Tennessee Titans had a leak right now. Week 1 at Chicago, Jaguars week 1. This was yesterday at Miami. So the only division opponent that would be available. And keep in mind, they're not using a lot of division games this year early in the season, but it could be Indianapolis week 1 or week 2.
You want to know the hardo, what a real football player looks for when it comes.
Go ahead.
This is from J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
He's got 5 things players look at when the schedule comes out.
All right, J.J.
First game, number 1. Number 2, the bye week. Number 3, Thursday night game. Number 4, any other games that may disrupt routine/recovery. International, Monday Night Football, etc. Got it? You don't want to disrupt the recovery.
I got to disagree on this.
And number 5, possible weather games. Buffalo in December, Miami in September, etc.
I think D'Amico disagree with that.
I got to disagree with all that. This isn't hardo. This is like, oh, poor me. Like, this is kind of like, what is the most comfortable thing? Go through it again, but without the hardo voice. Because what he's really saying is, what makes it easy on me?
J.J. Watt. And this is from a player. This is when I hate. This is why I don't like generalizing players. Mm-hmm. But this is what players look at. It should just say this is what I look at.
Yes.
Because different players look at different stuff. That's why I was always thinking.
This is actually.
That's why I always think it's funny, like when I'm talking to like Wade Smith or something, and I'm like, all right, what about you? Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, that's your point of view. It's different. But here's JJ. He says here's what players look at. So he speaks for everybody. Look at him. Number 1, the first game. Number 2, the bye week.
Okay, bye week. When can I take off?
Number 3, Thursday night game.
Oh, I hate Thursday nights. I don't want my schedule disrupted.
Number 4, any other games that may disrupt routine /football, etc.
Oh, poor me.
And then number 5, possible weather games, Buffalo in December, Miami.
I don't want to be cold.
Etc.
This isn't hardo at all. That's the exact opposite of hardo. Like, oh, I'm going to have to wear gloves. It's not. JJ, man. Come on. See, I thought you were going to say something like, oh, I don't look at the schedule. I just look at the preparation. Something along those lines. But
schedule day is so great.
I love it. And it's so much more fun when your team is good. Like, I'm so much more excited about some of these things and how it plays out. Like the 2 with the Chiefs and the Ravens. That's big. It's late in the year. It could have conference implications. It certainly could have division implications. And you go back-to-back 2 short weeks. That's news right there. That's something that, like you were talking yesterday, the difference between 9 or 10 games. I like 10. You're at 9 right now. Hell, that might impact that once we get the whole schedule and start looking at it.
Lamar Jackson on Christmas, man.
Yeah. They hate that in Baltimore, boy.
Oh, dude, no, you don't want to. If you're going to play on Christmas, you don't want to leave.
Oh, they hate that.
No, you got to travel. That sucks.
Yeah.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah.
Travel on Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
So if you play on Thanksgiving, and the Texans will not be playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving if you're just tuning in. That ain't happening.
Mm-hmm.
But they will be taking on the Chiefs and Ravens in a 5-day stretch. But if you play game,
yeah, it has to be after the game because you're going to pig out. And Christmas, you're flying back after the game, man. You got to fly on Christmas Eve to Houston, and then you're flying back after the game on Christmas night.
If you were a football player and you played on Thanksgiving in the 90s and you got a John Madden turkey leg, would you save the turkey leg?
I could see where maybe I would.
What do you just do? Save the bone?
Yeah, save the bone. That's
and put a picture up and like frame the bone.
You can
right
dry
there.
it out and get it framed.
But you got to at least eat the actual turkey. But you like save the bone and put it up there.
Yeah.
Was there anything better than John Madden with the turkey leg?
I would boil it.
The turducken.
Oh, nothing better. That was legendary. I would boil it, let it dry out, and get it framed.
And put the bone up there.
Yeah, that's the turkey leg I got on Thanksgiving, man. That's the one.
So we got the Chiefs out of the way, we got the Ravens out of the way, we got the Packers out of the way, and we got the Jags. So there's a lot. The Cowboys are really where a lot of people are looking at. Give me that week 2, man. Give me a little week 2 action. How about that?
It's going to be week 5, 6, 7.
How about that?
No, it's going to either be you're going to play the Cowboys on either week 5 or 6,
okay,
or week 9.
Oh, 2's gone.
1, 2, and 3 are gone.
Okay,
because the Cowboys' schedule's already and 4. So you're going to play either week 5 or 6. Can't be week 7 because that's when you're playing the Packers. Week 11 or 12.
Man, get them in December. Can we get them in December, please?
You could get them in December.
Let's get December.
Or
Cowboys in December,
15th.
Please. Yeah, Cowboys in December.
You can get them 8th or the 15th.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So you play what in the month of December? You play the Chiefs, Cowboys, and Ravens.
Yeah, and then close with the division game
in the mix. I mean, Cowboys is kind of the bunny there, though, right?
Among those teams, yeah,
that's kind of the bun.
Yeah, especially because Dak will be benched by then.
Yeah, okay. Although they did say they're looking forward to seeing Trey Lance. They're looking forward to see Trey Lance in preseason. It's the word on the streets with the Cows.
Is that what it is?
That's what they're saying, man. Mm-hmm. We still don't know what that season opener is, though. Whew.
Yeah.
So if it's not the Colts, you get the Van Gundy cut.
I never said that. Absolutely not.
That's at the end of the final game of this season. If it's not the Colts, you got to get the Van Gundy cut.
Never agreed to that.
Dude, I'm obsessed with you getting this Van Gundy cut.
No, and I don't know
Give
why.
me a bet. Give me a bet to where you would be willing to get the Van Gundy cut.
There is none. Why would I do that?
It would grow back.
I don't care.
You don't have to. I'm not asking you to do it involuntarily. What do you mean how long would it take? It would take like 2 weeks.
No, it'd just be stubble.
That
would look even worse.
I feel like you could pull the Van Gundy cut.
I don't. You're so full of crap. You're so full of crap.
Why don't we make the bet where you think Sean would be willing to make the bet where he grows the Van Gundy cut?
No.
Can he?
Yeah. Well,
can Sean grow hair?
I mean, I think he could.
Can Sean grow hair?
I'm guessing he
probably on the sides.
Yeah.
So Pendergast can grow hair, right?
I think so.
Well, then Van Gundy cut or grow.
No.
The cut grow bet.
I don't care. If
Notre Dame A&M.
No.
Notre Dame A&M week 1.
That's perfect.
No. Notre Dame A&M week 1. Loser. If Lopez loses, he has to cut his hair into the Van Gundy cut. If Sean loses, if Notre Dame loses, then he has to grow into the Van Gundy cut over the course of the season. Come on, man.
Why?
The Aggies are supposed to win anyways.
So?
Just put it on the line.
Why?
Because the Van Gundy cut bet needs to happen.
It does not need to happen. By the way, Sean wouldn't do it either.
He would do it.
Hell no.
He would do it.
If
he could, he would do it for the team. He's team content.
No,
he would do it.
He's not Team Van Gundy cut.
He would do it for the team.
No. Absolutely not.
He'd do it for the squad.
Hell no. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think he would.
No, he wouldn't.
Figgy, we got to make this happen, man.
You can talk about it all you want.
We got to get this Van Gundy cut.
No. You can talk about
That's
it all
insane for people to go to the barbershop and ask for that cut, by the way.
Well, no, it's usually just a maintainer.
Yeah.
But that is.
But what's the purpose of even having that cut?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, you want to hang on to the hair as much as you can.
Why? What's the purpose?
Like Steve Ballmer has it. He's a billionaire.
So
Steve Ballmer. So you just go bald?
It looks ridiculous.
Like how is that fly? In any way,
it's not fly.
So do you just go bald?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think if you want to hang on to it, you can hang on to it.
I have no problem add with the toupee to it or something.
There's the worst person that you can in situation you can have in front of you in line, and then there's a best. Worst case scenario for you, someone in front of you in line, fat person at a buffet.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
There's 3 pieces of sausage pepperoni. You're sitting there crossing your fingers, hoping you can get one.
I ain't getting them.
Hopefully, surely I'm going to get one of these, right?
Yeah, I ain't getting them.
Wait, surely I'm getting one of these slices of sausage. Well, there they go. Get to the pepperoni rolls. There's 4. Oh, for sure. Look, their plate's already stacked up high.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, it's about.
Oh, it's the worst.
It's about a foot up.
Yeah.
Well, there goes those 4 pepperoni rolls.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. I can't even get some ranch. They took 4
You got to go to the
ranch.
other side. Don't you just go to the other side at that point?
Man, you ever tried to cut in front of a fat person at a buffet?
Totally other side.
But what if there's no other side?
Go to the other end.
What if it's just a one-line buffet?
Go to the other end.
You ever try to cut in front of a fat person at a buffet?
No, you don't want to.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, you don't want any of that.
Get a dirty look.
Yeah.
Like crazy. Best thing you can be behind? Someone that has Van Gundy hairstyle when you're getting a haircut.
Why?
Because it's going to be short. Like, it's going to be a quick one. But the problem with that, though, if you're behind someone that has the Van Gundy hairstyle when they're getting a haircut, is it's almost like the barber.
It takes extra time.
They try to make you feel. Well, they're trying to make you feel like.
That's why I don't agree.
He or she, they're trying to just get it done.
Clipping just a little hair here.
No, what it is, they try to milk the time a little. Haircut like 45 minutes max.
But just get it done.
They try to milk the time. Man.
I know, and then they'll if you will never see more brushing of the head than when someone has a Van Gundy cut
around
at the
the ear.
barbershop.
I got to get this hair.
Yeah.
No, you're just killing time, man.
Yeah, they're just trying to kill time.
Snip it and get him out of here. This is a 2-minute haircut, and you've turned it into 30. It's longer than my haircut.
Remember the Larry David thing? You charged me $150.
See, Larry David has the Van Gundy cut.
He has the Larry David cut.
You think he'd look better bald?
Maybe.
Hell no.
Maybe.
That's why. That's the prime example. Larry David. Imagine him bald.
He got charged $150 for that haircut.
That's nuts. Coming up next, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Low T Center right now, lowtcenter.com, people. You've been out of sorts. You're, 40, 45?
cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we know that the Texans will be playing on Christmas against the Ravens. The Saturday before that, they will be taking on the Chiefs. We'll give you the other stuff going on with leaks coming up, as well as some big news when it comes to one of my goals for this year. Will one of my colleagues be a buzzkill? We'll talk about that a little bit later. But right now, it is time for Lunchtime Confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during Lunchtime Confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to give a lot of credit to Joe Espada.
Why?
I'm going to tell you. He didn't handle the Ronel Blanco thing very well. He hasn't been exactly impressive. But you got to give it to Joe Espada, and for one reason last night. He pinch hit for Mauricio Dubon. And frankly, in real time, I thought it was a big mistake. Dubon's a really good contact hitter. He brought in Victor Lemon Drop Caratini. And that's my new one, by the way. That's my new one.
That's
a
good one.
Yeah, Victor Lemon Drop Caratini. And he got it done. I would have torched him.
That's big of you to give him props.
Yeah.
If you would have torched him. That's
classy. I would have torched him, but that because in real time I was like, what are you doing? Dubon's a contact hitter, man. You know, and you got a chance to win the game, but he brought in old Lemon Drop and got it done. Got to give it to him.
These are my confessions.
I'm glad the Texans aren't playing on Thanksgiving against the Cowboys. It would have been good for them, and I would have been happy for them. But as soon as the news came down that they were going to be playing on Christmas, I think it's just a disastrous ask from the NFL. Had they asked the Texans to play late November on a Thursday, and then a month-ish or less than a month later play on a Wednesday in late December. So it would have been cool. I think the Texans would have benefited the most from it, of all three parties, Texans, Cowboys, NFL. But I'm happy that it didn't happen. So that's my confession.
I'm kind of with you on that. I was really pulling for it, but yeah, it's not any big deal.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I really feel like Astros Twitter needs an intervention.
Oh, wow.
I really do.
Okay. Hey, this is at Lopez.
Yeah, it's at Lopez on Sports.
This ain't me.
Come at me.
This ain't me.
I'm going to say it with my chest.
Shout out to Astros Twitter.
Yeah, I'm going to say it with my chest.
I'm an observer. I'm not a participator.
I am unapologetic about this. Get over it. Get over it. No one in the MLB, no one is out to get you. No one is doing. This was simply a pitcher that used a foreign substance and got caught. Move on. Take the punishment. Oh, but the A's are still snitch. No. Get over it. I am sick and tired of everyone's out to get us. 2-time World Series champs. Get over it.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we have a Thursday night football game for the Houston Texans. It's an early one. That'll be one of the first ones of the year.
Okay.
September 15th. CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans, coming off a historic rookie season, take on one of the most heralded, hyped up rookie quarterbacks in recent NFL history, the Chicago Bears. Houston Texans, Thursday night football. We can get some Al Michaels. We're going to get some Al Michaels.
We're going to get some
early
Al Michaels.
on, too.
Bears, Texans, early on. There we go.
Now that.
He might be hyped up.
Oh, he's going to be hyped up. Everybody's going to be hyped up. At home, Thursday night versus the Chicago Bears. Kind of don't like it. Not because, I like the matchup, obviously, but it's another short week, man. You got short week after the Chiefs, going to the Chiefs.
That's week 2, right? So you're the first Thursday game, right?
First Thursday night game, man.
Is that right? 15th?
No, do they play Thursday the first week?
No.
They don't, do they?
Well, they do. They to open the season.
Oh, that.
Yeah, but I think that's a national TV. The first
NBC.
Amazon game.
That's NBC.
This is the first Amazon.
The season
game.
opens the 8th, right?
I got to tell you.
Yeah, so that's
8th,
the
right?
first Amazon Prime game.
It opens the 8th. Kind of don't like it. You're all hyped up. You got the first, your home open on September 8th. Boom, boom, boom. You come right back with a short game. So that's at least 3 short weeks that the Texans are going to have. That at Chiefs and versus the Ravens on a Wednesday night. Kind of don't like it.
Yeah, well.
That's what happened to good teams, right?
Yeah, they're going to be showcasing them.
Yes, it is what it is, you know.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lopez, I'm disappointed in you, man.
Why?
Because I just got word that Sean Pendergast has agreed to the Van Gundy bet.
Well, I'm happy for him.
Sean Pendergast is willing to grow the Jeff Van Gundy hairstyle if Notre Dame loses to Texas A&M. And he's doing this in College Station, Figgy.
Yeah.
If Notre Dame loses, Sean Pendergast is willing, because he is a man who cares about content, he cares about the station. He is willing to grow the Jeff Van Gundy haircut.
Yeah.
And John Lopez will not, despite, by the way, being in the Hall of Honor at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Despite being at home, John Lopez is not, I repeat, not willing to partake in the good for the station Jeff Van Gundy bet.
Yeah.
Damn shame, man.
I'm happy for Sean.
Damn shame.
Good for you, Johnny. Yeah, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm not going to apologize for a stupid bet.
But I feel like you could get away with it at your age and all that stuff, too.
I could wear
Nobody
a
could
win,
judge.
or they could win.
Well, of course they could win. I mean, I think it's a 1-point game, so it's kind of a toss-up right now.
They could win.
But they could win. But no. The answer is no. I'm happy for you, Shawnee. Good for you. And I think he
Selfish,
said. I think he said yes. Here's another little confession.
Selfish, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think Sean said he would do it because he knows I'm not. I think he's like.
No, I think he's willing to go down.
No, I think he said he would do it because he knows I'm not going to do it, and it's silly. There's another little confession for you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I kind of think, and I said this last week, and I feel stronger about it right now. I kind of think that D'Amico Ryan's calling J.J. Watt, or there are injuries or lack of production, and he calls J.J. Watt back into the fold. I'm not buying it. I don't think that's the reason that J.J. Watt would come back. I think the reason J.J. would come back is if the Texans start the season really, really hot, like 6-1 or something, let's just say. I think J.J. just wants a ring. He just wants a chance at a ring. And ain't no injuries or ain't no, D'Amico calling would have anything to do with it. I think if the Texans start hot, J.J.'s calling D'Amico.
JJ's calling D'Amico. By the way, I said the 15th. I think it is the 12th.
The Thursday. Yeah, the Thursday.
Yeah, it'll be Thursday the 12th.
Yeah.
When the Texans take on the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
So pardon me, Thursday the 12th.
Yes.
That'll be it.
Because of the Thursday night. I really don't like that. I mean, you got to do it. It's going to be, we'll be watching. We'll be all in, but at least they're at home.
But this is why, you get these.
Really sucks
when
for
you
the
get
Bears.
Thursday and Wednesday games at home.
Yeah.
That's a huge effing advantage.
It is a huge advantage.
It's a huge advantage. So this Wednesday game, this Thursday game, you got them at home.
Yeah.
That's a really, really good thing. And Al Michaels, man, don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
We can interview him.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Van Gundy bet, man. We'll get you to be a team player by then.
Oh, I'm a team player. I'm a big time team player.
We got 4 months. We'll get him to be a team player.
Everybody in this building knows I'm all about the team.
We'll get him there.
Yeah,
we'll get him there.
Yeah,
we got to.
You're not.
We just got to
put P, capital E, capital
That's me.
A, capital M.
I know.
That's me.
No, you're right. It is. Yeah, you're right. It is. That's
Bill
how much
O'Brien.
of a team player you are right there. No, you're right. Hey, truer words have never been spoken.
Not Bill O'Brien. I'm talking about a team player.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Yeah.
Coming up, the good, the bad, the hype of the Texans schedule, which is about a quarter of the way through. Schedule day continues here on Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop.
get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so let's get this together. I'm trying to follow the schedule best I can. So it's going to be Sunday night.
Sunday night football.
Sunday night football. Texans versus Bears.
Now we're talking.
The Sunday nighter.
Now we're talking.
Sunday night action.
That's big time.
Texans, Bears, Caleb Williams, and CJ Stroud. So there's a prime time. Mm-hmm. You wanted some prime time. You got your prime time right there.
There's one of what I believe will be 4.
Sunday night football, 9:15.
Well, there's 2 because
September 15th. So we get a little Sunday NRG. Last time they were played Sunday night was at NRG was it against the Patriots?
Ravens.
Patriots.
Is the Patriots?
Wasn't it the Patriots on the 19th?
Mm-hmm.
The Deshaun Watson flip to Nuke Hopkins?
Yeah.
It's the last time I remember.
Mm-hmm. Was that the Goliath call from Vandy?
Yeah, Goliath has gone down.
Yeah. That's right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Down goes Goliath. Goliath then down.
Have beaten Goliath.
All right, so we got Sunday night. We think we're trying to follow along.
I have it on my guy too. He's got Sunday night.
Okay, so Football Fan 955 who's been all over this. Texans Bears Sunday night.
Yeah,
is when this is going to go down. So right now we have week 2 Sunday night. Texans versus Bears. Caleb Williams coming to town. Week 4. Jacksonville, at Jacksonville. This is the road game against Jacksonville. Week 7 at Green Bay. And then you have the tough, about as tough as it gets, at least for now, with how it looks right now. Week 16, the Saturday game at Arrowhead against the Chiefs. And then the Christmas game on Wednesday against the Ravens. There isn't really anything that sticks out right now. Now, if it would have been if you're going to have anything like that, you want those to be at home. I think that's one big advantage. Mm-hmm. And a Thursday night game is not out of the question right now with the Texans. But other than that, right now there's nothing really that sticks out as to whether there's anything like big or small advantage. I would say the biggest advantage is that you get the Ravens at home on Christmas. If you told me you're going to play the Ravens and you want to line up the perfect time to play a good team like the Ravens, Chiefs, Bills, it would probably be if you had to play on Christmas.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, you just don't play on Christmas, but that's good time to face them.
I don't like and we're just interpreting how the schedule's breaking down thus far. I don't like the back-to-back short weeks because you'd have a short week before you go to Kansas City on the 21st, and then you would have another very short week with the Ravens. So yeah, that would be one thing that I don't like.
JJ Watt, you think JJ Watt in anything that happens on the schedule could impact his decision whether or not to come back?
I think JJ is not looking at or to hear from D'Amico or anything like that. I think he's just going to see what kind of start the Texans, like as I mentioned during the confession. I think he wants to see what kind of start the Texans are going to have. If they have a hot start,
so if they're good, he's going to try to come through. What if they're balling?
Then see from the Texans' perspective,
what if the Texans are 5-0? Do you let JJ?
That's what I was about to say.
Do you?
Yeah, I would, and here's why. Like I use the example of, let's say they start 6-1. Okay. That'd be from Texans' perspective. It's like, we are legit. We are going to make a run. Let's get that final piece. You know, I think that
could he get in the way?
Because because he'd be situational. Like, he would be situational. You could have a front 4 of Will Anderson balling out, Daniil Hunter balling out, Danico Autry inside, and J.J. Watt inside. Who are you going to block on a 3rd and 16 or a 3rd and 8? You know, that's like the Texans. He would be a very situational player. And from a Texans perspective, that's like one of the final pieces you could bring in that would put you over the top. You know, I absolutely could see that happening. I don't think it has anything to do with, they're injured or you need me. No, I think he wants to win, and they could maybe put themselves over the top by adding him.
See, if I'm 5-1, I don't know if I want JJ coming back.
Why would you not?
Because you might have a consistent rotation. You might, JJ is JJ's JJ. JJ's used to playing a certain amount of time. But
I don't think that would be. the case.
Saying no to JJ Watt is crazy, especially given the last time we saw him, he was really damn good. But if JJ wants to play, let's go.
To me, it's kind of like a baseball trade deadline acquisition that puts you over the top. That's how I would look at it. Like you're in the hunt, you're making a run, you know you're going to be there. Let's get that reliever, or let's get that whatever. I think it's a very situational thing, and it kind of gets you over the top. I absolutely think that would be the case.
So if JJ comes back, then you're going to have CJ doing his now famous routine with basketballs and swinging the baseball bat and all, walking around the stadium playing catch with the kids.
Yeah. Why not?
Okay.
No, I'm serious.
It's a lot of pregame activity.
It's a lot of stuff going on. Get there early. Get there early for sure. I would love to see it too, because I think JJ, for all that he does, and is very public, and some people might say kind of thirsty. Like when it comes to the game and the Texans and being that last piece, I think he would be all in on something like that.
The Texans just tweeted out eyeballs. What does that mean?
I don't know that.
Is there anything worse than the eyeball tweet?
Not a whole lot worse.
I don't think there is. Is there a worse tweet than an eyeball tweet?
Yes, there is. An eyeball tweet when we know you're talking about the schedule and it's coming out. I don't know.
The Texans' social media is above the eyeballs.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
And have we progressed past the eyeballs?
I think we all have.
Yeah.
With everything y'all have done, all this hard work that Doug and the team have done, we're doing eyeballs now?
Yeah. Unless it's something else.
Unless it's something they about to put out.
Are they about to say that JJ's coming back? Hey, guys.
What do you like to say? What does Cody like to say? Don't threaten me with a good time?
What would what does JJ, if JJ comes back, what's it look like? How does he announce it? He's not going to just say it. It's not just going to be a press release.
No, it's going to be a video. He does videos all the time.
Hey, Houston.
Yeah, I'm back, baby.
Hey, Houston.
Yeah.
I feel like we still got a job to do.
Unfinished business.
Walking away from the game at the time felt right, but
Houston is always my home.
Houston's my home.
It's always going to be my home.
I'm ready to go out there and do my thing.
Yeah. No, it'll be a video. It'll be looking in the camera kind of video.
Now, is it going to be a collab with the Texans, or is he just going to do it on his own?
Well, it looks to me, if you judge the eyeballs, that it's going to be a collab. Judging from the eyeballs.
I can't believe we did eyeballs, man. I feel like Texans took 3 steps back. In order to say, eyeballs? What are we doing, man? All this creativity, all these, they put out, I think they put out 23 videos to release the uniforms in a week. And I'm getting eyeballs.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Are you looking forward to, because I am, spoiler alert, I'm looking forward to these videos that are going to drop tomorrow from the teams.
You hated the one last year.
I didn't like the Texans. The Titans kicked ass.
Yeah, but you hated the one last year.
I did not like it. The Titans were the best.
It wasn't in order.
No, that's right.
It was a lot going on.
Yeah.
Texans had like a bunch of cars and they would pop the trunk.
Yeah, I was kind of like, what's the thing?
But then it would say Jags and it would say 2 days, but the schedule wasn't, they didn't release it in order.
They got to pick up their game. As much as I hate the Titans, they won the videos last year. Them and the Chargers are always good. Remember the Chargers with the anime?
Chargers did anime.
I love it.
And I'm not like anime?
I'm not even an anime guy.
I know you like anime porn, but you like anime?
I am not an anime guy by any stretch.
Just porn.
Not porn either. But I just thought it was cool. But the Titans were the best. They would show the logo.
Did you guess what they were?
Yes. Oh, my gosh. It was really good. It's going to be tough for them to top it, that's for sure.
Man, just put the schedule out.
Well, they are. 7 p.m., baby.
You don't have to stress yourself. No, I'm just saying, like, just put a picture.
This is a event.
Yeah.
I thought so, too. I saw all eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, it might be something else.
I thought they would handle it. Now we got eyeballs.
Give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to do something.
Yeah.
Might as well do the eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
What's the equivalent of the eyeballs, like, if you have to give someone a gift? It's not a gift card, because I think gift card's the right move.
A donation in your name?
That's terrible.
That's what I'm saying.
Is there anything worse? You know what? I keep saying, is there anything worse? And I keep finding worse stuff. On social media, the eyeballs is up there.
Yeah.
Like, especially for a team site.
A donation.
What about people asking for the donation in their name for your birthday? Brother, I didn't even care it was your birthday.
Oh, the fundraisers?
Hey, in honor of my birthday, I want everyone to donate to this.
No.
Come on, man.
I am not going to do that.
Go get a cheeseburger.
I refuse to do that.
Pressuring me on that.
Yeah.
Donating anything.
Yeah.
Eyeballs, man. So we have the Bears once again Sunday Night Football. Right now there's one primetime game. Then the Jags the 29th at Jacksonville. So you have three road games done. Jacksonville September 29th, Green Bay October 20th, the Chiefs December 21st. And then you have Christmas at home against the Ravens and Sunday Night Football at home against the Bears. Sorry for the previous confusion. So there you go.
Yeah.
Sounds good, man. I sense that over half the schedule will be done, maybe even before we go around the NFL.
It's pushing it.
It's dropping like crazy.
League wide, not the Texans, but league wide. There's a lot of games have already been dropped and leaked.
Eyeballs.
By the way, the Titans, just for if anybody's curious, the Titans opened the season at Chicago, and then the Bears come to Houston, and then the Titans face the Jets at home week 2. Jaguars are at Miami. That's going to be warm on opening day, and then the Jacksonville.
How hot does Miami get? I keep hearing this. It's like
It's like Houston.
It gets as hot in Miami as it does in Houston.
Yeah, it's an outdoor stadium.
But it's
I heard
outdoors.
it get hot. Yeah.
But it's outdoors. And then the Jaguars face the Browns at home.
I'd have to feel that to believe it.
It's pretty humid.
They
and
don't
hot,
know
man.
heat.
It's pretty.
They don't know heat.
Well, we know it better than anybody, but it's up there.
Yeah, they don't know.
And then the Jaguars face the Browns at home week 2. Colts, the only games they have first couple of weeks is nobody on week 1 yet. Week 2, they have the Packers at home.
Worried about the Colts, man.
Yeah.
Be honest with you, I'm worried about the Colts. I heard Sean and Seth talking earlier, and they said that the Texans are like minus 190 to win the playoffs, which means you'd have to bet 200 to win 100.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good bet, man.
Mm-hmm.
Colts 3.5 to 1 to win the division. Nice.
Yeah, we talked about that.
And they got Jonathan Taylor for the full go. Yeah, I'm worried about the Colts. Adonai Mitchell. I don't know why y'all let that happen, Nick. But yeah, it's a fun day, and the picture's becoming much more clear. Coming up, one of the most polarizing names in media. He has thoughts on the Houston Texans. Plus, Tom Brady has thoughts on CJ Stroud. And are we taking something that's awesome and making it not awesome? Let's go around the league next.
What's Coach D'Amico's focus as he's
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader.
Waiting to set Cowboys game. The possibilities right now for the Cowboys. The weeks, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks possible for the Cows. It is 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the 8 possible weeks. I'm going to have you pick a number. When do you want to play the Cows?
You know what? I'd like them earlier now that I know a couple of the teams late in the season, although the Texans have such
Now,
a
if you
schedule.
get them week 3, that means you're going to have 10 days rest. Do you necessarily need 10 days rest for the Cows?
You don't necessarily need it, but why not? Big rivalry game. You see if we can get, or I think it's a rivalry game. See if you can get that done. Yeah, that wouldn't be
3?
bad. 3 wouldn't be bad at all.
Wait till 6, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get that hype up. Figure that out. Still no word on what the Texans are doing with the eyeballs. Creative guys.
That was a weird emoji to drop in the middle of all this. Yeah.
Eyeballs, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Maybe it's something else. Something big about to happen.
It can't be.
You don't think so? Why not?
Nah. It's scheduled release time, man.
Yeah.
Chris Sims and Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. They were talking about the Houston Texans. Mike Florio did not get his wish. He wanted it. You wanted it. I wanted it. He did not get his wish. This was the unsuccessful wish of Mike Florio.
CJ Stroud, it looks like he's ready to take the league by storm. They got better. They're one of the teams that won the offseason. I want to see if they have the primetime moments.
I want to see Texans-Cowboys in that 4:30 p.m. kick on
Thanksgiving. Oh, I know you do. I know.
Well, sorry about it.
A lot of people did.
Sorry about it, but they're going to take on the Giants instead.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think the Texans would have benefited most from a Thanksgiving game against the Cows. Cows, they're going to move the needle no matter what. Giants might actually nationally
enormous
bring more eyes. So, but
enormous eyes.
Texans' perspective, I would bet they wanted Thursday night against the Chiefs to start the season. They wanted the Cows on Thanksgiving, and I very strongly doubt they wanted Christmas. Oh.
Yeah, let me ask you this, because I was just kind of thinking about it during the break here. Like, from what we know so far on the schedule, 5 games, are you getting what you want to see?
Not yet.
Yeah, me neither.
Not yet.
Yeah. I don't mind the Bears week 2, Sunday night.
Matter of fact, I think the worst thing to happen is playing on Christmas.
So far.
Yeah, I mean, I said to start the show, that's the worst thing that can happen.
To me, it's not so much just that it's on Christmas, but that it's back-to-back short weeks, you know? That could be problematic at the end. But whatever, you got to deal with it. Remember when I was talking about, a workable schedule early on so the Texans can maybe gain some momentum? I mentioned the Bears by name. I like that. I like the Bears Sunday Night Football at home. Obviously going to be a lot of hype around it.
They travel?
Do what now?
The Bears going to travel well?
Fans? They're all over. I'm sure there's going to be a pretty decent number. But
Bears fans are here?
Chicago, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a couple folks from Chicago here.
It's a big city.
More than I thought.
Couple. Huh?
But what we know, I do like the Bears early. I think that's a game that's very winnable, at home, good atmosphere, kind of, like I said, gain that traction early. I don't like the late games that we know so far.
So you're going to have CJ Stroud, Caleb Williams. That's going to be the hype.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why are the Jags so meh? Why is it, and I'm not questioning them as a football team. They damn well could win the division this year. It would shock nobody.
Yeah.
In this room. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they got the talent.
Yeah.
They had a pretty good offseason.
Yeah, I mean, they got a good D-line.
And the quarterback is what it is, but he's not bad.
But for some reason, when it comes to, I know Clint Stoerner likes to use the term football horny.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just get it, like even like a little bit of an eyebrow raise. Why is it that Colts, Titans, if you say you're playing Colts, Titans, that generates more of my attention than Jags? I'm just kind of,
They just, not only in the
they're
division,
kind of like that. Okay.
They don't move the needle, as people like to. They're nondescript. It's like going to a strip mall. It's just
strip malls go hard, man.
No, they do not. Depends on where you are, but
sometimes
it's just kind of like there.
Like Nike
clearance
or
when you eat
something
at
like that?
Panda Express again, you want to go to Five Below.
Hey. Five Below.
Okay.
What?
You never been to Five Below?
Where are you pulling that from? I don't think I've ever been in a Five Below.
Five Below is in strip malls everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah, I've never been in a Five Below.
The Bougie Dollar Store.
Yeah, it's a good place for stocking stuffers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put a pin in that. But it's just kind of like there. Like they just don't do anything for a lot of people.
Speaking of the Jags, they just got approved for
new stadium, huh?
New stadium, $1.2 billion.
Yeah.
Maybe this will help them not have to play in London twice. By the way, you know what I think is whack with the Jags? I think it's whack that they want to play in London, yet one of their London games gets to be a road game. If y'all want to play in London for 2 weeks, both of them should be home games. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. Mm-hmm. So because your stadium you're not generating the buzz, you go to London for 2 weeks and someone else has to give up a home game. Y'all give up the home game. Y'all are the ones that want to be there. Y'all are the ones that have the presence. Mm-hmm. Y'all are the ones that have probably developed a little bit of a fan base there. Why the hell does in one of the London games? Why the hell do I think it's the Bears. No, it's the Patriots. Why do the Patriots have to give up? Their place is full. Foxborough is full. Mm-hmm. Why do they have to give up one of their home games? Y'all are the ones that want to be in London.
Yeah. They. By the way, I mean, cities and citizens always get fleeced when it comes to new stadiums. Jacksonville got fleeced. Like
what do you mean?
They're paying the whole bill.
Isn't that how much is that?
Well, you just said, what is it, 1 point?
No, but how much does that even out? I always hear people say, oh, I'm on tax dollars. But how much is it? How much is it really?
Well, it's not so much that.
Am I throwing 30 and a half?
It's not so much that as much as it is like,
Well, who else does as much for the city?
Well, there's a lot of companies that bring in a lot of employees, man.
But the economy, like NFL teams, like they do a lot for the city. MLB, all that, they do a lot.
Houston didn't build Exxon's big thing up in the Woodlands, and they're bringing in probably billions.
Who cares about Exxon?
People care about Exxon.
I mean, people aren't going to.
I'm saying, but you talk about
going out to eat to watch Exxon.
No, but you said I don't care about that. You said you weren't talking about that. You were talking about the money they bring in, like just the what they do. We're not building these stadiums, and I'm not trying to get off on that tangent. I'm just saying,
get on it, man.
I'm just saying Jacksonville got fleeced, like really bad.
Well, they deserve it.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, their team plays 2 games in London.
Mm-hmm.
Although, really just one, because apparently the Patriots have to be the home team when y'all want to be there for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It's a joke. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Tom Brady. He's got some nice things to say about CJ Stroud. He was on the pivot, who, by the way, just signed a deal with Fanatics.
I saw that, and I couldn't quite get that.
So Ryan Clark.
Yeah.
Channing Crowder and Fred Taylor, they have a very successful podcast, The Pivot. Now they have a partnership with Fanatics.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Ain't
Fanatics,
that's Michael Rubin?
Yeah. He's getting in the he's getting in the digital
Wonder what
game.
that means.
What do you mean?
To me, it feel like it just makes sense because they all cool, and that's a partnership right there.
Yeah. Is he going to make them jump around like bunnies? Like... By the way, did you see that yesterday? So there's like a video, and Meek Mill gets made fun of about this all the time. By the way, he's a moron. He gets made fun of because there's like a video of him. I guess he's playing pickleball with Michael Rubin.
Mm-hmm.
He's jumping around like a bunny. I guess he lost, so he has to jump around like a bunny.
Well, that's
Gangster ass Meekville.
That's a good bet.
Running around like a bunny.
Yeah.
So he like quote tweeted it. Someone said something about it, and he said,
"It was a game. We
played in jail. Blah blah blah." So then Antonio Brown quote tweeted it and later deleted it. I don't know if he put it back up or what, but he deleted it.
Antonio Brown?
I don't know if he just doesn't want that Philly smoke or what, but he deleted it. But he put, here was the game, and he put a picture of someone dropping the soap in the shower.
Oh.
In jail.
Lord. I would never post
that.
#CTESPN. Yeah. He's something, that guy.
Here was Tom Brady on the pivot talking about CJ Stroud and what he likes about his game.
I mean, CJ is a good example. Like, I really appreciated where he came from with a lot of humility. The first thing I watch, does he endear himself to his teammates so that he does feel like one of the guys? If he wants to separate himself from the rest of the team, you're not going to play 20 years. The only way you're going to play is your teammates. There's so many things I sucked at, but the only way that I could get to where I wanted to get to was to have the best teammates. And the only way I could get the best teammates was if I was the best teammate. So you had to talk the right way, hang the right way, celebrate the right way, lose the right way. That's the gift in sports. You can't fool people your way through a football season, but people really are going to know who you are if you show up early. You put the time in. They see you how you are when you win, right after the game when you lose, how you are the next day, how you approach the week after. Everyone in the media is firing at you. Brady, you suck. They're going to know who I am by the way that I approached the next week.
I just think this is awesome. You can just feel the sincerity in his voice. And you're not wrong when you said he ended up talking about himself a lot.
Yeah, but he is this standard. But I'm just kind of kidding around.
Like
if he's doing this 20 years from now, we can get over it.
Maybe, but to say that about CJ Stroud right now from Tom Brady.
Well, I think there's tangible proof that I think the moment where CJ Stroud became the face of the franchise was actually in a losing effort. It was against Indianapolis when he had the shoulder problem, and he showed up to the stadium early. Tunsil was out. Offensive linemen were out. I think Andre Ware said he wanted to sit him out when he was with Sean on pregame.
Yeah.
And CJ went out there, battled. Wish they wouldn't have thrown on that last play where he got thrown down on his shoulder, but hey, it's okay. I've forgotten about it. But after the game, he went up to the podium and he was basically like, yeah, no one, I'm going to be out there for my team, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. I think that was the moment where CJ Stroud in the losing effort, I think that was where CJ Stroud became that dude.
Yeah.
And they started out 0-2, and they ended up winning the next two. They won against the Jags, beat their ass, and then they beat the hell out of Pittsburgh too. I think that was the moment. So when Tom Brady says how you lose, I thought that was a prime example of CJ Stroud. I think that's when it became his.
And the fact CJ Stroud is the guy that in the locker room is not separating himself, is not. He's just one of the guys, and it's more than just being one of the guys. It's just being someone that they want to protect, that they want to play for, and that's what Tom Brady was, and he can see it. And for him to say it about C.J. Stroud already, I just thought I was really kind of blown away by that.
Man, me too. Hashtag me too. Kirk Cousins, he was on Bussin' with the Boys. Will Compton. This is what he said, Kirk Cousins, about draft day in Atlanta.
Draft night, Kirk Cousins, the Atlanta Falcons picking Michael Penix.
Yeah, I think you're reminded again that there are things you control, and there's a lot of things you don't control. And so let's deal in reality, and recognize that fact, and then be a steward, not an owner. I just believe that I got to steward what comes my way and control what I can control, which is what a steward does. But a steward doesn't worry about that which they can't control.
Yeah.
An owner does. My point is this isn't like a foreign concept. There's an awareness that this is the NFL. Anything can happen. Do kind of what I've always done as a player and let the chips fall where they may.
So it's fair to say, Kirk Cousins, the Falcons, there's no beef involved.
No, and I don't think there can be. I don't think it's helpful. Like, we're trying to win a Super Bowl, and it's hard enough. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's hard enough. So let's all be on the same page and let's try to go win a Super Bowl.
Got to admire the way he handled that, but you don't necessarily have to believe it all. He's doing the right thing.
Hell no, he's not happy.
He's doing the right thing.
Absolutely not.
Saying the right things.
He's ticked.
But, yeah.
Broadcast news, Jason Kelsey is in with ESPN's Monday Night Countdown. RG3 is out. You want to talk about a fleece.
That's a double good news.
That's absolute fleece right there.
Double one.
They should have fired RG3 after this. Remember when Deshaun Watson got hurt and RG3 went on ESPN and said, I honestly, I'm dead serious. If I were running ESPN, your ass is fired. You're out.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns should sign me as their starting quarterback, and here's why. 1, at 33 years old, I understand the game better than I ever have in my entire career. Mm-hmm. I know how to slide, and I know when to slide, and that was a huge issue in my 8 years in the NFL. But I've learned from my mistakes, and I'm ready to showcase that I can get it done. I can go out there and manage a game for the Cleveland Browns and help them go on the Super Bowl run that they want to go on. But here's the second thing. I still run a 4.3 40, people, and I can throw the football 80 yards. I train every week like an NFL football player so I could be ready for moments just like this. So they need to hit my line. If Dorian Thompson-Robinson is going to be their guy and they don't bring me in to be the starter, then they should bring me in to be the backup so I can help him in the same ways that I helped Lamar Jackson.
I don't even want to hear that again. That was the most.
It was so much in that statement that was weird,
awful. I didn't even want to hear it again. Why'd you do that to me,
dude? If you're sitting here and you're telling me that you're begging to leave the gig. All he did, that's all that RG3 became. I hate that young man from Coppers Cove, Texas, Army brat, turned into what he turned into. I thought he was going to be so good. He's the fakest. He's the fakest guy in media. Like it is all for clips, clicks, all that. I don't like using like loosely. Oh, you're doing it for clicks. He is.
Yeah.
I mean, and he has. I promise you, if you looked at RG3's DMs, I would bet my life that he has DMs with the aggregators because they always pick up the stupidest things he say and they pick it up like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it can even be like him talking about his past quarterback controversy with Kirk Cousins. Like, no one cares about that. Where'd you clip that from?
Yeah.
Same way he held Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Please.
But he gone.
And then he said, they can call me or Colin Kaepernick.
By the way, how did he learn how to slide while he's not playing? In games. I've learned. Where? How? Yeah.
You can try to find a team now.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Goodness gracious. Keon Coleman. He's getting a lot of love. By the way, there's a couple of thoughts on this with Keon Coleman. He's gone viral a couple times with the Buffalo Bills. He seems like a great dude, cool dude, down to earth dude, character, all that. I feel bad that he has to freeze his ass off in Buffalo. I think that's gonna perhaps crush his spirit, and he's gonna sound more like Bill Belichick by the time so depressed. But two things about him. Number one, Florida State. What the hell are y'all doing? Like, this guy's been a big part of your program for a long time. He's been winning games. How did we not even know about him or ever hear him talk? Weird. Like, how was he not showcased?
College.
Y'all are Florida State. Y'all. Like, people wanted to know more about Florida State. How is this guy never even seen or anything like that with all the social media and everything like that? You imagine if he went to A&M, Texas, Colorado, hell, U of H, anywhere. We would have at least heard, seen some bit of this personality. We didn't know a damn thing about him.
He would have been a higher pick. To be honest,
might have been, but it also speaks to so many college athletes are just sort of regional, like CJ Stroud. Even we didn't really hear a whole lot.
Yeah, we heard a little bit,
but not a whole lot from CJ Stroud.
But he's not like a viral guy.
No, but
he's
saying
more about his action.
I'm saying just the press conferences and the things you hear are just kind of regional.
Who sells marketer?
Yeah, because
you're telling me this couldn't have been something?
Yeah. That could have absolutely been something. He's
going to put him
gold.
in the playoff.
Yeah, he's gold.
Honestly, if I'm on the committee and I know this, I might have put him in the playoff.
Yeah. The other thing is you're already okay, he's doing too much of this stuff.
Well, they're asking him to do too much.
I don't agree. I think
so you like it.
It's him. It's sincere.
Yeah. But Adam Schefter spoke with him, and he asked him about snacks. This is what Adam Schefter asked Keon Coleman, and Keon Coleman kept doing what he do.
Keon Coleman's top 3 go-to snacks.
Sour punch straw, sweet tart roots, and
a little background on why you like them so much.
The purple Skittles, of course, the purple Skittles. And then the sweet tart roots, you ain't never had them?
No.
So they got the cherry punch, another pink one, they got twisted ones, and then they got one that come in a blue pack. It might be strawberry. I don't remember. It's a blue, and they got green apples. So they got the blue pack, they got a red pack, a pink pack, and a green pack. All on fire. And then you got the sour punch straws. I've been eating them joints since I was about 6, 7 years old. You got the blue ones, the green ones, the purple ones, the red ones, and you get the watermelon. That's only 5. Order, you gotta give me 5. I can't just give you 3.
I'll give you whatever you want.
Laffy Taffy, 9 liters. It's a good bit. And Airhead Extreme, the green pack. Yeah, that's my 6 right there.
Man, Louisiana.
Best, yeah. But the best part about it, he didn't even hesitate. I'll tell you. I'll tell you which ones are the best.
He doesn't like chocolate. He just likes the sweet candy, huh?
Yeah, all those the soft candies and the Airheads. Did he say Airheads? Not Airheads. What was the other one?
Yeah, he likes Airheads.
Airheads, yeah.
Sour straws.
Yeah, Laffy Taffy.
That's what I was thinking of.
Green Laffy Taffy, man.
Yeah.
Green or pink. Forget that banana. Ugh. Every time I hear about snacks, though, I have to play this. This is LeVar Ball talking about Jason Whitlock.
Like I said, and going back to Whitlock, I don't think he can comment on anything but snacks.
Now, that's a little harsh.
It's going to be harsh.
But snacks. That's your guy.
It's around the NFL here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up, controversy from a surprising source, surprising position. One of the most prominent media types having to apologize. Or did he? Internet going nuts next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What do you make, Seth, of two prominent players privately expressing complaints about Espada's communication skills?
I have zero idea what to make of it. Does that mean he feels like he's not open and honest enough? Does it mean like they wish he was actually a little bit more brusque?
These are the types of things that happen with bad teams with high expectations, and the Astros fit that bill.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
When it's time for a brake job, go with a solution that delivers one of the
Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Sports Radio 610. Leaks still coming out. We will figure out what is and is not going down. You have Texans versus Ravens on Christmas. Chiefs 4 days before that. The 20th at Green Bay. That'll be a noon game. And then 29th, the 15th versus Chicago. So there you go.
I got some interesting things already breaking with the schedule. I don't like the end of it so far from what I know. Now, that we haven't seen the whole schedule, so that could certainly change. I do like the beginning so far, even though we don't have the opener. There is a report that the Texans are going to play at Minnesota week 3. One report, week 3 at Minnesota, September 22nd. And I'm going to follow up on that, but this is a relatively credible source here in terms of covering the NFL. So
this is on the 22nd. So this will be after the Sunday night game. So you're going NFC North back to back.
And I'm going to confirm that, but I do consider this a pretty good source. So Bears.
And that's at Minnesota.
It's at Minnesota. Bears, September 15th.
So you have that spread out. So you have spread out. Now you're going to have consecutive road games because you're going to have the Vikings, and then you're going to have to go to Jacksonville right after that.
Correct. But at Minnesota, September 22nd. Landry, this ties in with exactly what one of my hopes was. Something that's manageable early. Get that hot start. Get going a little bit. I don't know the opener. Nobody has reported the opener yet, but Bears at home, I like that. At Minnesota, I don't mind that. The old J.J. McCarthy revenge game. And then Jacksonville. So I kind of like the start of the season if these are so far. And then the end of the season, not real crazy about it.
Still trying to figure out what's going on with that season opener. Who are you going to open up the season
And
against?
when you face the Cowboys.
When you face the Cowboys, keep it here on Sports Radio 610. We got you covered once that news comes down.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, so I didn't watch the game. I mean, come on. But I saw the Caitlin Clark review of her WNBA season opener. Okay? 20 points, 10 turnovers.
Yeah.
It's a different league. But the only reason I'm bringing it up in Internet Going Nuts, because she got a little criticism for this when she said it.
Diana
Taurasi, after the whole Caitlin Clark bedlam in the NCAA tournament. This is what she said. Guys, she was 100% right.
Look, SVP, reality is coming.
Okay.
There's levels to this thing, and that's just life. We all went through it.
Of course.
And you see it on the NBA side, and you're going to see it on this side, where, you look superhuman playing against 18-year-olds, but you're going to come with some grown women that have been playing professional basketball for a long time. Not saying that it's not going to translate, because when you're great at what you do, you're just going to get better. But there is going to be a transition period where you're going to have to give yourself some grace as a rookie.
I'm telling you, man, like, the actual winner yesterday was a WNBA and Taurasi, because it's like, hey, man, we're better. we're really good, in the WNBA. So I thought that was interesting, and Taurasi, obviously was right, at least early on.
I got the internet.
So yesterday there was a viral video, and it led to a lot of outrage, especially among women. Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker.
Mm-hmm. I don't even want to.
So basically he went up and he had some moments where he was basically just talking about hardo and masculinity and all that type of stuff.
It's still out there. It's still trending crazy.
It could get some guys fired up, like, hell yeah, men, there's not enough men. And it's like, yes, but if you listen a little bit longer, then he basically says women belong in the kitchen and says, ladies, you might be graduating right now, but your role is as the mother and sacrificing and all that type of stuff. And it led to a lot of outrage. Now, Bussing with the Boys with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan, they caught the clip, and they only caught the 2-minute masculine, men, you got to be men, you got to protect your household, all that type of stuff. Basically, like Tim the Toolman Taylor. Yeah. So they tweeted it out from the podcast thing, how Harrison Butker was being all manly. Now the woman part was not part of the actual clip, and they said basically Harrison Butker just made a hell of a speech. Well, once people caught wind of the whole speech, they started piling in on Bussing with the Boys, which led to Will Compton replying, and he had to put out this long-ass statement, and it's not how a lot of people would address the outrage that was created by them putting this clip out.
All right, so there was this clip that Bussing with the Boys posted earlier. That was a clip from the Butker everywhere now. A lot of different clips out there. Social media manager hits me up, hey, you seen this? I'm sitting there getting privy to it a couple hours ago. He's in a mental blender because of how much negative backlash there is from that clip, because he never wants to put the brand in a bad situation. He's feeling terrible. And I'm just thinking, bro, who gives a man? You're not going to make every shot. You're going to lay your head on the pillow. This thing will be, it'll blow past like a fart in the wind, just like social media does. That's what the internet does. They lose their mind over the dumbest and make it about so many other things than what the initial tweet was about. My man's just sitting there. He watches the clips. He's a dude. Sees Butker up there talking about manly stuff. Don't let him emasculate you. Be hard. Thinking, yeah. And he just tweets it. He tweets the clip. Oh, this speech goes hard or whatever he said. Not realizing there's a 20-minute commencement speech around a whole lot of hot button issues happening, and in that speech and everything else. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, all right. Now I got to look at, all these other clips and try to watch some of the speech and see what these crazy assholes are talking about. Because when I watched the clip, he's talking about being value at home, in the home, as a father, as a husband, setting the tone, being the example, choosing the hard route, not settling for the easy way, being a man, leaning into it. I'm thinking, you're right. You're right. I'm about that. Dude, we need more Mike backers plugging A-gaps. But then I sit there and reading the comments like, well, you got 2 daughters. You're really I can't believe you let the page do this. This person needs fired, blah, 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 all this yank gig. It's like, then I see the clip where he talks about, all these excited about their ambitions and their career, whatever it is. And he's just like, a homemaker. And you should sacrifice the way my wife sacrificed. But I think that's crazy. Yeah, it's like this is weird concept of, kind of mess with what he said there, and that seems a little crazy. It's like I can see the entire speech and have like a rational style opinion about it versus losing my mind. You guys are a bunch of spineless jellyfish who lose their mind. And both, too, they're like, don't bend the knee to the woke mob. And then, Will, you have daughters and yada, yada, and all this stuff. It's like, dude, calm the down. Number one, who gives a shit about the clip? It ain't getting deleted. It ain't none of that stuff. Figured I'd just pop on because I'm just thinking we were just taking bullets left and right. And it's like, go yourselves because you guys are insane.
There you go. Dang. I think that's how you handle it, man.
Yeah, it's not gonna make things a lot better.
Put out the wrong clip. Didn't do it maliciously. You don't got to make it too crazy. Good.
Yeah, that's not gonna appease a lot of people, but he's all about it.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, my guy, the Thunder better, the Oklahoma City Thunder parlay better, he cashed out. And after I saw and heard him, and you'll hear him, I'm like, you know what? I was kind of tempted. I like, it's just $100 bet. You could win $1.7 million. Dude, the pressure this guy was feeling, you can just hear it in his voice. He's a single dad. And he ended up cashing out. Here are the details. Anyway, he cashed out for $80,960.
Really?
Why not? At that point, after I heard him, go ahead.
All right, guys. This is it. Last time. One hell of a ride. I got to go to a playoff game in OKC, and one of hell of an up and down here with the cash outs. Started at 11,000, got all the way up to 100,000, dropped all the way back down to 30,000, and right now we're at 80. And I said last night, if we win this game, and they offer at least 80, I'm walking. They're offering 80, and I don't think I can take any more. I want to keep going, but I'm a single dad, and the money would be wonderful. I want you guys to see it happen.
Good for him. Good for him. 100 got him 80,000. Could have gotten him 1.7. Now watch the Thunder go ahead and win this thing.
No, that'll be fine. Charge it to the game.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the latest leaks for the Texans. Final stretch before things get really real here on Sports Radio 610.
If the new Texans rookies are looking for a role model,
462-3333. Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, big one right here. This is
this
the one.
NFL fan?
This is no. This is the guy with that has been really reported.
It's your boy, man.
Houston Texans Monday Night Football at Dallas Cowboys, November 18th.
November 18th, Texans Cowboys.
Texans at Cowboys, November 18th, Monday Night Football.
Talk to my boy in Dallas. Can confirm.
He can confirm. There we go. So.
Can confirm.
That's the one a lot of people have been circling.
We've been talking about this, I think, 2 segments now.
We've been
being honest.
Trying to figure it out, but that's big. So you got Sunday Night Football Week 2. Then you have
Monday night versus the Cows, huh?
Monday night versus
be a big
the Cowboys in Dallas in November. So it figures
that might be better than
what all
Thanksgiving.
Does your guy have? What all does your guy have? Because he has.
Now I will say this: he has all the games that we've mentioned. He hasn't posted the Kansas City game yet, but Kansas City has been confirmed from others locally. But
he hasn't posted that.
He hadn't posted the Kansas City game yet, but I'm believing our guys locally. I trust our media on stuff like this. So yeah, he's got the Bears Sunday night at Minnesota, September 22nd. Jacksonville, September 29th. At Green Bay, October 20th. At Dallas, November 17th. And we have Kansas City, December 21st. And then Baltimore Ravens on Christmas Day.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. You know, we've talked about these primetime games and whatnot. You're going to get on Christmas, Texans versus Ravens. You're going to get Troy and Joe Monday night in Dallas, November 18th. And then you're going to get Sunday night. That's Tirico and Collinsworth, right? Still? Yeah, so same thing. So you will get all that. The only one we don't have right now is
Thursday night.
Well, but you're going to do the Thursday. Wait, no, it might not. But it's on Netflix, so it has to be Al Michaels, right? It's Wednesday, but it's not technically Thursday. So you're getting all of them.
Yeah.
So you got Sunday.
Is
Monday,
that
Thursday.
Al Michaels
on Netflix?
Or would they put
because that's an Amazon? That's
oh yeah, he's Amazon.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Netflix?
I don't know what Netflix.
Yeah.
I don't know what they doing. I don't know what's gonna happen there.
God.
I have no idea. I was wondering.
Be Cat Williams.
Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart and The Rock.
Dave Chappelle here. So we don't have Al yet.
We do not have Al yet.
It could be, but he with Amazon, right?
Yeah, he's with Amazon, so no, it won't be him then. Okay.
I don't know how that goes, man.
I'm just looking at it. You're starting to look at it stack up a little bit. It's pretty dang impressive, man.
No, it's a good schedule,
It's
man.
a really good schedule.
I mean, outside of having to play on Christmas and having to play the Chiefs in that 5-game stretch, it's not great. But when fly to Houston on a short week on Christmas, you kind of catch a break there.
Yeah.
Not saying that you're assured any dub or anything, but you kind of catch a break there.
Yeah, you do. The 2 shorter weeks for yourselves is going to kind of be tough, but that's okay. The second one's at home, so it'll be a lot easier
now,
in that regard.
There is a report, and this is a guy who's been decent. He's not probably as good as yours. He's saying Texans-Jets week 9.
Texans
Thursday night football.
Oh, well, there's your Thursday night.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
So maybe we get Texans-Jets.
That would be pretty cool. Very cool. That's in New York, of course, so there's another.
So, yes, week 9, Thursday night football. Texans-Jets, week 9.
Short week again, but that's okay. That's okay.
How does that make you feel?
That's a tough one, man. That's going all the way to New York City on a short week Thursday. Yeah, I've got it now confirmed where my dude is at the Jets.
All over the place. What is your guy doing?
Thursday night. This is all he lives for this stuff, man. He lives for this stuff. Yeah. So there you go.
So week 9
at Jets. Week
right.
9. No, it would be November. No, it'd be October 31st.
Halloween,
baby. Halloween game at New York Jets
in Gotham City.
Man, they're getting all those holidays except for Thanksgiving. Yeah. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games.
So all the primetime games are covered.
Pretty
You're
much.
going to get all the voices.
Yeah.
All the voices.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just go through this real quick. Week 2, Sunday Night Football versus Chicago. So you're going to have Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. Chris Collinsworth's going to be marveling over Caleb Williams and CJ Stroud. Week 3, you're going to have the Minnesota Vikings. Now, will it be J.J. McCarthy? Who knows? By the way, Mike Meltzer texted me, and he was making fun of you for saying it's a J.J. McCarthy revenge game.
Well, you don't think revenge.
You don't think CJ Stroud remembers J.J. McCarthy?
Oh, he didn't think it was a revenge game?
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
He thinks CJ Stroud just kind of moved on.
Oh, call in. Call in, Meltzer. You don't think that CJ Stroud remembers J.J. McCarthy
more than anyone, I
going
bet.
into the horseshoe and beating his ass and CJ threw 2 interceptions?
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here, Mike Meltzer.
Because that was my whole thing. I think he's very, very aware of J.J. McCarthy.
Come
on. I bet the sight of J.J. McCarthy makes him sick.
That is the weakest Mike Meltzer point
I was thinking about Eric Gordon in the shower last night.
Well, second.
Well, okay, yeah, second.
Week 4, you got at Jacksonville. I'm anticipating we're going to start with a division game.
Maybe Titans.
Week 7 at Green Bay.
No, not Titans. Colts.
Week 9, we got a little Halloween action. Thursday Night Football at Jets, which means all the ladies are going to be dressed skanky watching the Texans.
Yep.
Let's just be honest. That's what Halloween is, an excuse to dress skanky.
Yes, it is.
Week 11, Monday Night Football at Dallas. And then the Week 16, 17, Chiefs on Saturday in KC. And then you got versus the Ravens on the 17th, little Netflix and football action, not chill.
So almost half of the opponents are set in terms of leaks. 8 games already being reported or announced by networks. Very good.
Al Michaels, man. Your guy.
It's going to be brutal.
Your guy.
He's going to be so bored. He's going to be so bored.
CJ Stroud with the 95-yard run for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Well.
Stroud goes back to pass.
Yeah.
90 yards. Wow.
Did he get in?
Spin.
No.
That's his thing.
No, this is what he's going to do. He's going to go, did he get into the corner? No. Yes, touchdown.
Is it a touchdown?
Yeah, it is.
95 yards.
How about that? It's your guy.
That's your guy.
No, it is not. Used to be. Lots of respect for the man. That's for dang sure.
Still?
No. I mean,
you don't think he's kind of ruined his legacy a little bit?
No, I still have all kinds of respect for the man, but that doesn't mean you can't say what it is, and he's completely bored. And
Kirk Herbstreit, man.
Cashing a check. That's his baby.
Ohio State love, Kirk and CJ?
Yeah, you got that working. You got the Ohio State love working for sure. So we have 4 primetime games right now.
I don't know if the Chiefs counts.
Okay.
It
So
could.
I wanted 4.
Saturday could count.
It could. Yeah, I wanted 4. I was hoping for 4.
I'm just glad you got all of it covered.
Yeah.
So this means that Amazon wanted you.
You got it.
Monday night wanted you. Sunday night wanted you.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
And Netflix.
I want to know who's calling the Netflix game, man.
Yeah.
Who is the Netflix game?
This their first year into this type of stuff.
It's gonna be Burt Kreischer and one of those twins from Selling Sunset or Selling OC.
Mm-hmm.
One of those little short twins. Jason from Selling OC.
I'm trying to think who got fired, who needs a job.
Yeah, I don't know who it could be.
Maybe they'll let like some of the like the Iron Eagles or something like that do it.
Oh, I'd love that.
Iron Eagle's going to be calling the biggest difference for the Texans outside of the primetime games is, and we kind of saw this last year later on, is like the days of Moose Johnston, Robert Smith, and James Lofton might have to sell his house here.
He's like, wait a minute.
Good God.
There's no more Houston?
I think James Lofton called more Texans games than Vandy the last couple of years.
He might have. He might have.
So they're not going to throw the D team at you.
The D team.
Robert Smith, sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
It's nice knowing you, my man. Really enjoyed your insight, Robert.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he retired and it was like the big, he's going to be a doctor.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that, buddy?
I don't know.
Broadcaster.
Maybe he did.
He's going to be a doctor. He's leaving Randy Moss and Chris Carter and Robert Smith retiring early because he wants to help patients.
Yeah.
On my damn TV every noon. And damn turtleneck.
Oh man. Well, the one thing about that the end of the season is you know you're going to have a division game at the very end, and
the beginning.
I'm talking about the last game of the season will be a division game. So you got to go. This could be like the most pivotal 3-game stretch, and it's on short weeks because you got Chiefs, Ravens, and then either at or at home against a division opponent. It could be the Colts again, like last year. So that last 3, I mean, no question, the Chiefs and Ravens could be meaningful in the conference in terms of home field and all that stuff. Could be meaningful in the division. So I kind of like that, but I'm not a big fan of the short weeks there.
So the Netflix broadcast team. Let's put together a Netflix broadcast team.
Okay.
That's
not a bad.
Is it him?
That's not a bad pick.
Just made that up.
That's not a.
I'm gonna go. I'm thinking Netflix. I'm gonna go Tiger King, straight from jail.
Ted Lasso. No, he's Amazon. He's Apple. Yeah,
he's Apple.
That's Apple.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go Tiger King and
Jake Paul.
Mike Tyson.
The dude from Building Off the Grid. Yeah, what are the big Netflix shows right now?
Right now it's
what's the dude from Making the Murderer? Avery something.
Stephen Avery? Oh, God. Did you ever buy the hype on that guy? I don't care whether he did it or not. He's a creep. I mean, like, there were people trying to, like, defend him. I don't give a damn. That dude's creepy as hell. I don't care if he killed someone or not. That dude's a creep. That Making a Murder.
Whether he did or not.
Man, people were sitting there trying to defend this guy. Man, that dude is a creepy dude.
Yeah.
No matter what.
So
best case scenario is he's just a creep. Worst case scenario is a creep that kills people.
And they haven't. I looked it up. They haven't even said who the announcers are. So they're probably still working on announcing the Netflix crew. But either way, we got primetime games. We got 8 of the 17 games scheduled.
I want the worst crew possible with Netflix.
Why?
I want like a so bad it's
on
good.
Christmas?
Yeah, I want a so bad it's good type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I mean, they're going to take it very serious because this is them trying to get their in.
They have resources.
And I wonder.
They paid a ton. For the Christmas game.
They're going to try this. That's why I said, like.
They money whipped the NFL.
People who aren't working on top teams. That's what I said. Like Gus calls college.
It's not a bad pick.
I could see them bringing.
No, Gus is the man.
Gus and Joel bringing Gus and Joel Klatt that do college for Fox.
Yeah,
and do something like Sean McDonough doesn't. I could see them getting.
He deserves another chance.
To be serious.
He deserves another chance. Joe Tessitore. Your guy, Double Duns. Joe Tessitore deserves another chance, dude.
Wait, he looks at his co-host. I mean, yeah, his partner or whatever.
Yeah, he deserves a crack.
That'd be Greg McElroy and Joe Tessitore.
Oh, yeah, they're a good team, man.
Yeah,
they're a good team.
But they're gonna take it serious. They shot.
They ain't looking back either. Once Netflix gets it, they ain't letting it go.
No, and especially like what we were talking about. When you spend that much money, you're not just gonna put any schmo up there. It's gonna have to be a headliner.
They're gonna have well, they got to have
four headliners. Yeah,
because they got 2 games. So they got to do. Well, they're going to take it serious. They probably have a nice little studio show. You might see somebody come out of nowhere maybe Warren Sapp's on that.
Yeah.
He's coaching at Colorado, isn't he?
That's all right. You can do the same thing. You can host a radio show and coach college basketball.
Apparently you can now.
The easiest thing. Not as much of a time constraint.
Wait, he's still going to host his show?
Yes.
Doug Gottlieb? Yes.
Yes.
The most
I meant to bring that up in Internet Going Nuts.
He's going to host his show.
Yeah. And coach college basketball.
In the middle of the day.
Bro.
Can't wait to see your recruiting.
God almighty.
Portal, everything.
How in the hell does that work?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Hell of an experiment.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday, like to even agree to it, I mean, you've just got to, he's got to have an executive producer that pretty much puts his show together.
Well, it broke during our show, and I was like, okay, he's leaving.
Well,
no, he's not.
I mean, so he's got to have an executive producer that puts a show together for him already. Like it's not just you just hire somebody to do it. Like he already feels really comfortable about that, and he's got to have an assistant head coach that has been there and that knows the ropes and it's been at that division of basketball and is going to take the reins for the recruiting.
Honestly,
what time is practice?
It's the only way. It's the only way you even risk it.
But I think it's just ridiculously disrespectful to the profession.
Oh, both of them.
To both professions.
Yeah, I think it's just very disrespectful.
I've heard people say, "Oh, it's a good, maybe a good experiment." You look at Kelvin Sampson. You think Kelvin Sampson does he look like he has time to host a daily show from 3 to 5?
Can't do it.
He doesn't have time to give you 3 or 5v words, man. You ever seen him walk around in the morning?
Man, come on.
Think about the money they're throwing around at him.
Oh, he's about to get paid for these next 3 years.
Yeah,
I mean, UW Wisconsin or UW Green Bay can't throw enough at him to make him give the radio show up. So it's really the only option they get if that's the guy they want. Isn't that where his dad coached or something, or his granddad or somebody coached?
Now that I don't know. Yeah,
I think I read that somewhere. I don't know if it was a real.
The show's going to move from LA to Green Bay.
Hey, if I lose to him though, I'm an opposing coach. He might be fired.
Y'all got any plans?
He goes out there and wins a couple, boys, and
yeah. Y'all got any plans for Christmas? It's gonna be
NRG,
wild.
Baby.
It's gonna be wild.
God, man, is it gonna be and that's the more compelling game? So it's got to. Hopefully, it's the night one. It's the later one.
Maybe
that feels more compelling than. Oh, damn, it's Patrick Mahomes, isn't it? They might put him at night. So we'd be right up there opening gifts and then having our asses at NRG. Yeah, let's do it.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. Schedule day continues. The drive is live.
All right, fellas. Schedule day is here. We've got several leaks. As In the Loop, they leaked several here during their 4 hours.
What was the last one? What was the last one they leaked?
The last one was
Cowboys or the Jets?
Jets. Two. The last two were true primetime games. Monday night against the Cowboys, November 19th. Our asses all better be there. All right, I'm throwing that out right now. This is a station that does it big. You've seen us do it big all year. We're in Vegas, the only sports station here in Houston, in Vegas for the Super Bowl, covering it. And right now, all I've been waiting is to see Cowboys, Texans, and that thing is is up 45, and we got to do it big.
He's a cowboy.
I know more than the traveling Texans is going to be there, so this is going to be fun. I can't wait for this thing, so that's going to be a big one in November. Clint, a lot to get to here with the schedule release. I just want to first publicly shout out several people. Shout out to old Lexa. I was in a bad place yesterday. You know I was in a bad place, an even worse place this morning. Clint said it. When you get up, you're going to be walking like a 90-year-old. More 95, 100 today. I have never struggled emptying the dishwasher quite like I did this morning. Bad place. Whoever it was yesterday, I appreciate you. Who gave me some recommendations on a chiropractor. Lexa, I ain't going to say your last name. I ain't going to put you out there like that. But Lexa, you held me down. Former gymnast. She used to work with the Texans as well, so I was in good hands. Held me down, Jack. And I'm telling you, Clint, I feel 1,000 times better. I feel great. Shout out to my guy also who worked at the place at the joint, who told me, he said he's been listening, he's a big fan of the show, said he got on soda weight loss and dropped 50. I'm telling you, man, it was a great trip. I got out of there. Loss. I could touch my toes, I could jump up and down, I could get my legs up and down. She took me out, boy. It was beautiful. And lastly, I want to thank you, Tyler, for staying in there and helping me out and really being there for your boy.
I got your back, bro.
And I appreciate
always.
it, man. It was, and I just thank everybody who was thinking about me. I'm feeling good. So many people.
I know it's been tough for you, man. I'm here for you.
So many people checked up on me. Shut up, Clint's my time. So many people checked up on me today. People telling me, "Hey, come by and see me." Boy, they took care of me, man. Out there in Missouri City, just opened. Got my little key card now. I'm going back Saturday to really make this thing work. Woo! It felt good.
I was worried about it yesterday,
Thanks,
so
man.
I'm glad to hear all that.
I know you were. I appreciate you.
Well, Tyler.
Well, I it's not your time yet.
You paused.
No, I pause sometimes.
I mean,
you're
5 deep. Are we still counting?
But Clint, I got to give it to you, man. You were right. I was wrong. You were right.
You're good looking. I'm not.
I didn't say that. Well, you're good looking. We are.
You're the best. I'm the worst.
I was struggling, and you said, "No, man, I know exactly what it is." I went in there. Really been good. If I could have got in there last night, that would have worked too. But I got in there this morning. They set me up. Oh, it was fantastic. Fantastic. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you because you know me. I was going to walk around for the next several days just to see if it'll go away until eventually I was forced to go to the doctor.
Can't do that anymore, Ron. You're working out. You're 40.
And yeah, man, you were on me all show. You were on me afterwards, and I shout out to you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I feel like you should have led the show with that.
No.
I mean,
it's my
I'm sure. I'm sure Lexa did a good job. I'm sure the text line was great.
Wow.
I'm sure old boy at Joint Carl weighed on a soda. I'm sure that was big. Tyler, I'm sure that was nice. But I feel like you probably should have led with Old Dirty. And I feel like it probably should have been a little more than thank you. I mean,
that wasn't enough. I gave you a personal one all by yourself.
Well, I feel like there should have been an apology. I feel like there should have been an apology.
An apology?
Being uncoachable, not stopping on the way home, doubting that old Dirty knew what the hell he was talking about.
You were a little too confident. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, and then that could have been followed up by a thank you. I mean, but I appreciate it. You finally got around to it. I appreciate that, man. It's just if you're gonna grind with Red, if you're gonna keep this thing going, and you're gonna do it after 40, man, you gotta nip it in the bud,
baby.
man.
Look at that, baby. I can get up. There it is. I got it now, baby.
Ron's
I'm
over
back.
here stretching his old groin.
I'm back, baby. I didn't have that in me yesterday. Didn't have that in me this morning, baby.
I feel, Ron, I'll be honest with you.
I feel great. I think you should go in.
I'm thinking about it. I mean, you spurred me here, but look, I mean, you're not the only one that owes me.
What in the hell?
You're not the only one that owes me, man. The Joint Chiropractic,
Okay, now you're getting a little.
I feel like they owe me a little something.
You're getting a little aggressive here.
I feel like the airtime that we've given them, like this was spurred on.
Bagel tier.
That's it. It started with the text line. Now all of a sudden we got to somewhere where Ron Hughley is able to function with his family, keep his wife happy.
And they were able to do it within my price point.
Keep his kids disciplined. Get him to work, and he's not in a bad
more than a bad
right.
Back.
One leg shorter than the other.
Yeah, you were a little grumpy yesterday.
One leg shorter than the other.
You don't know how much a bad back would just take you out.
It's awful.
I've had back problems.
Too much.
I mean, but the airtime that Joint Chiropractic is getting right now, I feel like at least a little thank you package would be nice.
A package,
just a package.
You want a package for me?
And here's you can thank me for the airtime, and you can also thank me for the potential client and the testimonial that comes along with that client in Ron Hughley, because he'd have drove right by your damn place if I hadn't given him a hard time. And now here's the deal.
Took me a minute to get there.
I said potential client because we are dealing with Ron here.
Anybody's gonna be a client.
Tyler, we're talking about a guy that comes in here, like a new man. This guy should be hook, line, and sinker on how. His testimonial for chiropractic should be through the roof right now. And he's worried about $1. He's worried about a damn dollar.
I'm not worried about it.
That's the Ron I know.
I'm not worried about it. I'm feeling good now, Jack.
He did price new fingers for his wife,
That's right.
Well, just one.
Or the old one.
One finger.
This is just one back.
I feel like
we did it.
I feel like the right thing for you and Joint Chiropractic, is to really show your appreciation, man.
Well, I've shown it to them, and I'm going to continue to use it. I'm going back Saturday.
You should.
You were going to take me to the barbershop Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing a lot of self-care Saturday. Self-care Saturday.
I can go anytime, man.
Start spending a couple hours on Saturday taking care of myself.
Just do that every day, Dirty.
Well, just to be honest with you.
I'm not one to speak here, but
why do you have to let it turn nasty?
I really wasn't even being nasty that time.
I'm sorry, I just assumed when you said you should take care of yourself every day that you went.
I was hinting at my nightlife excursions.
I got you. I thought you were talking about your hand.
But sex is always good.
Guys, I was talking more about like pedicures and chiropractic and massages.
That's where I was, but when I'm dealing with Tyler, that's
I don't blame you.
I got to be better. I'm gonna be better as well.
I feel great, man. I'm having a big Saturday. Big Saturday. Shout out to Lexa again.
Was one leg shorter than the other?
Yep, right one. As soon as I walked in, she said, "Wow, that right leg's a lot shorter than the left." I laughed as soon as she said it. All right, it is schedule release day. And they were taking a long-ass time with the Texans. But finally we saw some rolling out. All right, Tyler, catch us up. Catch the people up. Catch the people up on the latest on what we know in terms of the schedule. The full schedule will be released at 7 o'clock right after us. But I get the feeling over the next 4 hours we will add to this. But almost half the schedule is out for the Texans. Where are you? Give us the latest. Do we have the opening game yet?
Not that I know of. Week 1 we do not have.
Bit of a process of elimination. I feel like it's the Colts.
Yeah.
But we'll see. So what's the schedule you have right now?
Yeah, and bear with us, all you listeners out there, because, we're getting them as they come in. Want to also clarify, fellas, these are not being leaked by anyone here at Sports Radio 610. We are not on the inside. We just get it off the interwebs and pass it along to you.
That's right.
Week 2 is the first game we got. Texans hosting the Bears September 15th, Week 2, Sunday Night Football.
Hey, that's one.
That's one. That's a prime time.
That's one
right
primer.
There. That's right. Week 3, right after that, Texans at Vikings, September 22nd. Week 4, Texans at Jaguars. That's September 29th. Not sure on 5 and 6 yet. Week 7, Texans at Green Bay Packers, October 20th. Week 8, unsure. Week 9, Texans at Jets. That's going to be Halloween, October 31st. Halloween night, because that is Thursday Night Football.
Thursday Night Football, so trick-or-treating will be early.
Yes, and as In the Loop said, cannot wait to see what the female Texans fans are wearing for that game. That'll be a fun one.
Will be involved, I'm sure.
Week 11, Texans, this is a big one, at the Cowboys. That is Monday Night Football, November 19th. Big game there up in Dallas. Then we jump all the way down to Week 16. We got Texans at Chiefs. That's December 21st, a Saturday. And then Week 17, right after that, Texans host the Ravens, and that is going to be a Christmas Day game for your Texans on Netflix.
So we got a lot of the big ones there.
I'm seeing one more, boys.
You seeing a new one?
Is it Lions?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
So I've been waiting for a name I trust a little more to confirm, but there are rumors, and I've seen if it'll be Lions Week 10 for the Texans.
Oh, hell. See, now I don't want to. I was going to see. Let's go check in. How you feeling about the schedule and the order that we're hearing right now? How you feeling about the schedule and order we're hearing right now, Clint? And I'm exactly what I was concerned or nervous for the Texans is starting to come together. Clint, if that is true, what was that, Week 10? Lions?
Yeah, that would be Week 10. That'd be sandwiched between the Jets on Thursday Night Football, then you got the Lions, and then you got the Cowboys.
That is Week 7 at Green Bay, playoff team from last year. We don't know what Week 8 is. Hopefully it's the Patriots. Then it is at New York, Thursday Night Football against the Jets, a team that has aspirations to make the playoffs. And then Week 10 would be the Lions, and then at Dallas. That's already one. And then they got that one down there, Clint, where we know Week 18 is going to be a division game. And then we'll see what 15 and 14 is, but we know they got to play the Chiefs on the 21st, and then they got to play the Ravens on the 25th. Those are arguably the two toughest games on the schedule, and they got them back-to-back in 4 days. That is they have been done at this point not a lot of favors in how this schedule is setting up. We'll see what the rest is, but this is what made me nervous, Clint, was to see how many different tough stretches they'll have, and it looks like a potential for a couple loading up.
Well, with the Bears 3-4, I mean, I think it'd be best case scenario if the Texans open up against a monster.
Yeah,
because if that's a division opponent to open the season, then that's going to slide. I mean, the whole first month of the season, you've not. I mean, with the exception, I guess Jags or potentially Indy, you could consider one of those. But you're gonna have a middle of the pack. You have two different runs of at least a month of really, really, really difficult football. But right now, before we get into that, because we don't know those games yet, Ron, these primetime games are looking good, man. You got three legit primetime games right now. Sunday Night Football versus the Bears Week 2, Thursday Night Football Week 9 versus the Jets, and Week 11 at Dallas, Monday Night Football. You got three legit, any way you slice it, those are primetime football games. And then you've got a couple of other games, a Saturday game versus the Chiefs later in the week and a Wednesday game on Christmas Day. It's hard not to think that those would be some prime real estate.
That's basically, you have, at this point, 5 ball games where you are the only game being played. That's right now. We'll see if they get another Sunday night or another Monday night or Thursday night. But right now, like that, I don't know if the Chiefs-Texans and the Ravens-Texans games are necessarily deemed to be primetime, but they're on Saturday and Wednesday, and they will be the only games on television at that time, the only football games on television. So that's primetime. It's as closest to primetime as to get, especially. Those are games that a lot of people are going to be interested in watching across the country. So
I got to believe, Ron, a Saturday game that's the only game on in that time slot. I mean, that's got a chance to rate higher than your true primetime games.
Oh yeah, especially against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, absolutely. Saturday, my wife's sitting down and watching that one. You know what I mean? And I'm not even talking about the Texans aspect of it. I'm just talking about Saturday day or Saturday night, whatever time that game is played. My wife's watching. It's a Saturday. I'm going to tell you, Sunday night, with a work day coming, she's going to be in the biscuit.
Yeah.
Monday night, work day on Tuesday, kids going nuts, she's going to be in the biscuit.
She'll probably keep her eye on that Wednesday one, too, on Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody around.
Holiday, absolutely. I'm just saying, a Saturday game, standalone game, man, when you start thinking about, families and school days and work schedules. I know for most of us crazy football fans, it don't matter. We'll risk a couple hours sleep for a good, entertaining football game. Hell, I'll do it, and it don't have to be the Texans or the Cowboys. It can be anybody. But I mean, your casual fans probably going to shut that one down. Saturday game, now we're all going to be watching that one.
Yeah. From the text line, last 2 weeks, any starters being rested on the last 2 weeks of football pending opponents, record of the Chiefs and the Ravens if they clinch the division early. I get where you're saying. The league has kind of tried to push that when they only have the one bye. So teams have been playing a lot up to the last team. I know the Ravens got to sit out the last week last year. Some teams got to with their seeding, but the way the league has kind of set it up now with that one bye, you're not seeing as much resting going on at the end.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not December 21st.
Yeah, not 3 weeks in.
I mean, not even 2 weeks. I mean, last week, but I mean, you got teams that are playing to get in. You got teams that are playing for home field advantage. You got teams that are playing for that bye. Yeah, I mean, it would be a one hell of a season for Texans, Ravens, or Chiefs if on December 21 they're resting folks.
How y'all feeling? No Thanksgiving, but Christmas game.
I'm good with it.
I would have preferred those be flipped, but
see, I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I'm really good with it because I think we got a chance to really make that Cowboy game big now. It's a Monday night football game. Like literally nothing else is going to be going on except that it's November 18th. You don't have to worry about family and stuff like that with Thanksgiving and stuff like this is bam. This is everything. We're going to wait all week, all day, and it's kind of by itself primetime Monday night football. I'm glad for that. I think there's Thanksgiving would have been cool with the Texans playing the Cowboys, but there's a lot of stuff going on that day. That now this game is just about this game and nothing else interrupted it.
Yeah. Look, football, there are some huge pluses there as you bump it up against a Thanksgiving or a Christmas Day. I agree. Now, having played in Dallas, that Thanksgiving game in Dallas is typically Jerry's. I mean, that is a big ass deal for not just, the Cowboys, obviously, as it pertains to the season, but the family, the production, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be really sweet to get a shot at the Cowboys if we can beat them on a Monday night, but it would be to go up there and knock off the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day when they're doing their all of their production. That'd probably be a little bigger win, but cool. I'm with you as a fan and as somebody that's watching or attending the Monday night game. There's definitely less distraction.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. That's the schedule. As soon as we get anything updated, do you have something?
Might have one more. Waiting for a few more confirmations, but it's looking like Week 5 could very possibly be the Bills at Texans.
Okay, Week 5 Bills. If that is the case, it's almost a shoo-in that it's Colts Texans to start. I've also seen thrown around as well, not confirmed, a Week 15 with the Dolphins. So I mean that would be nasty. Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, all in a row to end the season. That would be nasty if that is the case. We'll keep you updated on anything that we hear in terms of the schedule immediately. Coming up, a thing happened last night at Minute Maid. Yes, but that's not the main story. The main story is the guy who's been their best pitcher so far this year potentially is going to be gone for 2 starts. We'll discuss what happened with that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here from my guys over at Renter's Warehouse.
and whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive. A very, very anticipated day on the schedule release. What will the Texans schedule? What will it be? We always knew the opponents. Now, today is the day we find the order, and we are getting close to filling this thing up. We've got several games here, more than half the schedule. And, Tyler, since we last left, you've got some more that you have seen being at least being reported on Twitter, social media.
Yeah, leaks that are being reported for this 2024 Texans schedule. Before the break, we mentioned Bills at NRG October 6th for Week 5. It's looking like that one is gaining steam as far as how many people are jumping on it and reporting that. We also now know Texans versus Colts October 27th. That's going to be Week 8. We know Texans hosting the Titans November 24th, Week 12. We know Dolphins at NRG December 15th, Week 15. And I think that's the latest on the new ones.
All right, so that is the latest there. We still haven't gotten out what the opener will be. And it, now where is the New England game? Is that a road game? Yeah, I think that is a road game. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. It is for sure.
I mean, they're on the road weeks 3 and 4. So, I mean, the thought would be maybe they host weeks 1 and 2. We'll see. We'll see what's left.
Week 6 is going to be big, boys.
Yes.
Week 6 is going to be big.
Yes, because currently, right now, you are hosting the Bills. Week 6 is open. There's got to be a bye week somewhere. Then you go to Green Bay, to Indy, or maybe the Indy game is here. And then you go to the Jets, home Lions, at Cowboys. God. How about Week 15? Week 14's got to be important as well, too. Week 15, hosting the Dolphins at Kansas City, home to the Ravens.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm telling you, with this schedule, it was going to be hard to
get a little nervous here.
Because I remember back in 2019, right, fellas. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think it was 2019 when that schedule came out, and we talked about Murderers Row in the first seven of the first 8 games. I think it was
absolutely.
And the 8th game, there were 7 of 8, and I think the 8th game was Derrick Henry and the Tennessee Titans or something like that. You know what I mean? It was, but it was. I look back at that. It was Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers. It was Kirk Cousins and the Vikings. Aaron Rodgers, Lamar in Baltimore, Pat in Chicago, Pat in Kansas City. I mean, and you look back at that kind of hindsight is like we were pretty. I mean, I think that was a pretty. I mean. The thought was that was Murderers Row by damn near everybody in Houston. I think that's going to pale in comparison to what potentially you can get here in a run of seven games.
Yeah, it's got a chance to be really aggressive. As we said, we'll continue to keep you updated on that whenever it comes in on Houston Sports Leader. Whenever we get these leaks in and things that we feel confident rolling with, we'll let you know about that as soon as we get it. All right, last night. The Astros came up with another big win. They win in extras. Big Vic coming through with another walk-off, his second walk-off hit this season. But the story of the game
still gets me. That post-game interview with Vic still
every
gets
time,
me.
Man. Like I don't feel like I should be calling him Vic.
No, Vic. No, Vic is okay. It's the Caratini part that's tough.
but even like I know when I'm thinking Big Vic, like I'm not thinking Vic when Vic that needs, that's gonna have an interpreter.
I mean, it is a strong interpreter too. He ain't even try. He ain't even, and he's understanding it really well. And then he is turning, and it's like he's got to face his interpreter in order to.
Dude, I was thinking about that last night.
Why does he stare at old boy's ear hole so hard?
Because Julia's like talking to him, like it's like she ain't there.
Right.
Like she's asking him, and he's just leaned in, looking at his interpreter.
And when he answers, he just goes to answer now, and he is going to make sure that interpreter hears it.
Y'all believe Ronel? Y'all believe Ronel Blanco?
What part of it?
Of course.
Ronel just said it was just rosin.
Doesn't look like a liar to me.
Just rosin, baby. Just a little sweat and rosin. That he's going to appeal this suspension if it happens, and it's going to happen.
Well, I mean, you appeal it either way it goes, Ronel. I mean, that's just how this process works. I don't know. Look, I initially thought, because the interesting part is that it's coming out of the dugout.
Yes.
And it's interesting because he could have been in there doctoring it, and by the time the inning's over, it's rubbed off enough. You know what I mean? So he doesn't. The umpire doesn't see it when he checks. But Dallas Braden, wasn't he a pitcher with the A's?
Indeed.
He's an ass.
But he commented on it, and then he came out, and now he may have been being tongue-in-cheek, but he came out and said that he doesn't view it as anything other than just resin transfer from using it on the mound.
Yeah, according to the umpire, and as he talked to pool reporters, it was the stickiest stuff I've ever felt on a glove since we've been doing this for a few years now. Sweat and rosin.
What are the odds that his glove was on the floor of the dugout and somebody threw a bat in there and their pine tar bat landed right on that glove?
It can happen. Can we do that? That's what we should have done, Tyler. Me and you, we sweat like hell. Maybe we could all go to Clint's sauna, and let's find a rosin bag.
Y'all better bring your own towel, Deshaun.
No, I just find a rosin. Let's get in there for a little bit to get us a good sweat. It don't take much for the two of us.
Investigating journalism, investigative,
and then put some rosin on there to see how much sweat and rosin would take it to feeling like Gorilla Glue.
I like it. I think we should do it.
You
need a control group and a sample group, and we'll go from there.
I don't want to call Ronel a liar, but I would like to see that. I mean, if it's that sticky, I mean, my goodness. My goodness. All right, we'll continue to keep you updated here on the schedule. And now that we're getting more clear of what the Texans are going to have to go up against, I want you to think about this because I want to discuss this on the other side. The Texans have a real quarterback. Potentially, by season's end, a top 5, top 3 quarterback. He could win the MVP this year, and it wouldn't be a surprise to anybody. How many games this year? Because this is always one of the first things I look at when I look at a schedule. How many games this year do you think the Texans have the quarterback advantage in? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that, once again, we ever so often we take it for granted. So, allergy, sinus, and/or sleep problems, here's your solution. It's Dr. Matoran. He takes a holistic approach to your treatment. He specializes in quick in-office.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right. Any late ones? Tyler, still the latest ones?
Let me check.
Still, I believe the latest ones we've seen here on the Texans schedule. Week 12, Texans will be hosting the Titans. And we still don't have the opener. Still don't know when the opener will be coming up. We do have at least one game against the division. Week 4, they'll travel to Jacksonville September 29th. That's when you want to go to. Week 8, they'll host the Colts. And then, obviously, as I just said, Week 12, they will host the Titans. Week 18 will be a division game as well, so we'll keep our eyes open for that. And Clint, I'm looking at this, and there are not a lot of options. I mean, they could open up on the road at Indy, which to me, if I had to bet, I would think that would be it. Or they could be looking at going on the road to New England, and I think that will be a win. But I think that would be a rough look, Clint, if they go off the top. Patriots, Bears, Vikings. I mean, I would argue, Clint, outside of the Titans, those are their 3 most winnable ball games. The one games where those are the 3 games you look at and you say, I'd say for the most part, when you take in where they are in their program with their coaches, their talent, their teams, they are the superior team of those teams. And they would play 3 of them right off the bat, right in a row. And then from there on out, there's nothing kind of separating these games with some of these tougher opponents that they have to play.
Well, no, I mean, here's the deal. You got 5 openings right now, and you've got a bye week as one of them. The other one, so the only 3 openings, only 3 games we don't know are the other 3 division games in New England.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're like, again, your toughest stretches are defined by non-division opponents at this point in time.
Yeah. So that's the latest on the schedule. We knew the teams are going to play. That's why I said on the other side, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, you can join us. Like, one of the first things I do when I look at the schedule, I know what JJ said, what he looks at, and what players look at, but the first thing I look at, Clint, is what's the quarterbacks they got to play? Who are the quarterbacks that the Texans have to play, and how many times do the Texans have the quarterback advantage? And I think for many people, many Texans fans, you would look at it and you would see, and especially with CJ Stroud and what he has done and how confident you are in him, that you feel like you probably have a lot of games, right? Most games where you think you had the advantage. And I would agree, but I've gone through it, Clint. I'm at 11.
You ain't laying down for nobody.
I think 11 of the 17 games, and to some that might be short, that might be more, or they would have more. But I think 11 out of the 17 games, I think the Texans walk in with the quarterback advantage. And to me, I think that's a positive thing. That would have been, at least to start the season, that would have been more, or there would have been less than what I would have said last year. But they got, I think, 11 games where they have the definitive quarterback advantage going into next year.
Yeah, I agree. I got to 11 fairly quick. I mean, you start at 6 games because you've got 2 games against the division opponents. So it's Trevor, Will Levis, and this point in time. And now I think Anthony Richardson could threaten CJ if he stays healthy because of the dual threat ability.
But not today.
But not where we sit right now. So I'm at 6 games right there. So it starts at 6.
Baltimore?
Absolutely Lamar Jackson.
Buffalo?
Absolutely Josh Allen.
The Bears? You got to give that to CJ,
no,
right?
I give that to CJ all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
What about the Lions and Jared Goff, who just got 170?
I got Jared above him.
See, I have CJ with that advantage.
By the kneecap off?
I mean, those two guys, look, this is what comes down. Those two guys play the game very, very similarly. And I think Jared Goff, personally, I think he's significantly better than he gets credit. Obviously, he got plenty of credit when it comes to payday. And look, I mean, he's already, in terms of winning playoff games, it's hard for me to have a 1 year of CJ Stroud and say he's better than that guy right there. So I got to ride with Jared Goff on that one.
Yeah, I think we're about to piss off a lot of people.
Okay.
Yeah,
first time.
I go.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'll go with CJ with Jared Goff. Dallas.
I think it's CJ without a doubt.
See, yeah, I got Dak on that one. I got Dak last. I mean, there's not a stat, but interception. Dak had 9, CJ had 5. That Dak wasn't better in. And I would just say today, I would say Dak slightly. The guy finished second in the MVP last year, and has been one of the better quarterbacks in his time there. I would go Dak on Jordan Love.
I'd go CJ.
Yeah, I'd go CJ there. And we talked about Indy, them Kansas City, obviously, right at Kansas City.
Yep.
And Minnesota, obviously. What about this one? I think this one is interesting to people. Aaron Rodgers with the Jets.
Aaron Rodgers without a doubt.
Even though Aaron's coming off that Achilles, I would say right now, because I still see the last Aaron, the time Aaron last, not the 4 plays, but right. the time when Aaron was in Green Bay. I would say Aaron too. Miami.
I'd go CJ over Tua.
Yeah, I would go CJ over Tua.
And that I'll be honest with you,
that's closer than you would think. Because if you say Jared Goff, I would think Tua would be somebody.
I mean, it's a double take for me. I like what Tua brings to the table. I just think, look, Tua's put up some big numbers. They hadn't won in the playoffs, and with these young guys that haven't won in the playoffs, hell, or the old guys that haven't won in the playoffs, I'm going to lean heavily into just the talent level, the skill set, and CJ's not going to lose many of them battles. Right? I mean, you look at, like, Dak, I think Dak's got some good stats, and there's no playoff wins, relatively speaking. So, I mean, you got to look at it. I look at him on the same playing field. I just go, CJ's just significantly more talented a passer than Dak is. Now, he may never put up Dak's numbers, but that's where I'm at with it. Tua, to me, is just while I don't agree with the silliness of people talking about he can't throw the deep ball and he can't do this, I do believe he's got a lower ceiling.
See, I trust him less than I trust Dak too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I don't. I would go over both of them. Yeah. Over Dak and Tua. But yeah, I mean, there's a tough one because you can't take away, like, Tua's. That season they had last year, man, statistically was
his last 2 years.
Woo! I mean, it's crazy to think what that guy's done. So, but I would go with CJ in that one.
Yeah, Tua just feels like still, and maybe it's unfair, but Tua feels so much more about like a parts around him,
sure,
than what he is actually doing. From the text line, how can you guys have Goff or Dak ahead of CJ? Someone then more specifically, seriously, Dak better than CJ? Come on, man, what game are you watching? I'm watching last year. I'm just going to tell you, I think CJ will be better.
And I'm just
saying today. I mean, you say what game you're watching. He threw for more yards. He ran for more yards. He threw for way more touchdowns. He was second in the MVP. His team won 12 games with a tougher schedule.
Oh, damn. So
I just don't.
How dare you bring up good points?
I just don't. Like, listen, I understand the thought of what Clint is making with Dak and not coming through in the clutch at times. And there is some times where he has screwed it up in the playoffs. But I mean, Dak was a second team All-Pro last year. I don't think it's a what game are you watching?
Yeah, to me there's nothing crazy about it. I mean, I could see where I would say probably the majority of.
And I don't think it's crazy when you say golf. Like yeah.
I don't know why, Ron, but golf is one that just he just doesn't get the respect that he deserves. I'm not saying that people should think he's better than X, Y, or Z. I'm not saying that. But just like when we talk about the better quarterbacks in this league, like Goff is always down the list. And if you just watch it, I mean, the dude stretches the field. He's got a strong arm and throws the ball, distributes the ball from the pocket accurately and firmly and strongly and all. I mean, obviously everybody knows he's pretty damn good. He just got paid. He's the highest paid quarterback in the league right now. But or second highest, is it highest or second?
Second per year, yeah, 53, right behind Joe Burrow.
But I just, I think when you look at a guy that's made a run to one Super Bowl, what did they do last year? Go to the second round of the playoffs again?
Yeah,
they made it to the second round. He's a really, really good quarterback right now. I think CJ will make short work of climbing beyond Jared Goff. I don't doubt that one bit.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about today. Like Nate Gates on YouTube and Twitch said, but you're taking CJ over anyone but Mahomes in the draft right now. No, I'd think about Caleb Williams, but no, I'm not saying that. We're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Right now, my man, a kid named George on YouTube and Twitch. By the way, we appreciate you joining us there as you get to kick it with us and see us. Bro said Aaron Rodgers over CJ Stroud right now.
Without a doubt,
my head.
Not even blink.
Yeah, I just won the MVP.
I've got to see Aaron. I've got to see him look bad.
Aaron just what was Aaron's what season was that? Aaron? I mean, I don't care what year it was. I think it was about probably 3 years ago when he went.
3 years ago he went back to back, and then
statistically wasn't he 40-something touchdowns and like 4 interceptions or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, he threw like the interception numbers that CJ threw, but like double the touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just you look at what Aaron has done in the recent past, and other than the Achilles, his play has not fell off at all. I mean, you're talking about a guy that's done it time and time again versus a guy that's done it once. Like it. And it's easy to argue that when Aaron was in Green Bay, at least the last several years, I mean, he was doing more with less.
Yeah, absolutely. Text line, damn, Ron, if that's the case, then you think LeBron is better than Jordan. Numbers don't tell the story. Well, I do think LeBron is better than Jordan.
I was like, damn, Fred, you walked into that one.
But so who's Jordan in this? CJ? Like, what are we? What, Dak is LeBron? What the hell CJ won? Like, hold on, Jeff. Like that's my thing is, and I think I'm a little bigger than this than Clint is. Like for me, man, I am big on seeing it more than once. I am true. I think when you do it one year and then the next year they got 15, 16 games of tape on you.
I'm 100% with you on that.
Then when you do it another time, woo! Now I got you. I watched Lamar win his MVP year 2 and not really play to that right, and as teams got a hold of them. All right, coming up, the schedule is being released right now. We'll get you caught up with all the games that we have for the Texans and around the league. And yes, the story was in one part Ronel Blanco being ejected, but the other part, the Astros coming through with a huge, huge win over the A's. We'll get you all ready for that. A little big 3 at 3 coming up next on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, we got to tell you about a low T Center fella.
Available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT. KILT Insider Access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Up the middle, walk off for the second time this year. Victor Caratini wins it again for the Astros, 2-1.
All right, Vic, second time. That was a huge win as they are now up 2 games in this series. 2 games in this series. They look to get a win tonight to clinch a win of the series against the A's, and this is what you need to do. They have now won 5 out of their last 6, and this is the best stretch of baseball that they have played all season long. And before we get to the negative of last night, because that is the big story, as Tyler just played there, Big Vic, Victor Caratini gets the walk-off for the second time this year as the Astros win 2-1. But, Clint, it is hard not to say and look at it again. As Bregman keeps rolling, he hits another homer last night. Tyler
double too, didn't he?
Tyler made a little cashy, yep. And the power numbers keep coming. And
I jumped on Tyler's back, made a little money right there.
That's right. Both of you did. That's right. 2 extra base hits last night, 2 more, as he adds to the home run total of 4. It looks like he's coming, and now he's feeling himself. You out here talking about the cream rising to the top and stuff. And all of that.
Cream always rises to the top.
It's big. It's big to see him get going, and that's huge right now at a time when they desperately need him. But those are the 2 big things. Bregman, the 2 big positive things. Bregman has him a night again, and Victor Caratini walks this thing off. And this is the kind of stuff you need if you're going to try to make a real run to get back towards 500.
Don't forget about old Taylor Scott now.
Yeah, Tate did come up big after.
I mean, come on, two scoreless, several strikeouts. Don't remember exactly how many, but several strikeouts. I mean, in a situation where O'Neill may have pushed the envelope a little too much. That was big last night, man. A 1-run ball game, and he goes in there and shuts them down. Even though, I mean, look, it's the A's. It's not like he went in there against that Yankees lineup, but right now. Middle relief isn't necessarily something you got a whole hell of a lot of confidence in. I think he had pitched in 4 straight games. I think that was 4 straight games. Went out there and threw 30 pitches. So, Otete, that was a hell of a job by him as well.
Yeah, and really he was forced to do that because of the situation with Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco has been this team's best starter this year, and been the team's most consistent starter. And he was really, really good again. Tonight or last night before he was ejected. He was ejected for having a sticky substance on his glove. Here is Jose. Here is Joe Espada. Sorry, Joe. Here's Joe Espada in his comments after the game on the Blanco situation.
So it looked to me when I grabbed the glove, there was some the rosin. You know, you're not allowed to use rosin on your non-pitching hand. And that's what it looked like to me. It was a little bit sticky with the moisture and the sweat, but that's what it looked to me.
Okay. All right, Joe. That's what it looked like to you. Well, to them, they said
I'm trying to do the best I can.
Hey, Joe, anything you say can and will be used against Ronel Blanco.
Yeah. Joe just be up there talking, man. Joe just be up there talking. Why? And Ronel Blanco, by the way, said he will appeal his suspension, and they'll play that for him when he goes to appeal the suspension. Your old manager came out there and said it looked like you were illegal.
Yeah, I mean, he just told us all. I love the transparency. I really do. I do. I mean,
be up there talking.
In this business, I absolutely do. Now, I think that Joe Espada ought to reel it in a little bit when in this type of situation, it's not a good idea to answer follow-ups, Joe.
Dusty would have acted like he wasn't even in the building.
Oh, I didn't see nothing.
What are you talking about?
I didn't even look at the glove.
What happened
Well,
tonight?
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Who took Ronel Blanco?
I hadn't even talked to Ronel Blanco about it.
I haven't even seen him.
Well,
I haven't talked to him.
Dusty, we saw you have a conversation with him on the first baseline
Don't
right
speak
there.
Spanish. We
No.
Spanish.
I just, I didn't hear what he doesn't speak English.
I have not talked to Ronel Blanco in 2 weeks.
Makes us all nervous.
Fellas, do you want me to get here? I'll do it. HIPAA. I'll go to the end. I'll go to the end. But this is comments from the umpire. It was the stickiest stuff I've ever felt on a glove since we've been doing this the last few years. That was the latest there. He could be in line for a 10-game suspension. That's 2 starts. Listen, however this happens, like for what this Astros team needs, they're rolling now. They're 8 games under 500. However, still missing him for 2 starts potentially is a real problem with the Astros trying to get back in this thing. So, accident, I don't know how it happened. That kind of stuff cannot happen.
Yeah, Jose Urquidy
cannot happen.
Jose Urquidy it just became significantly more important than he was before. He needs to get to that 80 pitch mark in Sugar Land and get his ass back to Houston.
Keep a 6-game rotation. Maybe add Blaine in there.
Well, I mean, any way you slice it,
or Blair.
I mean, we can't start in a 5-man rotation leaning on Eric Getty and Hunter Brown. I mean, I like what they did the last 2 times we've seen them, but damn. Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of what went down, the interesting part about this, guys, is that he was coming out of the dugout. He wasn't going into the dugout. I mean, he was coming out of the dugout for the top of the 3rd inning or 2nd inning? Second inning.
No, he got through 3, didn't he?
Yeah, how many innings did he get through?
I think he got through 3.
You're right because Tay went 4 and 5. But he was point. It doesn't matter. What bottom or way to mound when they found it. It wasn't. I didn't even know they checked their gloves on the way to the mound. I obviously see them. We see them before the TV goes to commercial break. They're checking the glove on the way off the mound. They're checking the hands. They're checking the hat. Okay, cool. I mean, it only makes sense now looking at what happened that they check them on the way up too. But so it kind of took me as a viewer. It kind of took me by surprise. Come back from break and Ronel Blanco is standing on the first base with no glove on. And clearly looks like he got caught with his britches down. And so, yeah, it's going to be interesting how this thing unfolds, though, because it was the substance was in the palm of the inside of his glove.
That's a hell of a sweat.
The inside of his glove, like where the hand goes, not where the ball goes, like where your hand goes.
Yeah, hell of a sweat.
So it'll be we'll see how this thing unfolds.
And as Joe so eloquently said, it was on the opposite arm. It's not third arm where you're not supposed to have it.
Well, yeah. It was in a very convenient spot to bring it out of the dugout and get it to the bump.
By the way, the Astros are looking to win this series tonight, and the lineup is out, and it's kind of interesting. Here we go. Altuve leading off, Tucker in right field, Yordan Alvarez batting third at DH. Bregman, Joe ain't playing. Bregman gets slid up to the 4th spot. He is batting cleanup again. So in 2 days, 6-5. To 4.
Shout out to my guy, Alex Bregman.
We'll see where he hits tomorrow. But Bregman's hitting in the 4 spot. Pena drops down to the 5 spot with Yainer Diaz catching. Joey's in center field. Is this the first time he's...
I think he just played in the left, right?
Yeah. And Dubon's is at first base tonight. Oh, that's...
I'll be damned.
Had to get John a night off. But Dubon's at first base. And then Old Cabbage. He is in left field. Old Cabbage.
That's such a great
name. I
feel
bad. I called that man lettuce one day, man. I did not mean to. That was it. Just
ice.
Hey, while you messing around, Cabbage can roll now.
Okay, roll.
My man can run. He ain't quite that little white center fielder we had that everybody started to swore up and down. He was a 4.140 or something.
The fastest man in the world, Straw.
He's a 4.25.
No, he's not.
Miles Straw, yeah.
Miles Straw ain't never seen no 4.25.
Fastest baseball player in history.
He's very Dion-like. I wake up out of bed and I run a 4.2.
Okay,
that's what Dion said. That's what.
Where art thou?
I don't know why you won't.
Is he leading the league in stolen bases right now? I mean, I saw he wasn't playing.
Well, he doesn't get off base enough. He doesn't get on base.
That Bobby Witt Jr. is a little fast joker.
He can roll too. He's leading. You try to sell me. He's got 4.25 as well.
He's leading. No, he's a little slower than Miles Straw, just a tad. He's leading the league in stolen bases.
I mean, how many people really are as fast as Miles?
There are
Straw?
not many.
Not many
I
at
think
all.
Xavier Worthy,
maybe Carl Lewis,
John Ross, in the 40 at least. I'd like to see his 100. He went Carl. He jumped it. Michael Johnson in 100, maybe.
Miles Straw.
Man, I don't know what you're talking about. Miles Straw is something else. He could pick him up and put him down.
Just facts, Clint.
Just tell you the truth. 425, 427 at the very worst.
United States track has been recruited.
Knows. He said, I'm a center fielder.
Got to focus on
Chief,
baseball.
if he reaches first.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
He should be sitting on third. 2 pitches. Don't nobody swing.
Well, I mean, he don't want to show everybody up. I mean, he don't want to do that. All right, the schedule leaks have been on and popping throughout the show, and I don't know why I said that. I've not said on and popping in, it's got to have been 15 years. I don't know why I said that, but
did it on in?
I don't know where that came from. But from the latest, what we have in the schedule leaks for the Texans, and this schedule is starting to shape up in a way in which we knew could be the possibility. Week 1 is open right now. It looks like that's going to be the Colts or the Patriots. We don't have any confirmation on that yet. But the Texans will play Sunday Night Football, Week 2, September 15th, here against the Chicago Bears. So a matchup between CJ Stroud and Caleb Williams. They'll then go and play the Vikings on the road Week 3. And then their first game that we know of right now in the division against the Jags at Jacksonville, September 29th. They'll come home for the Stephon Diggs Bowl against the Bills. Week 6 is open right now. And then they'll go to Green Bay October 20th. So those of you wanting to travel, that seems like, a destination spot there in Green Bay to see Lambeau Field. And the weather should be decent. They'll play the Colts here at home. And then they will go to the Lions. And by the way, that game against the Jets, New York, Week 9, is Thursday Night Football. From what we're hearing is being reported, the Texans will then play the big one at the Cowboys. That one's Monday Night Football, November 18th in Dallas. They'll play the Titans, Week 12. Week 13, 14 we don't have, but they finished this thing off hosting the Dolphins in Week 15, then going to play the Chiefs on the road Saturday, December 21st, and then they'll play Christmas Day back here in NRG in Houston 4 days later on the 25th on Christmas, and then Week 18 is open, but we knew that'll be a division game. So this thing is shaping up, Clint, where it looks like you can already see some tough stretches that could be tougher depending on what these games get filled in, but they've got at least 3, I would say arguably 5 standalone games, primetime games, and a very, very difficult schedule.
Yeah, look, I mean, we knew it was going to be very difficult, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't think there was any way this thing could fall where you don't have a couple of different just monster gauntlet type runs where it's going to be a tough stretch. But that's the territory you live in when you win a division, and so that's just part of it. The good thing as we look at this schedule, the one thing that I am very, very comfortable in saying is the Texans should get off to a very, very good start. Now, anything could happen, but you're looking at a division opponent or New England Week 1, and then you got Bears.
I hope it's the Colts Week 1.
That is very – and, again, I think that division opponent is going to be a good game. Don't get me wrong. But the Texans, if they're as good as we think they are and they take the step, you could very easily be sitting at 4-0 and playing the Buffalo Bills Week 5. Now, it gets rough from there now. But the way this thing's shaping up is, you could get off to a really, really good start if you're the Houston Texans, which you get off to a good start for the first month of the season. There's a lot of momentum can be gained there. There's a lot of development for your young guys. And when I say young guys, I'm not talking about rookies. I'm talking about CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, to get their feet wet in year 2. That start to this schedule is appealing if I'm the Texans.
Could be, yeah. That run of Week 7 to Week 11. That at Green Bay, hosting the Colts, at Jets versus Lions here in NRG, and then at Cowboys. That is a ruthless stretch. And then the back half of that sucker, hosting the Dolphins at Kansas City, and then coming home to play the Ravens. Like you would argue the Chiefs and the Ravens, before we knew the order of the schedule, your 2 toughest games. and you play those games in a 4-day span. So that is, they're gonna earn it. As you said, if he gets to winning the division and they win 11 games with this schedule and how it is set up, it will be far more impressive than what happened in year one, because this thing is set up for us to roll through here. As we'll see, we'll let you know the.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, we got breaking news. I assume it's not Texans news, as you didn't do the Texans sounder. What's the breaking news?
That's right. We have breaking Astros news. We were just discussing what happened last night with Ronel Blanco, Astros pitcher, as the umpires were checking his glove for some substance on there. This has been announced by Major League Baseball. Ronel Blanco has received a 10-game suspension and an undisclosed fine for violating the prohibitions on foreign substances, which resulted in his ejection prior to the top of the fourth inning of his club's Monday game. Unless appealed, the suspension of Blanco will become effective tonight when the Astros are to continue their series versus Oakland. So Ronel Blanco has been indeed suspended.
Damn, they didn't let that thing wait 24 hours.
10 games?
Yeah, 2 starts.
2 starts.
You got to do 2 starts for a starter. Oh. They didn't let that thing. That's what I'm saying, man. 2 starts. You're going to miss 2 starts. I just can't let that happen. Just can't let that happen. And he's been their most consistent starter right now. And if you just say, all right, who's going to make it? How many guys will make it to the All-Star team? Potentially right now, he'd be one of them. And he's going to miss. For me, I don't even know if there's any. They're going to appeal it, I guess. I would just take it. I'd just take it right now. Is what you got. The A's, the Brewers, you weren't going to pitch in that series anyway. And then you got the Angels coming up behind them and the A's again. I would, before you get into a more difficult part of the schedule, I would just not fool around, because your manager came out and already expressed that you did something illegal, and this looks fishy to begin with. So I would just accept the suspension right now. So we'll see what they do. But as he just said, he has been suspended, Ronel Blanco, 10 games. 10 games for having the illegal substance in his glove as he was ejected last night after 3 innings. All right, coming up, as we continue rolling on here, we do it every single Wednesday, confident or concerned. And with the schedule coming out, this is even bigger. We pick an AFC team every single week. This week's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Are you confident or concerned? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I went out with my little girl this morning. She had her last day of day school, and they had a little play day out in
Thanks to Planet Fitness, there's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Find them all on the free Odyssey app, thanks to Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It is a special day as we're getting the schedule released. If you missed the breaking news on the other side, Ronel Blanco, as we know, was ejected in yesterday's game in the win for the Astros. I mean, they didn't even let this thing get to 24 hours. They said, "Hey, dog, man, we don't even need to give no real investigation on this thing, boss."
Our umpire over here said it's the stickiest he ever felt.
Hey, man, like, you didn't even need to hear him. There didn't need to be no commentary on what they was doing. They just, this glove, hey, man, we don't need to do no further investigation, man. We're going to go ahead and do this now. Yeah, man, he's suspended 10 games. So he's going to miss 2 starts for the Astros. And unfortunately, with this stretch they're in, as we know, they play, it's hard to manipulate, hey, there's a day off in there where maybe he won't miss 2 starts. But he may appeal. According to him last night, he will appeal. And so we'll see what happens there. But he is suspended for 10 games for that illegal substance he had in his glove.
Well, I would be surprised. In fact, I'd be shocked if the Texans appeal. I mean, if the Astros appeal.
He said he was last night. You think?
Well, I mean, the manager is on record of saying. I mean, like he went even further in that audio. Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, but Joe Espada actually also says, well, because he was asked, did Ronel Blanco know that was illegal? And he said, well, if he knew it was illegal, I don't think he would have done it.
That is correct.
They did.
I mean, the umpire saying it's the stickiest thing he's ever felt since starting this. The manager's going out there and explaining exactly what was in the glove. The manager's simply saying, "Well, hell, I don't. If he'd have known it was illegal, I don't think he would have done it." I mean, I just don't know how you. I don't know how you win an appeal. I mean, I don't know.
They're not going to win it, no matter even if they said everything perfect.
It's not ideal.
I'm with you. I think you just eat it.
Just eat it right now.
You eat it right now because the schedule right now is conducive to you losing another starter. I hate to say that with the hole that the Astros are in, but right now you should have Urquidy back at least by that second time that Blanco would come through the rotation. So you should be able to slide in some experience.
I think he would miss the Angels and an A's start.
Right. Yeah. So and those are 2 teams that. I mean, let's be honest. If you're going to lose your best starter on the year, if you're going to lose that guy, that's the stretch of the schedule you want to do it.
But he can't let this happen. Like that it's like anybody else, any of the Verlanders or any of it important. You can't put yourself in a position where you're going to miss multiple starts like that. Can't do that because they desperately need to have all their top guys in the lineup when they can. All right, we do it every week, confident or concerned, 713-572-4610. Also, those who are on YouTube and Twitch, jump in on this as well. Confident or concerned. We see the schedule out, but we kind of understand the off seasons and of these teams. This week's the team is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if you are not familiar with their off season, they had a couple of key losses, Calvin Ridley and Big Foley, who the Texans scooped up and got on the inside.
Who put him on this list? Tyler, did you do this?
I did. It said key losses. I looked at. I got it up there. Key losses. It had Foley on there.
Bring on the Jaguars.
Big Foley. Not Mick either. Just Big Foley. Bring him on. They got him in here.
Go on and get to talking about his replacement.
Somebody said maybe one of the most underrated signings is what I heard.
I hope that's right.
Week.
Hell, I hope it's right.
But they're new additions, and I'll be honest, they've added more than I maybe thought. Eric Armstead, who is going to try to step in and handle the huge shoes of Foley. He is there off of a trade with the Niners. Gabe Davis, they got from Buffalo. Mitch Morse, the longtime center from Buffalo as well. Cornerback Ronald Darby comes in. Safety Darnell Savage. Remember, they got Mac Jones as well. Wide receiver Devin Duvernay, who was with Baltimore, one of the better punt and kickoff returners. And then remember, their first-round pick was Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU. So they have added some parts to this team. I know Tyler's answer. Tyler has never in his life believed in the Jacksonville Jaguars, even when the Texans stunk. So
when have they given us reason to believe in the Jaguars for more than one season? The Jags are going to jag eventually.
More than one season.
So hell no. Hell no, I ain't concerned with the Jags.
Confident or concerned with the Jags?
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence will finally show up this year.
I was 100% in Tyler's on Tyler's side leading up to this year. Look, I think I love Doug Peterson.
You're flipping on this.
I'm flipping on it, man. This is the opponent within the division that concerns me the most.
Really, even over the Colts?
Yes. I really like Anthony Richardson. I don't know if he can stay healthy. If he does stay healthy, I don't know how consistent he's going to be throughout 17 games in that offense. I think there's a high ceiling, but there's also a low floor. So I'm Trevor Lawrence, again, I'm higher on him than most. Doug Peterson, I'm higher on him than most. They made some big-time moves this year. It's your veteran that have been there should know it like the back of their hand. They're at with Doug Peterson, they're at a no excuse type of crossroads. This is the one that concerns me a little bit here. They beefed up their roster, and I think they're going to be a problem this year. Again, it has more to do with in the division. They're the biggest threat, I think, to the Texans because of Trevor Lawrence ahead of Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. But all in all, I think they've had a little taste of the playoffs. They had a little taste of a playoff win.
That's
2
what
years
I was
ago.
going to say when he said that. Hey, they took the Chiefs to the brink 2 years ago when they made the playoffs and won the division.
Yep, found a way to win a game after the quarterback threw 4 interceptions in the first half. I think it was 5 in the game, 4 in the first half. If I remember correctly with Trevor Lawrence. Clearly they got some. He
took a step back last year.
Yeah. I mean, look, the schedule got significantly more difficult, and he took a step back. No surprise. Now the schedule gets a tad bit easier. They play a second place schedule. How did they end up playing a second place schedule? By the way,
they finished in second place.
I know, but how you play the Colts? I guess I didn't realize the Colts fell all the way below the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Well, remember that game was to get in, but the only way the Texans got in is if the Jags lost to the Titans. And when they lost to the Titans, that's how the Texans won the division. So,
but if the Colts would have won, they'd have won the division.
Yeah, the Colts would have won the division, but the Jags still going into that week had
on the top. But yeah, I'm flip flopping on this one, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's been 4, 5, 6 years, man, where I was just like, the Jaguars don't concern. I don't care who's coaching them. I don't care how they just. I was in Tyler's camp, but I flipped. They concern me a little bit. Again, like I said, they are the team within the division that concerns me the most right
Text
now.
line. I'm with Tyler. Plus, they need a quarterback. Confident. Jacksonville's defense improved, but lost some good weapons that they didn't adequately replace. Bull Durham, we own the Jags. Tyler, pick up your money. Bet Real and Clint. Is it me? Bet Real and Clint. Jags suck. Peterson folds after first 2 years, just like he did with the Eagles. All right, I'll give you my thoughts coming up on the other side since we're up against it. And I really hope the Rockets are considering this. I really, really hope the Rockets are considering. Don't give me that look, Tyler. You ought to be hoping they are too, if you're serious about winning. I really hope they're considering this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, it's truck season in Texas, and it is truck season at Ron Craft Chevrolet. Hell, let's be honest, it's always truck season at Ron Craft Chevrolet.
studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, to wrap up what we were talking about there, we do it every week. We pick an AFC team on Wednesday. This week was the Jacksonville Jaguars. Are you concerned, confident, or concerned from a Texans point of view? Tyler, shoot, baby. Jags gonna jag, baby.
Bring on the Jaguars.
Hell yeah, man. Very confident with the Jag. Clint said he's flipping on this one. He's thinking a little different this year about the Jags. A little concerned. You said this is the most concerned team in the division for you?
Absolutely. Quarterback coach, 2 straight 9-win seasons. One of them they went to the playoffs. They won a playoff game last year they didn't get in. I think they've brought in reinforcements. This roster, I think, is significantly better than it was, and we'll see. But yeah, they concern me more than the Titans and the Colts at this point in time.
Here's where I am with the Jags. Head to head, Jags, Texans on a field together. There's not that big of a concern for me. Like I as I sit right now and I look at them, and I think they have made some really good additions. There's some low key ones there. That defensive line, whew, they got a chance with Armstead and Josh Smith or Josh Allen, who they re-signed, and the other kid who's a really good run stuffer, who was the number 1 pick, Trayvon. What's Trayvon's last name from Georgia?
Walker.
Trayvon Walker on the other side. They got a chance to have a really, really good front four and defensive line right there. But still within that, I trust the Texans head to head. But Clint and Tyler, I am concerned, however, overall. Like, I am concerned for the better team head to head. If you tell me gun to head, harder scrotum, place I don't want to get shot, like I think I would probably pick the Jags to win the division over the Texans right now, especially the way this schedule is shaping up for the Texans and seeing these different gauntlets they have to run through, and the Jags schedule with the second place schedule is just going to be weaker. That is where I am concerned. Is I think head to head, I think the Texans are better. But I think overall, just like last year, I'm not confident to say that the Texans were just flat out better than the Jags last year. I think the schedule had a lot to do with those teams ending up where they were and the teams that they had to play and the runs they had to play under. So I know mine is kind of a cop-out, but I am confident head-to-head just overall with the division. There is a level of concern to me with Jacksonville and their schedule as opposed to this Texan schedule. That does where they end up where it's just like, damn, if the Texans were playing with the Jags schedule, I think they win 11 games.
Yeah.
11, 12 games. But, the Texans got to play the Chiefs, and they got to play the Broncos, right? So it's a bit of a different thing there. So that's just where I am with the Jags overall. That schedule, man, that I think it means a lot. I know a lot of people are here. I see people on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, we're crying about this card, man. Hell, I'm just being honest with you, Aubrey Yancey. Calling you out. I'm just being honest with you. That I think the schedule was a difference last year. One team played the Cardinals and the Broncos. The other team played the 49ers and the Chiefs. There was a 1-game difference. So I just that part is the one that jumps to me. All right, we'll continue to give you any drops or any leaks that we're hearing. Tyler will check in my ear and let us know of any schedule leaks that
What's he checking for in your ear, man? You need an ear, nose, and throat doctor now, too?
I wouldn't mind. Just want to make sure I'm good.
Tyler, what are you checking in his ear for, man?
He says it in my ear.
Oh,
I don't know, because I need to get myself an ear, nose, and throat doctor.
Do you? You have anything?
Dr. Matoran.
Anything you ready? Anything you ready to release? Any new games?
DRMATORIN.com.
You got a week one? Somebody has leaked the week one on the interwebs?
Yes, there are some leaks.
Not us, by the way.
Not us, not Sports Radio 610. We just report these leaks here.
Not us.
I've leaked every one of them.
He doesn't.
I've had the schedule the whole time. I've leaked every one of them.
It doesn't mean that.
The latest leak to occur looks like week one for the Texans is going to be at the Colts. AFC South battle.
That's going to be good.
That's going to be good.
Shane Steichen, Anthony Richardson, Mo City Mitch, Adonai Mitchell, draft pick out of Texas, 10 receivers. Did they say 10 receivers taken before him?
Yeah, that's
or
what
9 taken before him, so he got number 10. Pittman already. Healthy Jonathan Taylor. Healthy offensive line. Just read where Braden Smith, their right tackle, is healthy.
Quarterback should be healthy.
Are recovering well. The quarterback obviously should be healthy.
You never know. It's maybe dicey if you play 4 or 5 weeks in of the Colts, and you may be seeing Joe Flacco. But the Texans most definitely will see Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. It's going to be a hell of a football game. I mean, last time, from their perspective, I mean, you feel like you gave the division and the playoff, the playoff run to the Texans last year when you couldn't convert a 4th down with a running back wide open. That's got to be a something that's starred on the Colts schedule right now as you get another shot at the Colts after gift wrapping them a victory in week 18 last year to get in the playoffs.
Yep. So that looks like that'll be the one. Colts, and what we have left is Patriots, the second Jags game, and the second Titans game. That's what we have left. So they'll play the Colts twice in the first 8 weeks of the season. And we don't know when the bye week is either. So Texans, they kick it off. Texans will play at Colts, host the Bears, and then have back-to-back road games against the Vikings and the Jags. Yeah.
Colts right out of the gate, boy. That's nice.
There you go. How about it right there? There it is. And I would imagine that week 6 is probably a home game against the Titans. That's what I would imagine. Week 6 would be a home game.
The late bye week, which is going to be painful as well.
Yeah, bye week. I bet bye week's probably week 13. Yeah, probably week 13 before they have that big gauntlet. And then that would put maybe New England there at 14. So we'll see here what the schedule looks like as that. This is going to be my prediction. It's they'll host week 6 the Titans. They'll get a bye week 13. They'll go on the road to play New England, and they'll finish the season hosting the Jags. That's my prediction. Week 6, 13, 14, 18. That's left.
I like it, man.
Let's get it on, baby.
And they'll finish the year Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, Jags. How about that, baby? It's gonna be fun, man. They got a hell of a schedule rolling through here.
Hey, you want to dance with the big boys? Now this is the year you got to show it.
Yeah, they're dancing. There's dancing. Someone just texted in, "F you, Ron."
Hey, I second that. I don't know what you're talking about, but I second that. I like it, guy. What's his name?
I actually find that hilarious. That's way better than like some additional commentary that could have come after.
That's just in his heart, man.
I mean, what is it a response to?
Nothing. It's the only time the only time this person.
That's the equivalent of them walking into Twin Peaks and doing a live show and just flipping Ron off.
And just walking. That's what he did.
It's like Kevin Hart.
This person is not messaged me at all and just said that has never
the history of that number.
You can say history. The history of it is F you, Ron. Spelled. The F word spelled out.
It's like Kevin Hart during that roast of Brady, just periodically F you, Tom Brady.
I like it. I would like to know what you're F you and me about. But man, maybe that's just all encompassing.
He doesn't
whatever I'm trying to say.
Encompassing?
Yes.
He doesn't like your predictions for week 6, 13, 14, and 18.
Maybe he doesn't. Just to hell with it. To hell with it.
That is great.
That is. I like that. That's like I told you Clint died laughing when someone texted earlier and said, Clint's going to need a chiropractor. He's reaching so hard about his Aaron Rodgers that he's a better quarterback than CJ Stroud right now. That's pretty good. I like when people come in, man. That's right there, man. You had to be in a real place. You know what? I ain't even gonna type. I ain't gonna type in how I feel. You know what? Just F you, Ron. And that's where I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna go on about my business. Oh man. Well, hey, I love you, and we will keep you updated on the schedule release. Someone did text in, Ron. You're right. Schedule matters. The Texans have the fourth hardest schedule in the NFL. Man, it feels tougher than that, Clint. The way it's shaping up, man. The way.
I mean, you got to think of it's Baltimore, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh division.
Yes.
That are above the Texans. So I don't have it off the top of my head, but I want to go back and look at their schedules once they all come out. I mean, good gosh, their schedules has got to be right?
Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, 11 days. 11 days.
Would you say Chiefs, Ravens in 4?
Yep. Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, 11 days. All right. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle. All that speed in all three of those teams. Good God, boy. Y'all better get Derek Stinger, your ass better be healthy. Y'all better be healthy. Woo, boy, that's a stretch. What you got coming up at the 4?
Ron Hughley, does he owe me an apology? The joint chiropractic, do you owe me a little something? I say the answer is yes and yes. I'll explain. We will discuss. And Ron has got some apologies and some thank yous to pass out. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Ron, the mother-freaking show Hughley.
Can you tell the new Texans cornerback Kamari Lassiter is excited to be here?
I had a wild moment today, actually. It was just like I just kind of had a second just to kind of take it all in. I was getting some water, and I was like, dang.
for the ride of life. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
I like to keep it a buck too. I tell you that. You know, I set the standard high for folks I call friends.
That's what I have in my wallet.
We keep it 100.
You know, I just expect. There's some things you just expect. Now, you know, when you expect things from people, sometimes you expose yourself to being let down, and that may have happened. If anybody out there, if you've been listening, for folks that listen long term and the whole show at 2:00, Ron started this show off with thanking everybody for his feeling better today than he did yesterday. And I think he had his boy right here, yours truly, the one speaking, old Dirty Red. I think he had him. I think I was 6th on his list of thank yous. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's unacceptable. If you didn't listen yesterday.
It was best for last.
Ron came in with a little back injury, little issue going on. They told me what happened. You know.
You diagnosed it pretty quick.
I listened to all the details. I took the time out of my day, selflessly took the time out of my day. I listened to all the details intently.
You didn't have anything else?
And then I diagnosed his issue to a damn T. And I could have left it at that. You know, old heartless sonbuck would have just left it at that. But I tell you what I did. I put it on the people. I said, hey.
Pushed it.
Hey, y'all text in a chiropractor, a clinic between here and Missouri City, so my boy Ron can get worked on. Plus, his back hurts. He's got to get back to working out. He's got a wife to keep happy. He's got 3 kids to chase around, which, by the way, we got to get to that discipline you may have had to do last night. I don't know if it worked with your bad back. But, I mean, he had a lot going on. And I'll be damned if we didn't find a spot. Now, he was hard-headed as hell and didn't go last night when I told him to. Got up this morning, goes at 10:30. First, the text we get, boys, this is life-changing. I mean,
it was
absolutely life-changing. I told him his one leg was going to be shorter than the other.
Shout out to Lexus.
Sure enough. See, there you go. There he is giving it. I'm not even through getting my flowers yet, and you want to give Lexa hers. One leg was shorter than the other. I asked him if it was at one side or the other. He told me no initially, but when it come to find out, when he got diagnosed by the professional, it was that right side. And ultimately, I mean, if there were 5 or 6 nails to be hit on the head, your boy hit every single one of them. And I get thank you. I'm 6th on the list to catch a thank you. I feel like my thank you should have rated a little higher than that. I forced the solution on his no good ass. I forced it. Said, you ain't got no choice. You got to go do it. I mean, I talked to him bad in the break. Y'all didn't hear it. I talked to him bad in the break and told him he's got to take care of himself.
Calm down a little bit.
I think he should apologize to me for being uncoachable.
I was not uncoachable. I did it.
You did not stop on your way home like I told you to.
I did not have time.
So I'm glad you woke up this morning in pain. He's in such pain, y'all, that his wife, Courtney, must have been peeking around the corner or something, but saw him in the kitchen when he thought she was busy. He was grimacing, leaning both hands, palms on the countertop. Then he couldn't stand up. He was grim. She said, man, you all right? She wanted to send him to the general practitioner, wanted to send him to the real doctor, like the doctor.
You can't tell this guy nothing.
I'm telling you, man. I could have saved you of all that, man. Now your wife's running around concerned. I hope you've texted her and told her how good you feel.
I told her felt good. We talked. Yeah.
713-572-4610. 713-572.
I don't think I don't agree. I don't think I owe you an apology. I did thank you.
Y'all let him know. Text line. Sick him. Y'all know he owes me an apology, and I should be number 1 on the thank you list too. I don't appreciate being
last.
Tyler got thanked before me. He didn't have nothing to do with it.
I saved you for last.
Man, sometimes moral support's the most important part.
Tyler was over there talking about. Tyler's over there talking about you should stretch, bro. You should stretch. He can't even touch his toes because his back's messed up.
I know, and I was
got to stretch.
Lexa said I should start stretching before I work out.
It should limber up.
Well, look, I mean, that's one of those low-hanging fruit, no-ish type of statements. We should all stretch, Tyler.
Alexis.
We should all stretch.
Low-hanging fruit.
I mean, damn, Lexi, you know we should all stretch. Everybody she walks in that door, she tells should stretch. But if the guy that she wants to work on is the one that can't touch his damn toes. And I'll be honest with you, people that ain't seen you, them legs kind of short for you not to be touching them toes now. I mean, I know one. You should have been able to touch that right toe.
My back was hurting.
You should have been able to touch that right toe. That leg was shorter than the left one. So
the first thing she said, "Wow, that right leg is."
You don't run. Here's the other thing, though. It's not all. Joint chiropractic. The Joint Chiropractic. You've seen them all around town. Hell, I got one over on my side of town. Pretty solid folks from what I hear. Y'all owe me. I mean, this is going on 2 days of some quality, valuable airtime that I'm giving the Joint Chiro. Ron comes in here ranting and raving about the product that you guys are putting out there, obviously.
You got these people on the text line believing I have not thanked you for it.
Tyler, did he thank me before the show? Dead ass serious. Did he say anything? Hey, man, hey, bro. Did he even say, hey, bro, I appreciate that, man?
I didn't hear anything.
Not a damn thing.
I wanted to make it public.
He just went to telling me about how bad it was hurting instead of thanking. He told me about how bad it was hurting him.
I wanted to make it public, and I thanked you in the 2 o'clock segment alone. It was the best for last.
You thanked 2 texters before you got to me. Here's the other thing.
Great job.
The airtime that Joint Chiropractic has gotten, plus I got you a potential client with a testimonial from hell. In a good way. I mean from hell in a good way, not obviously in a bad way. A great testimonial. Now I don't know if he's going to be willing to pay a whole lot because he's a pretty tight old fella. But at the end of the day, what a testimonial this guy's got. They did a great job, right?
Hell of a job.
Alexa. Now, Ron, the floor is yours. Would you like to thank everybody else? Now that I've had to thank my damn self.
Well, you're a damn. You're a damn shame.
Lexa, the texter,
hero right
Tyler,
here. Now
everybody else.
Oh my God! Thank the man. I thanked him. I thanked you longer than anybody else. I thanked you even longer than Lexa, who really did the work.
Negative.
Well, what happened was this is what happened because you did some stuff I can't stand people who do. This is what happened.
What happened?
You don't allow somebody to say thank you. To the people texting in, F you too, and your families.
Oh, no, that's not good.
All right, that was whoa. I'm tired. I've seen my last F you to every last one of you. But I text you, man, this changed my life. Boy, they really took care of me. They did well. And then you come through. You don't even allow someone to say thank you. You type in your thank you. This is something a female would do. I'll be honest with you. What you meant to say, Ron, Clint, you're right, man. Thank you so much. I owe you an effing big time apology. I'll listen and be more coachable in the future. I love you, bro. Ron, get out of here.
That is exactly.
No, that's ridiculous.
That is Tyler. That sounded great. Now I wouldn't say it in that voice.
Now you could at least allow someone to say thank you. All right, then maybe I was coming with it. Boy, Clint, you was right. I just wanted to express how good I felt at the moment. Damn, show, I thought Clint was your partner. No, it's not show, it's Ron.
Oh, damn, show.
Well, let me tell you how Ron started.
I'm ungrateful. Oh, kiss my ass. All of you.
Oh, this is great. Ron and the Joint Chiro, y'all owe me, man. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting.
People don't tell me to tell. Here, this is the apology.
Man, what you should be saying is, hey, Clint, man.
I'm trying to.
You were right, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I tried.
I'll bring you a bottle of your favorite tequila or something.
Oh, now you want a bottle of tequila. Oh, that's what you want.
I mean, I don't know.
You want a bottle of tequila?
Maybe a gift card.
Did you have a bottle of mine? Did you have a bottle of mine?
Yeah, man. Let me get you one. Let me get you a name. One I ain't got. On another note here, to someone I'm very thankful for, Tyler Milner. Them Astros. I told everybody yesterday, like, man, this is, and I'm serious. And obviously Tyler believes in riding the Astros, but he doesn't necessarily wait until the hot streak hits. He just rides them just throughout the year, right?
Cream always rises to the top.
We got a 13-game stretch here where 10 of the games are against the A's and the Angels. I mean, I feel like this is a time where we should really load up on the Stros and make us a little money. Now, Tyler's got
huge.
Yeah. Tyler's got a little head start on us here. But and I'm not going to go as heavy as Tyler does. He's got about 18 bets out there right now. But Tyler, what I want you to do for me and the people that may like to dabble. And when I say what I say about 13 games and A's and Angels, I mean, that's got to, if you dabble in gambling, that's got to perk your ears up, man. Especially if you're watching Bregman get hot and all this kind of this and that. Okay, Tyler, I'm not going to ride all your bets, but I want you to give me the bets that you're on the books for right now with the Astros and the A's tonight.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna pick at least one that I'm gonna ride with you.
Okay. Yeah, I am. Biggest heater of my life, actually. Sounds like a plan, man. I'll give them to you. This is what I'm on tonight for Astros and A's. I am, first of all, I'm on a game prop. I don't play these a ton, but I like it. I'm on a prop that the Astros will score first in this game. Odds for that are at minus 125.
That's a little dicey.
I am on the Astros spread for this game. Astros minus 1.5 runs. So they need to win by 2 or more at almost even odds, minus 120. I am on Jordan and Jeremy Pena. Both of those guys, I'm on. They're over for total bases. Both of those are at 1.5 bases. Pena's at plus 110. Jordan's at minus 120. And then, got a couple interesting ones here. I was telling y'all this before the show. I feel like the young cat, Joey Loperfido, I feel like it's just a matter of time before this guy gets his first Major League home run, knowing what he was doing down at AAA before he was called up.
Didn't bring him up here to sit.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, so I feel like he's got to find a ball over the fence here pretty damn soon. So I'm on a prop for Joey Loperfido, who's starting in center field, for him to hit a home run tonight, and the odds are plus 366. So I threw down 10 on that. And if it hits, I'll win about $45. And then my last one I got for you, Dirty Red. I hate betting against the Astros. In this case, a Astros player. I want to see this bet not hit, to be honest. But I'm on Framber Valdez's under for strikeouts, which is at 6.5.
Really?
Yeah.
6.5.
I mean, he just tends to, we all know he's a ground ball pitcher, and he's great at getting those double plays and everything, but 6.5 strikeouts for Framber tonight, coming off his last start, seems a bit heavy.
All right, here's
you just never know with him, man.
Mm-hmm.
You never know with him because he can come out and give you 8, 9, or 11. I don't know why I chose those numbers. Or he can go 4 and be out of there with 8 walks.
Can I ask a question?
Always.
The total bases, do stolen bases count?
No. I believe it's base hits alone.
So it's got to be, like if it's 1.5, you got to have a double or you got to have 2 singles.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or hit a home run like Brady last night. Just lock that
you hit a bomb, it's all over with. Stolen bases don't count, huh? I knew walks didn't count, but I didn't know if stolen bases count.
Yeah, just base hits.
I tell you what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to go Jordan minus 120 over 1.5 bases.
Okay. I like it.
All right.
100 for you, sir?
Yep. That's it.
I'll lock in.
That's the one I want.
Cheryl.
And I think I'm going to go Astros minus 1.5. I like that. They're both minus 120. Those are my 2.
Benji on each?
Yep.
I got you, bruh. Let's win some money.
Let's win some damn money. What do you say, Ronnie?
Good luck.
You don't want in on any of this?
No, I can't do that. It's not ready right now at this point.
No, not even $10.
Oh, no, I don't have it.
All right, I guess we'll.
I got $1 in my pocket. You said it earlier.
You threw
$1. I got $1 in my pocket.
You threw a single out there.
Now, with those 2 bets, Dirty Red, do you want to risk the 120 to win 100, or do you want to risk 100?
No, I want to risk. I want to win $100 if I win.
Gotcha. That's what I figured.
I don't want to tell you I bet $100 and you turn around and I win and you pay me $80. No, I don't want none of that. No,
I ain't gonna lie. I was nervous.
Nervous about what?
When I saw Bregman hit that home run, I was nervous if Tyler actually put your bet in.
Makes us all nervous.
Well, we've had 2 of those. It's not like that's not beyond.
No, I know it's happened. That's what I'm saying. That sometimes like he gets going back there doing his job and getting busy. Like, I got concerned. I was like, boy, I hope he put it in.
That's what she said. I got you locked in officially on these 2 tonight, sir.
Can you get me the odds on Tucker hitting a bomb as well in that? And we'll circle back to that.
You're low.
We'll circle back to that. All right, we've got we don't get any more leaks of late, but the Texans schedule, big day tomorrow, Ron. Big day tomorrow. We'll actually get into some conversations about I
think we need
win
to
totals and things like that.
Once we need to take a little time off before jumping in, knee jerk before we look at this schedule. Maybe a little time before we come in tomorrow, before we really look at what we think the Texans will do.
Well, what we can do right now, Ron, is very excited about the draw that we've seen so far. There's four games and a bye week that we don't know exactly where they're at in the schedule yet. Things are leaking left and right all over social media, so we're going to bring it to you. But Ron, we've already seen 3 true, legit primetime football games. Sunday Night Football Week 2 versus the Bears, which I am stoked about. I'll be honest with you. I think Caleb Williams is going to light this thing up.
You think it's going to be a duel
between
CJ and Caleb?
I think Caleb Williams and the Bears, I think they're going to push the Packers. I don't know if they're quite ready for the Lions yet, but I think they're going to push the Packers.
I think they'll be in at least playoff contention down the stretch.
Yeah.
And they got a lot of talent over there.
And we're going to catch them early before they're either out of contention, before you know anything. And so that storyline is going to be CJ Stroud versus Caleb Williams. And Caleb Williams does have some weapons. The other storyline there is you're 2 of the top wide receiver trios in the game. Bears and Texans are definitely in that conversation. Hell, I think they're the top 2 probably. There's been some change, I think, recently, a couple of guys that got signed. But, boy, that the trio with the Bears and the trio with the Texans is awfully special. There is some firepower in that game on Sunday Night Football. And then Week 9, October the 31st, Texans at Jets, Thursday Night Football on Halloween. That will be the football will be very
if he's there.
Yeah, if he's there, if he's healthy. On Halloween, the costumes, I'm sure, will be absolutely tremendous. The only problem is that's October in New York. Is that cold yet up there? Got to be cooler,
Yeah,
huh?
it can be. Yeah, 31st, yeah, it depends, but I would lean towards cold.
Usually those are Halloweens that happen, when the weather's a little warmer, the costumes tend to be a little bit less. So, I don't know how that's going to affect October 31st in New York. I don't know how that's going to affect the costumes for that game, but we shall see. And then Monday Night Football, the big one for me. I think this is the biggest game on the schedule for me personally. With that, and I don't even think there's a close second. Monday Night Football, Week 11, November the 18th. Texans at Cowboys. Boy, that's going to be big. Like Ron said, there's no reason. Boss man, boss lady, all the decision makers.
Got to make that big.
Anybody out there that wants to sponsor that and get us to Dallas? Maybe you can come along and I'll treat you to Javier's, my favorite restaurant in America. Let's make that happen. Would you enjoy traveling to Dallas for that one?
Absolutely. We got to make it big.
Yeah,
we got to blow this thing out. Monday night, the game. We're doing the show the day of the game. Got to make it happen. We're gonna do something big. I trust it. We're gonna do
there
something.
There it was. Glory hole.
Hell yeah. Maybe you get us hooked up with Jerry.
Maybe.
You got a relationship with Jerry. Or at least
Jerry may not be busy that day.
I'd accept Steven. All right.
Slide through the suite.
Coming up, Dana Brown, the general manager, he just spoke on the Ronel Blanco suspension, so we'll let you hear from that coming up next, right when we return. Before we do that, though, Sunday. So they have 2 scheduled Sunday night football games on NBC. And Sunday night football, to me, has replaced Monday night football as the big game of the week. Now, Monday night football is becoming more popular again with bringing in Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, and they've got better games like Texans-Cowboys. But the Texans, they're going to play 3 straight games on prime time. October 31st, Thursday night football, Week 10 against the Lions, Sunday night football, and then Week 11, they'll play Monday night football. 3 straight weeks. This team couldn't get a damn primetime game last year. But 3 straight weeks they're going to be playing primetime games through Week 9 through 11. So Sunday night football, 2 of them. The other one being the Bears game in Week 2. So.
That's big. Ron, look, I was talking about yesterday, man, when the rubber meets the road, it's going to be interesting to see what the NFL thinks about the Texans, man. You got 4 primetime games. You got 4 primetime games and 6 standalone games if you look at the Saturday game that against the Chiefs.
Hell, what you called it. I think it's 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Actually, I was closer.
What's that?
I think it's 6. I was closer. I had 5.
You had 5 what?
I had 5 primetime games. Tyler had 4. Tyler said, called it. Did you say that in my ear?
I said it in your ear. Yeah.
Well,
that sounds terrible. Now it sounds like I'm just picking on Tyler.
Good.
Well, there's a few more. There's a few more games that have to be announced, boys.
There's a few more.
So they're 5. We could get to 5. But you look at those December 21 on a what is that? A Saturday, and then
they got 2 games on Christmas Day. You're in one of them.
Yeah,
you're a standalone game on Christmas Day.
Man, that's
and you're playing Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs on a Saturday where there's only 2 games that day.
And Lamar.
And then then Wednesday on Christmas you're playing Lamar. Yeah, those they got 6 games where they're the only game on television.
Yep. That's big, man.
That is. So, man, where they've come from. Good for them, man. And they deserve it. And you deserve it, Texans fans. They've put this thing together. Cal, Hannah, D'Amico, Nick, everybody over there. You all deserve this. You've put a product and you found a special player and special players with CJ and Will, and you've been one of the big winners of the offseason to get yourself to a point where you're must-see. And you're must-see. Now, I think they should have played Thursday in Kansas City to open it up, but whatever.
That big Nick energy.
That would have been a lot better than having to play the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens in 11 days. But whatever. That is the latest. Sunday Night Football twice. The second one, Week 10, against the Lions. All right. If you missed it, this was the reaction from Todd Callis and Jeff Blum when Blanco was ejected last night for a foreign substance on his glove.
We have an interesting situation going on here as the inning is about to start. Ronel Blanco is having his glove checked.
They're putting their hand inside Ronel's glove. They're going to eject him.
Wow. They are going to
terrible news.
Eject Ronel Blanco from this game for apparently something on the glove. And this is terrible news for a lot of reasons. Number 1, he's out of the game. And number 2, if this is deemed to be something illegal on the glove, then this could be a suspension as well.
And it is a suspension. The league didn't even wait 24 hours, hell, 20 hours. They have suspended him for 10 games. The league has suspended him for 10 games. Now, last night, according to Ronel Blanco, he said he will appeal if he is suspended. This, however, was Dana Brown about 45 minutes ago speaking to the media. This is Dana Brown commenting on the Blanco suspension.
I knew there was a reason why I wore my nice jacket tonight. Okay, as you guys know, that Ronel Blanco has been suspended, fined in a 10-game suspension. So, no, his first thought was he wanted to appeal it, and then he just said, look, I'm not going to appeal it. So the suspension will definitely be starting today.
I knew you were going to love that first comment.
Just keeping his jacket. And wore his nice jacket.
Knew there was a reason I had my nice jacket on today.
Absolutely no surprise at all that they're not going
to. You said you didn't think they would. Ronel said he wasn't. I bet you now he said Ronel had a change of heart.
Yeah, I don't give a damn what Ronel says. When you go back and you just watch the whole thing unfold and you listen to your manager in the post-game presser, or was that audio, whenever that audio was, explaining it, and he literally politely throws you under the bus and lets everybody know what the hell happened. And the Major League Baseball doesn't take into account, like, oh, well, did he know the rules or not? No, you did something illegal. He put a legal substance, which is the rosin bag and sweat and however they want to concoct that. It was a legal substance on the illegal hand. You can't put it on your left hand if you're a right-handed pitcher. You can't have it on your glove. He had it on the inside of his glove.
Deep in there.
Which tells you he was trying to conceal it on the way out to the mound, and he got popped. So there's no – I mean, what are you going to appeal? I mean, any kind of appeal, you say, man, your manager just sat right here, I mean, just right there to everybody and their dog and told us what happened.
Yeah.
So there's no – and Tyler pointed it out earlier. I mean, look, there's the next 13 games, 10 of them are – well, I guess I'm saying that now. We're 2 games into this A's series, but – so the next 11 games, what would that be? 8 of them are against the A's and or the Angels, and so now is as good a time as any to lose a pitcher or serve a suspension if you're Ronel Blanco. You miss a start against against the A's, and you'll miss a start against the Angels. And it's at a time when we should be getting Jose Urquidy back, at least when the last few days of the 10-day suspension. So Jose Urquidy could be serviceable at that point in time. So now's the time to go ahead and serve the suspension versus pushing it back.
Yeah, get it over with. So Ronel Blanco's gonna miss 2 starts, and he has been suspended 10 games. And as you heard from Dana Brown, he will not appeal that. All right, it is Wednesday, 4. He is. I'll let him tell you how he feels about this Texans schedule. As we're seeing most of it. As we said, any other leaks come out, we will make sure we will report that and bring that to you. But Brandon Scott, Texans Report, coming up next.
All right, if you're looking to build your dream home, build a custom home, or if you're just thinking about it, you're kind of flirting with it, the folks you need to call, it's Our Vision Homes, and it's without a doubt. Ryan and Gretchen Rogers, the owners, are born and raised right here in the Houston area, up on the north side to be exact. And Our Vision Homes, it's Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder. I've been to one of their model homes, and I'm telling you, it's absolutely beautiful, start to finish, front to back, inside and outside. The product that is Our Vision Homes is unbelievably
Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in as it is 4:40. That means we hear from our guy Brandon Scott, a little Texans report. And yes, it's the offseason, but this is one of the big days in the offseason. We don't have the complete schedule out, but we do have it leaked out. And I'm thinking maybe about 4 or 5 when you count the bye week holes to fill in. Before we get kind of in the nitty-gritty of what you think of the schedule, I think the first thing that jumps off is they have 4 straight-up primetime games, 2 Sunday night football games, which I think is the big one, a Monday night football game, the big one with the Cowboys, and then a Thursday night football game against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. But then they also play on Christmas Day, which is a standalone game against the Ravens, and then they also play a Saturday standalone game against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. So it feels like they got 6 games where the league said, all right, we want to put the Texans as a part of them being in a standalone product. So that is a far cry from last year and years before on the Texans getting primetime games being showcased by the league.
Yeah, and I think that's the coolest part about it. I'm actually excited about every single one of the primetime / standalone games, however you want to look at it, as primetime or just simply standalone. Obviously playing on a Saturday against the Chiefs in December, it creates its own type of energy. The Chiefs, we expect to be the Chiefs, and the Texans should still be good by that point too. So that'll be a standalone game and a Saturday game at that point of the season. The only one of the primetime standalone games that I'm not all that excited about still has a certain level of cachet to it, and that's the Jets game. Because Aaron Rodgers is going to be there. I don't really have to – I'm just not into the Jets. I'm over Aaron Rodgers. I think he's, top 3, top 2 maybe quarterback that I've ever seen. I'm good on it. I'm good on close to 40-year-old coming off the Achilles, the Jets hype. That was last year. I just don't have a lot of energy toward that. But even that, I can admit, has some cachet to it. So all of these games,
I'm into it, baby.
No, I'm not into it at all. But in comparison to the rest of them, it doesn't do much for me. But I think it's a sign of where the Texans are and how far that they come. Obviously,
I absolutely love it. Aaron Rodgers. I mean, what are we doing over here, Skis?
He doesn't do nothing for me, man. Hurt his Achilles on the 4th play of the game last year. It's just he gonna have to come out and be Aaron Rodgers again for me to.
He's gonna have to get you. He's gonna have to work you up to that game. Huh?
No. He just got to come back. It has lost its luster. I watched him on Hard Knocks.
When I came out of the darkness,
all of the it's just too much.
What else?
I'm good on it. But the rest of them, I mean, I'm talking about this Cowboys game on Monday Night Football, the Christmas game. I'm not looking forward to working Christmas, but if I take myself out of it, okay, if I take my own subjectivity out of it, I mean, that's a monster game on Christmas Day on Netflix. Forget the workflow of it. I mean, that's huge for the team.
What about, we were talking this a little bit earlier, I think with the opponents that we know so far, I think out of the gate the Texans got a pretty good draw. Colts, Bears, Vikings, Jaguars, and there's 2 division opponents there, obviously, and I think those 2 teams, I think the Jaguars are going to be the better team of the other 3 division opponents, but nonetheless, when you're looking at a bunch of playoff teams down the stretch here, and a bunch of teams that have Super Bowl aspirations, the first month of the season could have been worse. I think the Texans got a lucky draw as it pertains to coming out of the gate and having 4 games that you're probably going to be favored in those 4 games.
Yeah, I
maybe not the Jaguars by week 4.
Maybe not the Colts one either.
Out of the gate.
It could go either way. I think
the road, I don't know.
So the division games, I think, can go either way. But I agree with your point about this being a more favorable start. But it also still speaks to how strong the schedule is. Because we're talking about a favorable start in a Colts team that they had to beat at the end of the year just to get in the playoffs and keep them out of the playoffs. Talking about a Jags team that looked like it was on pace to make the playoffs until they cratered there at the end. And the Bears are a 7-win team from last year that's much improved with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze And some of the pieces that they've brought back on top of that, like that is a much improved football team from the last time that the Texans saw them. And then the Vikings, I'm not a believer, but I do like their coach. I do like Kevin O'Connell, and I think that they have probably done more than I would have expected them to do since he's been there. And with all the quarterback challenges that they've had, we'll see what happens with J.J. McCarthy. Not a huge believer in that either. So I do like the fact that they at least get the Vikings in the first few weeks, but I prefer this over their murderer's row that comes in the back end of the season.
Yeah, I think it is good for us. I'm like, you call me or call us soft or whatever or scared, whatever.
Why would you do that?
Well, this is what has been said. But yeah, the schedule is a concern, right? Like this is in the grouping and order of the schedule is really the way it's looking. But I do think it'll be good for us to take a little time to look at it, take a little time, and then maybe come back tomorrow and figure out what we're going to do and how we feel the Texans are going to do against the schedule. But I saw you in the hallway, B. Scott, before you came on about 20 minutes ago. You got some major concerns about the potential of how tough this schedule is.
Oh, I just think it's a disgrace. Like the Texans gonna have to put on their big boy pants and go out there and do it. Like they don't get to make the complaints and bitch about it the way that I'm about to, because they have to actually go out there and play. And I think that's probably why Clint has a similar attitude, because he's a player. I am not. I'm just a dude with good sense that's just sitting up here looking at it sort of objectively. I don't play football. I ain't no competitor, none of that. And I'm looking at 3 football games in 11 days. Somebody got to protect y'all from yourselves. Right. That's no. That's ridiculous.
Well, it could have been the Patriots mixed into one of them 3.
But nobody should have to do that. Like this to me is a disgrace and a clear case of greed, gluttonous. Hey, let's take advantage of the fact that them folks can't get enough football, and we're gonna go over there and take over Christmas Day like we did last year and play football on a Wednesday, put it on Netflix. I get the business side. I get the fact that we all gonna be there. I won't be complaining on Christmas Day when it comes.
Right.
But today, when I look at it, 3 NFL games in 11 days
against the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens.
That's absurd. That's absurd. The league should be ashamed of itself. But it's greedy. Everybody out here to make change, and so that's the cost of doing business. But that's not something that they should be proud of, and I would be saying that even if it wasn't the Texans. Nobody should have to play 3 NFL games. Absurd.
Look, I am
patently absurd.
And I'm a guy, B. Scott. I mean, you kind of alluded to it there. Like, I think we as a media, personally, I think we make too much of the Thursday night games and the short weeks and the Monday night games and the short weeks and yada yada yada. Like, I just don't recall being a player, and it wasn't about what I thought. Hell, I was a backup quarterback. But I, like, in meetings with head coaches, there wasn't a lot of conversation about, hey, it's a short week, guys. What are we going to do? This is a bad situation. We hate these Thursday night games. We hate these short turnarounds. It just wasn't made to be a big deal. So it's in me to believe. Like I don't buy too much into that. Yeah. But I say that to say 3 and 11 in 11 weeks. In 11 days. And the guys that I think about are it's about the big guys for me. I mean, the guys that line up across the ball from each other a yard, 2 yards apart, and literally bang heads 70 times.
And we saw they had issues staying healthy.
Yeah.
Those guys up front last year.
I mean, and they fall all over each other all the damn time. And for those guys to have to do that and somehow, some way prepare in between, that's going to be cussed and discussed and heavily cussed, if you know what I mean.
From Pop Warner to high school, college, NFL, Arena League, all the football that you played over the years in your life. Did you ever play 3 games in 11 days on any level?
No.
And I mean, and you play a lot of football. It does not, again, from an the Texans themselves, they're going to look at this and have a similar attitude of, hey, we just going to go up there and do it. But I can guarantee you they're looking at, and you can attest to this, Clint, you're looking at your bye week because you want to know when your bye week is. You're looking at your short week. You got a short week and a half. You know what I mean? Like, this takes the idea, the concept of a short week and just puts it on a whole different level. Now, I know, again, it's just me complaining media guy, but I'm looking at it sort of objectively and a little bit worried about their bodies, man. Like, how does it look after going to war with the Dolphins? So we know okay, it's a finesse team, whatever, but it's still an NFL football game.
And I'm glad you mentioned the bye week. It can either be week 6 or week 13, and it would really suck if it's week 6.
Yeah.
If it's week 6 and then they have to play 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way down the rest of the way with that 3 games in 11 days. That's why I imagine it will be week 13. But, I mean, it is.
But even that, like, think about the downside of that.
13 in a row.
Yeah,
exactly. I know. It's
the math does not math for me in terms of, especially the Texans specifically. I think they got a raw deal at the end for as good as the start is, like Clint mentioned. That's a pretty good start. But at the end there, I'm trying to imagine what is the wear and tear of playing the Dolphins, again, a finesse team, but a playoff caliber, and, again, a football team, the Chiefs, the Super Bowl damn champions, and the Baltimore Ravens, known to be one of the physical brands in all the sports.
And I'm betting you finish, I've guessed the Jags, hosting the Jags to finish that thing off.
Yeah, because they don't have or they don't either, huh?
No, it'll be a division game. It'll be the Titans or the Jags. I would imagine it'll be the Jags.
Either one of those, though, would be, to me, pretty damn physical football team or football games. The Jags just based off of the personnel that they got. And then I think the Titans, based off of what their brand of football has always been, I know they got a different coach now, but we know that you're in for a bar fight with the Titans every time, whether you win or lose.
I tell you what, fellas, there's real pressure for them to get off to a good start with this schedule.
Got to.
Because the first 3 especially are all winnable. Like to me, there's no surprise they're 3-0. I'm not saying an expectation, but they want to at least be 2-1 coming out of those 3. Because, baby, after that, at Jags, Buffalo, maybe. We'll see where they are week 5. I don't know what week 6 is, but this joint here, this at Green Bay, home to the Colts, at the Jets, home to the Lions, at Cowboys, you got to get off to a good start.
Let's run.
I mean, you have to get off to a good start before you get to that, because that's 7-11. That week 7-11, that's one. If you're 3-1, you feel good about that thing there, because if you don't come out with a good start, now you got pressure to have to really get W's in that stretch.
Hey, but to your same point about how you need to get off to a strong start in these first 4 games and how they're all winnable, or at least the first 3 for sure are all winnable, also all losable. Very much so. I'm going to pick them to win probably all 3 of these games.
If Vikings lose it, they can't lose to the Vikings.
They lost to the Panthers and the.
I know they. Yeah, they
just the Falcons last year.
I know who they lost to last year. If they're anything we expect, they can't. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I'm just saying if they're anything we expect, they can't lose.
They need to
Jonathan Grenard and the Vikings.
They need to go 3-1 in those first 4 games, some form of fashion, for sure. Yeah, no, they can't lose to Blake Cashman's and Jonathan Grenard's Minnesota Vikings.
Well, I forgot BC's up there.
Yeah, BC's up there at home. He went home, baby.
I've never even called him that.
Well, BC went home, dog.
I've never called that man BC, but he is
back in the state of Minnesota doing his thing.
Doing his thing, man. Yeah. Got paid too. Good for him.
All right, that's Brandon Scott, little Texans report. Coming up, we'll get you the latest on Ronel Blanco, and there is impact off of what's going on there, and there's news about J.P. France and Forrest Whitley. The Injured Kings right there. And we'll get you more with the Astros. They go to try to win this series tonight, this 4-game set, Game 3 tonight. And we'll catch you up on what you don't know about the schedule. All of that coming up next.
Or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
5 o'clock fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dilf. The Big Dilf. Psycho T and a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags on the heater with that good hair that he don't show enough with that hat. Tyler Milner's in the building. 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. First thing is Ronel Blanco. As we know, he was ejected from last night's game after 3 innings because of a foreign substance in and on his glove. He was ejected, and they did not waste any time. He has been suspended for 10 games, and Dana Brown, the general manager who spoke about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago, stated that Ronel Blanco, who originally, Clint said he was going to appeal the suspension if he was suspended, has had a change of heart, has decided he is not going to appeal the suspension. And so that is the latest there. He is going to take the 10 games, and that starts tonight.
Look, not a surprise at all. A couple of different things. I'm not familiar with the appeal process in terms of what does the evidence even matter, or are you just disagreeing and they're gonna reduce the fine? I'm going to assume that the evidence matters.
Evidence matters. Sometimes they bring it down.
But, I mean, if the evidence is strong enough, they probably decide on the front end, like, nah, this is what your ass is getting. If there's any doubt, then maybe they bring it down and reduce the fine. When it's all said and done, I don't think there's any reducing this fine. Your manager literally spoke to the media and said there was what appeared to be rosin residue, if you will, on the inside of your glove, which the rules state you can use rosin and have rosin on your right hand. You simply cannot have it on your left hand or in your glove or anywhere else. The substance is legal in baseball. It's just not legal to put it anywhere other than on your right hand. And he clearly had a good patch of it on the inside where his left hand goes in his glove, on the inside as he was coming out of the dugout, going to the mound for the fourth inning. So one, your manager just flat out, stated the facts for you right out there for everybody and anybody to hear. Not sure how an appeal would look after that. Number two, you're going to miss a start against the A's and a start against the Angels. If you appeal it, it pushes that back. Maybe you don't miss your next start, but then they uphold the suspension and you end up missing a start that is going to be much more difficult to win without you on the bump or without you in the rotation. So it's in the Astros' best interest, and clearly it's in Ronel Blanco's best interest to just let sleeping dogs lie. Let's accept this appeal and this suspension. Not the appeal. Let's accept the suspension. Keep this moving.
Yeah, don't compound it. Don't make it worse. And look, I'm gonna tell you right from my vantage point, I never believed that he had no idea. That's just way too much. As the umpire said, it's the stickiest glove I've ever seen since we've been doing this. And I think I am very disappointed in Blanco that he would put himself in this position because the team severely needs him to be out there. And they're playing well. They're pitching well. We finally have gotten to a point where the Astros have most of their guys who they wanted to pitch and be in their starting rotation healthy, and you have been the best of the bunch, and they're on a roll, and you've put yourself in a position to have to miss potentially 2 starts. So that is disappointing to begin with from him on that situation, but don't make it worse. Don't add to it. It's over, and just go ahead and do the thing. The other part to this, Clint, is that the Astros are going to have to play with 25 players over the next 10 games because when he's suspended, you can't bring somebody up and add a 26th man. So they're going to have to play short, and with that, Dana Brown has already said today, talking about today's game in particular, that the bullpen is going to be really short. There are some guys who are unavailable, like Hader, who went 2 innings yesterday. Presley's pitched a lot, so they're going to be shorthanded in the bullpen, and a lot of it has to do with that.
Well, Taylor, Monty, Hader all pitched yesterday.
Yep.
So yeah, you're in a little bit of a pickle here, but look, you're going to be the only time that the number of games should come into play, Ron, in terms of affecting the Astros negatively, is on the starts where Ronel Blanco would typically pitch. And he's obviously going to miss his turn in the rotation. Otherwise, they're playing with the same amount of guys that they play with typically anyway. So that shouldn't come into play. Now, it'd be really nice if a guy got suspended if you could bring somebody up and have another arm. That'd be really nice. But unfortunately, the suspension's got to hurt. It's got to hit you, so they don't allow you to bring that guy up. So, man, we'll see how bad it hurts. But if you're going to weather a storm of not having who's been your best pitcher all year long, let's do that. Let's weather that storm versus the A's and the Angels, and not a better, more accomplished baseball team.
And then a couple of housekeeping notes, fellas. Dana Brown commented on J.P. France, who has shoulder inflammation, and Forrest Whitley, who has elbow inflammation. And Dana said, fellas, that he doesn't foresee them coming back soon. I'm a real boy.
I'm the Forrest Whitley. Okay, whatever. We can do away with the updates for him. It's like the updates with Luxury Lance. Yeah,
I'd rather have a Forrest Whitaker update. That's what I'd rather have.
Where I would be more Whitaker films. J.P. France, though, that's one that surprises me, guys.
Sir.
That J.P. France surprised me with this shoulder inflammation, boys.
We said not soon. I don't know what soon is. Is that months? I wonder how long that is that these two. And you're right. It's only the real person, JP France. That is one to watch to see how long he's out, because you just never know what happens with starters. You may have somebody suspended. You may have somebody come up injured or whatever. And the hope is they don't have to go down and dig him out again tonight. So, yeah, that's one to keep an eye on to see how long he's out, especially JP France. Just sad. Just damn sad for Forrest Whitley.
5 o'clock fire.
Damn, Forrest. All right, tonight the Astros, I think this is a 4-game set with the A's, isn't it? Yeah,
yes.
So they look to try to win tonight, to win Game 3 and win the series. They've got Framber Valdez going tonight and get another start since he's been back from the IL. Clint, man, this is another one. All right, Framber against somebody named Aaron Brooks. Tyler, for somebody in the for some reason in the rundown, put in a picture of former Rockets guard Aaron Brooks.
That's what it made me think of.
It's the only one it made me think of. Had a real laugh with himself, but it's not that.
He had a real grinning at himself.
It should be a guaranteed win if Aaron Brooks is on the mound. That Aaron Brooks, the guard for the Rockets, the old guard. But Fran up is out, and this is an interesting lineup, Clint, and we know Bregman is the one. Let's keep an eye on him because he is the hottest player on the team at this point. But Altuve is leading off. Tucker, who probably has a conversation about being one of the hottest members of this team as well, batting second. Alvarez is the DH tonight. And they moved Bregman up to the 4 spot. You good with that?
No.
You still think it was too soon? You still think it's too soon?
Well, I mean, look, you can't argue with what the guy's doing. So, I really don't care where he's at in the lineup. I just think when all the dust settles, the best place is for Pena to be. I like Pena in the 2-hole, move Tucker back to 4, and have Bregman at 5. I mean, I think that's a killer lineup with speed at the top. Manufacture some runs when you need to with that kind of speed at the top. But I don't like Bregman after 2 games, 2 really, really good games. Just all of a sudden jumping back above Pena, who's been good all year long. He said he wasn't going to be down there too long. Look, it shouldn't surprise us. That's for damn sure.
Is this where the moving ends? You think he's done?
He'll be leading off by the end of the month.
He's going to be in that 2 spot by the end of the month, the week.
Man. I don't know. It's
what is today? Wednesday. That man was 6th Monday.
Hit 2 bombs and had a double.
Went to 5th yesterday.
Hit a bomb and a double.
Here we go. Good Lord.
If he's swinging it that well, hell, I don't care. I don't care what they do with him. But I personally would like to see Pena stay up there.
Well, Pena's batting 5th and playing short tonight, hitting .330. Bijani is catching tonight, and he is batting 6th behind Pena. Joey Luperfido, he is in center field. I believe this is his first start at center field. It'd be nice to see him get a little power. He's hit the ball well. He's got some extra base hits. He's hit .321.
Tyler needs a bomb.
You put money on him to get a bomb?
I did.
Wow.
I did.
What were those odds again?
Plus 330 something. Yeah, I threw 10 at it, and if it hits, I'll be $50 richer.
How about that? Well, there you go. Hopefully Joey Lowe can get it done for you. He's in center tonight. And Dubon's at first base. Should be a fun one to watch. Dubon, Big John gets the night off. Dubon is at first base. I made it flip Luperfido and Dubon, but whatever. And Cabbage is in left field. He is going to get a start tonight against the A's. So that is the starting lineup today. Bregman jumps up another spot. Cabbage, Dubon, and Luperfido in the lineup tonight. So that should be interesting. See if the A's can or the Astros can get another W against the A's and go for a 4-game sweep, which, hey, that's the kind of stuff they need to have happen for them to try to get back in it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, and we've been getting into it, and we'll get into it more as we finish things off. The schedule is out, and I think the big thing that jumps out to me about the schedule, there's a lot of things, but I think the big thing is the NFL. I said it yesterday, I wondered how popular the NFL thought that looks like they are pushing them as a team to have out there because, Clint, if you're really true about standalone game playing in a window where you're the only game on as of right now, and there are still some empty spots that we don't have. We're not sure about week 6, 13, 14, or 18, but they have 6 games in which they're the only game playing at that time, including Christmas Day against the Ravens, Saturday game against the Chiefs, where they're the standalone game, Monday Night Football against the Cowboys, Sunday Night Football against the Lions, Thursday Night Football against the Jets, and another Sunday Night Football game against the Bears. This is, like I said, this is huge from where this organization was and where they've been since you and I and Tyler started doing this show, 1000 show coming up on Monday. And to see where they are right now, I mean, they've got to be up there with the top of the league with that many standalone games.
Yeah, Ron, look, I mean, I talked a lot the last couple of days about rubber meeting the road, and when that happens, as it pertains to this, it's the schedule coming out. We're going to see what the NFL legitimately thinks about this football team and whether all the hype on TV is real or is it not. It appears that the NFL is leaning into that hype in a big, big way. Because, like you said, your traditional primetime games, Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night, you check all those boxes. Hell, you check 2 boxes on Christmas game. You've got a Saturday game. You've got, you've got a lot of exposure here for the Texans, who, as we mentioned, the last couple of years had absolutely none.
I love it, and I am surprised. I am surprised that Bears game is a Sunday night football game. Like, to me, I still view Sunday night football as like the top game of the week, like the biggest primetime game. And I get it. I think it's going to be intriguing to see Caleb Williams match up against CJ Stroud and those two young teams. But I am surprised, especially, at this point, that they went that as I thought that had a chance to be a primetime game, like a Thursday or a Monday night. But it is the second Sunday night football game of the year. And that one's going to be a fun game, has a chance to be a really fun game. But that one kind of surprised me. Of them all, like all the other matchups, Clint, I'm not surprised that, all right, these would be the standalone matchups.
Right. Yeah.
But that one there kind of caught me off guard. None of them division, by the way, at this point. No division games are standalone games.
Look, I don't know what they think about it, but I think Caleb Williams is going to be the real deal. And to match him up in a primetime game early in the season, before records come into account, before injuries take a toll, to match those two young studs up against each other. Who's expected to be this year's, big time quarterback out of the 6 that were drafted in the top 12. This is the one that I believe all along has been clearly the best. I expect that to come to fruition in the NFL season this year. This is that could end up having a comparable season to what CJ Stroud did last year, and then we know what CJ Stroud is. I mean, I think this is absolute gold, man, and to do it early in the season before, again, the injuries or losses take a toll on a quarterback, take a toll on the season, I think is money. I'm here for it, man. It's got a chance to be showstopper.
No, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, but that's the first of the primetime games. God, you guys are insane. From the text line.
What happened?
Forrest Whitaker's lazy eye will straighten up before Forrest Whitley pitches again in the show.
Man, I was fixing to ask if Whitley had a lazy eye. We're talking about Whitaker's eye.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I'm going to tell you right now, Forrest Whitaker's eye is not straightening. So
I figured he done figure that out if it's possible.
I'm a real boy. So old Whitley. His time may be done with this thing. All right, quick news running across. If you're looking to bet like Tyler, it looks like Donovan Mitchell has played his last game as a Cleveland Cav, potentially. He is not going to play tonight, and the Celtics are going to definitely wrap that up. So Donovan Mitchell's out. If you're looking to bet money on this game, whatever that line is, I feel like the Celtics are going to jump over that. I think they're going to beat the holy hell out of them tonight. So hey, just throwing that across there about tonight's NBA playoffs. Coming up behind the schedule is nearly out, and now the fun thing is the quarterbacks. The Texans have a ton of great quarterback matchups with CJ Stroud. I want to discuss this. Look at the schedule. We'll discuss this. You can text in your thoughts on this. How many times you think the Texans are going to have the quarterback advantage this year? How many games that they play do you think they will have the quarterback advantage? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there,
Term life insurance. Call Term Provider at 800-337-41.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as it is scheduled release day, and I don't think I haven't heard any more leaks, Tyler, in a while. We still have the bye week somewhere in there, which to me would be week 6 or week 13, and week 13 makes much more sense to me, especially with them playing 3 games in 11 days from week 15 to 17. And then we have, week 13, 14, and 18. So 3 games and a bye week we are not aware of yet for the Houston Texans. But it is a schedule, to say the least, as we know. And if we do not get more on that schedule, we will definitely we'll let you know when we get more. If we don't get more as this show continues, Texans All Access will definitely have it for you in Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. We'll definitely do their dive and break it down. But Clint, for me, I know when you were a player, you probably used to look at the schedule for different things. I don't know what it is. I saw what JJ said. Most guys look for week 1, look for the bye week, or the first couple of things that they look at. I know guys look at things, for a lot of different things. For me, I've always looked at, all right, in this case with the Texans, who are the quarterbacks they play? Who are the quarterbacks that they play? And I do it every year with the Texans. Who are the quarterbacks they play, and how many games do they have the advantage in? Because I think the league can come down to a lot of things, but a lot of times the team with the better coach and quarterback tend to win games, especially quarterbacks on the field. And I always look at that to see how many games they have an advantage in. And I'm looking at it, Clint, and I think with the Texans, I look at this and I believe even with this very difficult schedule, I get to about 11. I think 11 out of the 17 matchups, they definitively have the best matchup. And I would say I don't think any of them, there is not a single matchup of the 17 that I feel like, oh, man, it's such an over for the Texans like we've had in the past with the likes of Tyrod Taylor and Davis Mills. So I think they can play with CJ Stroud, can play with anybody, but to me, definitively, I look at 11 teams, 11 of the 17 games, definitively they have the matchup advantage at quarterback.
Yeah, look, I think that's fair. I mean, hell, you got to start at 6 because he's the best quarterback in the division without a doubt at this point in time. I think Anthony Richardson has a chance to maybe build a case this year.
Trevor at all?
No, I just think CJ's already done things because again, Trevor has not had success consistently in the playoffs. Him and CJ have won the same number of playoff games. If I'm accurate there. Yep.
They both went 1-1.
In a playoff game that they won, dude threw 5 interceptions. As great as a comeback, if you will, as a win that was, hell, he was awful in that game, for being honest. And I just trust CJ Stroud from a consistency standpoint. I think CJ Stroud is as good tangibly, physically as Trevor Lawrence. I think they're very comparable, but I just think CJ is a better processor of the game. I think he's a better decision maker, and I think he's a more accurate quarterback. So I would take CJ over Trevor. I think the one to me that could, eventually a year from now or a couple of years from now when they get some starts under their belt, I think Anthony Richardson, he's got an extremely high ceiling and an extremely low floor. So, I mean, he could bomb out and never be able to even stay healthy, also dual threat quarterback that we hadn't seen an athlete like that since maybe Cam Newton, and he's got a Michael Vick type of arm. I mean, he's got a ridiculous arm, so the ceiling's really high. Maybe one day Anthony Richardson is rivaling CJ Stroud. Right now, CJ's in a league of his own in this division. So
yeah, I'm with you. 6-0 in the.
So start at 6 with the
that's
division.
That's what I had in the division.
There's New England obviously is not in the division. I don't even think that's close. Minnesota not in the division. NFC, I don't even think that one's
close.
You
don't think Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy is giving them a run?
Nah, I don't. I do not think that's going to. I mean, so we're already at 8.
With that, and here I'll go through some of the more difficult ones. Like, I think we can all agree now. I think there are going to be some Texans fans that will disagree, but I completely disagree with them. But I think we can all take out Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. I think we can all take out that the Texans don't have the quarterback advantage in those games. Like Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, I think are players that are clearly above him, right? So I think those are ones you don't even have to look at. The Bears, they play week 2. Caleb Williams, who hasn't done anything in the league, that's one where I said I think Caleb's extremely talented, and I wouldn't be surprised if Caleb had a really good year as a rookie, but right now there's no way in hell you can put him in front of CJ.
No chance.
No, not in front of CJ.
No chance.
What about Jordan Love? Jordan Love was NFC side and really came on late and had a big year, and people have a lot of expectations with him.
No, I don't have. I was CJ Stroud all the way. I like what Jordan Love brings to the table. There's a chance that they could be comparable quarterbacks in the future once you get 2, 3, 4 years in. But right now, it's CJ Stroud after that 1 year, and I don't even think that one's close. But that's where I'm at.
Me too. I give CJ that. This is probably the first one where one of the first ones outside of those top 3 that were obvious. I went with, and that Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers, for me, I would still, but being that this CJ has done it 1 year, I would still put Aaron Rodgers ahead of him.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Aaron Rodgers is in that mix with Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
I'd probably have him a tier just below those guys, but yeah, still right there I would put in front of CJ. What about the Lions? What about Jared Goff?
That's the one that I think right now, given what I think they're two. First of all, I think they're two very comparable players. I think Jared Goff is highly underrated with everybody except for the Detroit Lions, given what he just got paid. I think Jared Goff is still a better quarterback, and the only reason I say that is because they're very comparable to how they win. The arm strength, the ability to stretch the field, throw all the routes. Jared Goff has played in the Super Bowl. Jared Goff he's got almost 10 playoff games. So for me, look, I gotta ride the experience and where that arm is taking him and the sample size for Jared Goff. I don't minimize what Jared has done. So I would still have Jared.
I think Jared's been really good. I can't put Jared over CJ at this point. I hear you. I get what you're saying. And Jared, if you go look at Jared's numbers, they are a lot better than I think how people view Jared Goff. Yeah. But I couldn't. I would put CJ there. Where I did go, I had CJ in front of Tua. But I don't have CJ in front of Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott, last year, second in the MVP race, was an All-Pro last year, and has had really good years here in his career with Dallas. I would have him right now today, starting today. I do think CJ is going to eventually be a better player than Dak, but I think right now today, coming off of last year, what we saw, Dak would be somebody I would put ahead of him.
See, I would have the opposite there. I would have.
So we're flipping on the golf and Dak.
Yeah. I mean, I just think you're talking about a guy again that's played a lot of football, put up some big numbers, but hadn't done squat in the playoffs. And so that takes me to a spot of where I go, okay, Dak and CJ. I think Dak is just a significantly better passer of the football than Dak Prescott is. And so I would say CJ's better. I think he's the best quarterback in the state right now.
Text line coming in. Only Mahomes and Jackson Josh Allen's overrated. When I watch Josh Allen, he doesn't really give me wow vibes.
Ooh. I mean, I would think the one thing that Josh does give you is wow vibes. Now he'll give you some high peaks and some low valleys. Now,
I mean, he'll give you wow from both different ways.
Yeah, I mean,
wow vibes from both different ways.
But okay, hey, to each their own, man.
Each their own. Yeah. No. From the text line, show does this to piss people off. I wouldn't. I mean, I know it sounds crazy to you that I would say a guy who is 30. Who was second in the MVP race last year, that threw for more yards, far more touchdowns, ran for more, and won more games for his team is crazy to you. I know that sounds crazy, and I know you would think that I'm doing this to just dig into something. I'm just being honest, and I think I have a lot to back it up. As I said,
my boy Ron?
as I would say, by the end of the year. Would you say, all right, CJ Stroud or Dak, who do you think is going to be? I think if CJ continues to grow like we think he can, I would say that CJ probably will pass Dak. But right now, Dak has been a really good quarterback. And especially last year, it peaked to a whole other level. So you can disagree, and I will stand all by that. If you think that's crazy,
not crazy at all. Not one bit.
I think
crazy.
you are. If you think I'm just trying to dig in to piss you off, that's no. What would be cool is Dak, he plays for the Cowboys. It's Houston, so I better go against him. I'm just going to be honest with you.
He's a Cowboy.
I know it. I can't wait for that game. By the way, November 18th. That's going to be a fun one Monday night. All right, coming up. We'll hear from you. I see Larry and Stafford. You can jump in 713-572-4610 as we dig in a little bit more. Tomorrow we'll go over the look of this schedule and what we actually think the Texans will do. But right now, it's a tough look. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hot Take Artist, apparently to many of you, is back. From the text line, Tyler. Dak isn't even in the same stratosphere as CJ.
Ooh. The love is real, man. The love in the city is real.
Honestly, Josh Allen's got to prove he can ball without Diggs and Gabe Davis. And I honestly think Stroud is a better quarterback. Oh, than Lamar. Lamar is just exciting.
Piece of positivity.
Not better, in my opinion. Good for you, man. Have that opinion.
Stroud House.
We've got to remember we've seen 15 games. I mean, look, I'm as impressed as anybody can be with what CJ Stroud has done. But when we start talking about the sample size of what Dak Prescott has done and how he has just consistently and continued to be a regular season.
You're someone who disagrees with me on this.
I disagree. The lack of playoff success really bothers me with Dak at this point in time. But you look at like even Jared Goff. I think they play the game very similarly, and Jared Goff has a sample size where he's done multiple times, ultimately statistically, what C.J. Stroud did last year, and he's made a run to a Super Bowl, and he's got his second team into the playoffs again with Detroit.
The NFC Championship.
Now, say what you want about it. At the end of the day, the sample size has to matter, man. Lamar Jackson, I don't disagree with the thought that C.J. Stroud has been more impressive than what Lamar Jackson has done. But the sample size of that guy being an absolute game changer and the most valuable player in the league, what are we talking about, 5 years now, 6 years now? We're talking an extended sample size bumped up against 15 games.
Even one of these quarterbacks we're comparing him against, Josh Allen, y'all remember how bad his rookie season was, right?
Yeah. Josh was a cluster. He was a CF.
Oh yeah.
When the Texans beat him right here at NRG Stadium in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
He was a mess. He was chasing footballs, rolling around on the ground, taking 20-yard losses. Remember that?
And I think his game's a little different now, right?
Oh, yeah. That whole team's different. But, I mean, you look at Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen, if it weren't for Pat Mahomes and Joe Burrow, if you're looking game to game, week to week, year to year, I'm just making the simple fact. If Pat Mahomes did not exist.
He outdueled Joe Burrow. You got him better than Joe? I'm just wondering, some of you out there. His team won the game, and he outdueled Joe Burrow. You got him better than Joe?
Yeah, Ron, if Pat didn't exist, Josh would have multiple Super Bowl appearances.
This is where I come from, and I know many of you have gotten to your mind because your homer asses just are so deep and clinched into it that somebody's doing things.
You were going to put me in there.
No, or doing things to try to get you riled up or stir up. Like, I would invite you to go look at what Dak has done and go look at Dak's season last year and go look at what Josh Allen has done, or to this person who's got him sat there, watched him play Lamar twice last year, and you want to base it off the 15. You saw him play Lamar twice last year, and he was nominated. Like we got to go. I would invite you to go. There's only one thing that he did better than Dak last year, and that was throw less interceptions. And they both threw under 10. We're single digits with interceptions.
You got to be crazy.
So maybe you disagree. That's fine. But to this person who texted in, I'm about to turn the music because you're crazy. You're crazy AF talking about Dak is better than CJ. Today, right now, yes, the guy, I know it's nuts. The guy who finished second in the MVP and second team All-Pro. I know that's nuts to you. I know it is. People here, Aaron Rodgers is falling apart. Okay. Aaron played 4 plays. I got to see Aaron, who has done it time and time and time again. I got to see Aaron suck ass before I think that CJ has surpassed.
Well, Ron, it is extremely difficult at this level to do it over again, right? It's crazy to do it once and make one big run and have one magical season. It's hard to do it over and over and over and over again. Now, I think the way in which CJ has began his career, I think there's a lot of reason to believe that he's going to be very successful at doing it over and over and over and over again. But damn, guys that proven to do it over and over and over and over again after watching 15 games. That's wild, man.
Yeah, it is. All right, Larry, I'll let you jump in here, Larry. What's your thoughts? The schedule's out. I know you probably sitting over here chomping at the bit listening to what we was just talking about.
You damn right I'm chomping at the bit. Hey, Clint, you sent Show to a chiropractor, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I took care of him, man.
And then you said he need an ear, nose, and throat doctor, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Send his ass to a neurologist too, man, because his ass crazy. Send his ass over there to see Dr. Lowe or somebody, man, and let him check his dome, man. Ron, you talk about people being a homer. Your ass is a Kansas City homer, so that's what you do in fandom.
Am I? What do I? No. Emma. Now see, let's get it right. Because I had no problem criticizing Patrick Mahomes and criticizing the Chiefs last year. I got no problems with it.
Criticizing them don't mean your ass ain't a homer. I criticize the Texans every day, and I'm damn sure a homer about them. But
I'm not delusional. I'm not delusional.
Well, I'm not sure because you walking around here with one leg shorter than the other, so your
That's
ass
just because my spine was not together, Larry. That's just because my spine was out of whack.
Some kind of stuff, man. I told you that's what your ass get for wearing them sidewinders. See, they had your ass all off balance, and you come on the radio and you say off balance stuff, man. But look, regardless of that, you're talking about the Dak Prescott is better than CJ Stroud. You're talking about the same Dak Prescott that lost a home game against 32 in a playoff game like he do every year. Look, man, this ain't that complicated.
What was CJ's last game?
We understand it's a sample size. He went further than Dak did, didn't he?
What was his last game?
Dak, right?
What was his last game?
Dak, right?
They beat the hell out of him in his last game, didn't he?
They lost to Baltimore. We had them 10-10 at the half. It just fell apart on us because we didn't have the kind of weapons that we need that we got now. But regardless of that, show, it's a a short sample size, right? But you boys didn't watch quarterbacks, man. Y'all done seen what quarterbacks look like. And then y'all seen what the additions are looking like over there on Kirby. So y'all know exactly that DeMeco Ryans is jumping at the bench for this schedule. Because if your ass want to be in the game and be in the mix, you're going to have to go through some things. So this schedule is going to test their ass to see if they real about football, and I'm down for it. I ain't scared of none of that kind of stuff, man, because these are the kind of games that we sat around 3 years ago whining because Cully was over there chewing on his tongue and Davis Mills was throwing balls out in the end zone to fans and stuff. So these are the kind of games your ass want to be in. But I'll tell you this, you got to show up. And we don't know how the season going to play out, how other teams are going to be ready or not ready. The bye week obviously got to be doing those week 13 or whatever, because they're not going to give you 3 games like that and not put something in the middle of it. Because if not, if the NFL don't do that, then you know their ass is crazy. But if your ass want to go to New Orleans, this is the kind of big boy schedule you got to play. So let your nuts hang. Show quit being so ass out, man, and figure out if your brain loose up there, man, in our home.
Hey, Larry,
baby.
Hey, Larry, what was Cully doing over there?
You know he was over there chewing on his tongue, Clint, chewing on his tongue and popping bubble gum, man. We was all sitting in Houston going,
awful,
damn,
man.
who we got over there? Now he's looking like Joe Espada over there doing the same
Man, you
thing.
know, Larry, that's messy. You know that was a crutch, man. He can't help.
Hey, man, I don't know if it was a crutch. I don't know if it was a crutch or if it was just David Cully was just one of them dudes that loved chewing on his own damn tongue because he knew he shouldn't have been the damn head coach of a football team. But DeMeco walking out there in that battle red looking like he could still go hit somebody. So DeMeco have already told you he don't give a damn what the schedule is. He want to play big boy football, and now he instacked that defense. Y'all ass going to be surprised in the NFL when them boys on Kirby get loose in our hall.
All right, Larry. Somebody said, I think Joe Espada's over there chewing on his
I think that's the first 2 all hollows.
Hey,
2-piece.
All joking aside, here's the deal. He's right. I mean, ultimately, when it comes to the fact, like, this is what you play for. This is where you want to get to, is where the schedule's this difficult and you're playing first place teams consistently year in, year out. He's right. That